Let's party. Let's reach for our full potential. Let's reach for our full potential. Excuse me. I always think these people are on here, and it was a long time ago. Sorry about that. Stephanie, where are you, girl? Came on a little early. Want to reach my full potential. Beautiful night out tonight. It's gorgeous. It's 61 degrees, just a light cloud cover. Big full moon. Wish Stephanie was here to share it with me. We could just party. Did anybody watch the guy that I interviewed that was, had his wagon? He was Crusade for Christ. Matter of fact, I meant to change something on that. A couple things that he said. A couple people he knows that watched it said that they thought he was waiting for dope, and the slaughtering animals and the Jews for Jesus. I'll fix it though. Hello?
Hey.
Hi.
Tom?
Yeah.
I just messed this phone up.
Yeah.
Because I had to come out here and pop the battery out and everything.
Uh-huh.
So it won't charge now.
Yeah.
I can't get the charger in.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I might get to the identical. It's a crappy flip phone, so that's part of the problem.
Okay.
If I buy the same phone, I'll have the same number. But if I get a different phone, I'll have a different number.
All right.
I just want to let you know.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
And you'll still be able to retrieve your numbers off there, won't you? Yeah. I mean, if you see somebody, just tell them to call me, and like if you need something, because I'm only 20 miles away. All right. Good luck. Yeah. Be careful. Okay, bye-bye. That is the guy that I interviewed today that was pulling his wagon, the guy in the religious crusade. He's having phone problems. He's about 20 miles from here. And I told him, if you need anything, give me a call. And there's a couple things he wanted to clarify that I should have done that before I came on here. One was Jews for Jesus, which he took a different interpretation of. The other was the Jesus quit the sacrifice of animals. Well, he meant to say innocent slaughtering, unnecessary slaughtering. And he also, two of his friends said that it looked like he was waiting for dope by being in the back of a dollar store in the morning, which of course isn't true. I'll switch that tomorrow. But, on my end, nobody made that comment. And I don't know what to tell you. I'll straighten it out though. Hi, Michelle.
Good evening, everybody. How are you?
Good. You're looking good tonight. I guess you took my advice and no makeup.
No makeup.
Can barely see you.
We're doing, it's all natural. Well, the lighting in here is kind of poor, so.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is.
Boy, it's lights work pretty good when you're dialed up, though, don't they?
Well, it is what it is.
Okay.
I had a lot of people tell me some really nice things today. So
Oh yeah, can you give me an example?
just people telling me that I look good and whatnot.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Guys, presumably
No, not all guys.
lesbians.
They don't have to be lesbians to say that if another female can a female please come on here and say that just because you say another female looks good doesn't mean that like you're a lesbian.
Come on, Stephanie, help us out here. It's no time to have a weak battery or a shaky connection. Come on up, Steph. I put the thing. Can you see it? The link? Yeah, that's probably true. Although it's all how it's pitched.
True.
You know-
Yeah, it definitely wasn't that type of vibe.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It wasn't like
Right.
Yeah.
It wasn't the donut shop couple.
No.
Okay. All right. Good. Difference. Yeah, I get it. But come to think of it, well, we'll ask Stephanie.
Yes. What is the hi Michelle? Hi Tom.
Hi,
Hello.
Stephanie.
Hey. What's the question, Tom?
Women complimenting women, and I just made a comment that it's how it's pitched. The sentiment, the attitude.
It doesn't mean that you're a lesbian if you
No,
tell
it doesn't.
another female that they look nice or they look good.
Oh, of course not, Tom.
No, I know.
Oh,
But sometimes it's how it's sold to you. You know what I mean? Like as a matter of fact, you jogged my memory. I think there have been times when Stephanie said Michelle looked nice.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Women compliment each other all the time.
Yeah, they do. But you got to be honest about this. It's like if we took all the comments from all the times that I've been on, from all the women and what they said, 95% of the time, it's older, commenting pretty younger.
No, I feel like I've worked at places and I've told female coworkers like, "Oh, your hair looks nice," or "Oh,
Oh, me too. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that that's any difference in age or, I think some people just tell it like it is. Like my mother always says that if you don't have something nice to say, don't say it at all.
Yeah.
So if I have something nice to say or tell somebody, like I'll say it, like, looking good, even if they
I
don't
probably
care.
should say it more.
Right.
Yeah. It's innocent, nice comment to make. But you
Yeah.
got to be careful with that stuff in a workplace.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I've never gotten,
Nowadays, yeah.
yeah, like I've never gotten pulled aside and I've complimented people, before, but
Yeah.
like it wasn't like I don't know, like when I would comment people, it wasn't because I had a different motive. Like I just, if someone got a haircut or, they're like, "Oh, thanks." It's usually nothing like I don't know.
Have you ever lied and said somebody looked good when they really didn't and you were just trying to be kind?
No.
Oh, I have lied definitely when someone has asked me a question like, "Oh, what do you like my new haircut or something?" I would always tell them yes.
Yeah, me too. You've
Of
lied too,
course.
Michelle. You've lied about it. You have. Quit lying now, by the way.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
very,
sure Michelle has said yes. I mean, I'm not gonna
You're being
just
kind.
like it's hard for me to like if I really don't like something, like I'm not gonna sit there and be like I would never be like, "Oh, I hate it so much." Like if somebody asked me and I didn't like it, I wouldn't be like, I'd be like, "It's okay." Like I mean, I wouldn't
Oh, Michelle.
Michelle.
I'm
I
sorry.
I would I
I
know.
would
I guess it's just me being older. I don't know, but I've never I would never do that. Or it's like the same question, does my ass look big in these pants?
but
I mean, you don't want your husband to say, "Yeah, it looks huge." He better lie to me and
well
say, "Yeah, it looks good."
well, like, I would never say anything if somebody came up to me and I knew them and everything, like, I would never put them down, like, I would never be like, "Oh, that's the wor" even if I was thinking a certain way, I would just be like, "Oh, yeah, it's
Oh
okay,"
yeah,
but I'm not gonna go
of
over the top
course.
and be like, "Oh, yeah, I love it, you look
No,
amazing," you know?
but if you're thinking something opposite of what you're verbalizing, you're lying.
Well, it's not lying.
Yeah, it is. You said, I think it's okay, and you just got to telling a friend of yours, God, you should have seen the haircut on Stephanie today. It's a lie. Your Catholic brainwashing is coming through.
Well, you have to be careful at work too, because you don't want to tell somebody, yes, it looks good, and then go tell your coworkers, oh my God, did you? Because it always gets back to that
Oh, I would
person.
It
never do
does.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not for that. I
yeah,
And
mean,
no fat jokes under any circumstance
no,
why would you say that? Like, at work?
because
Like,
it's
I mean,
funny.
there's just certain
It's funny.
like someone being like polite or nice or, there's a difference. And you can tell right away if somebody is just being a nice person and like complimenting you, or somebody's complimenting you probably for different reasons than just, they thought, oh, I really like your hair, your shoes, or whatever, when somebody's actually like saying it for other reasons,
right, right.
you know, you kind of know the difference, or you
Well,
should
most of the time.
you
Most,
should
Oh
by a
yeah.
certain age. You should by a certain age. You should know the difference between, just a genuine.
Well, I always knew if my sister didn't like something, because her and I, our tastes in clothing, hair are completely different.
quiet,
So
Daisy.
my sister, I'd say, "Oh, do you like my new top?" And she'd always go, "Well, it's you." That's how I knew. Yeah, she don't like it. I don't care. So, I mean,
Any comment can be misinterpreted. Quiet, Daisy. Come over
Oh,
there.
sure it can. You bet.
You know what I
Oh
mean?
Yeah.
yeah, well, sure, but I mean, like they said in the chat, it's like how you say what you say and how you say it. Like
Okay,
if
let me give you an example. If I said right now, Michelle and Stephanie, I'd like to get in both your pants.
Oh boy, here we go.
No,
Oh,
one of you is going to be pissed. Same comment.
but that's not like a flattering, or like that's like
All
a
right,
but I mean like
but
I mean
it's an example of you can't have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean the same. It depends on who the compliment is directed to. It's much different on, waiting in line for a free turkey
no
at
Tom,
Christmas than a
Tom,
titty bar.
Tom, no woman would think that by you saying I want to get in your pants would take that as a major compliment. Like I wouldn't take that as a
No,
compliment.
not
Like,
necessarily a compliment, but where I was coming from with it.
oh, okay.
right. Like now, I mean, if somebody said that to me now as a person, I would just start laughing and say, "You poor thing."
Yeah, or if you went up to Michelle, if you went up to a 16-year-old guy, a 14-year-old good-looking kid, and said, "Man, I can't wait till you get older," it'd be much different than Stephanie saying, "What a good-looking young man."
Yeah.
Right. That is different. Yes,
Yeah,
it's
you know what I mean?
different.
Quiet,
I
Daisy,
mean,
quiet, hon. It's these goddamn deer hunters driving up and down the road.
Oh yeah, hunting season's opening up here too, Tom.
It's bow season here.
Oh yeah, my nephew does bow hunting too. I don't know when that is though.
Yeah, it's here now, and then I think it turns into gun season. I think Thanksgiving.
Oh, I can't help. I love venison. But then again, I've been brought up on, venison and
I
elk.
never liked it. What do you like about? What do you do? Put it in a crock pot for a year?
Oh yeah, I've got lots of old recipes from my mother how to cook venison. But the pepperoni and the jerky are the best. Oh my god,
Like that.
delicious. Yeah, yeah.
I feed them so they hopefully hang around here. I think they figured out if you look at like those endless videos that I upload of the moon and stuff.
Uh-huh.
If you looked at the one I uploaded today, which you probably didn't, you'll see that doe that comes out and cleans out the birdseed.
Oh, I've seen some videos of your little doe that comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Beautiful night tonight, by the way.
Oh, is it?
Oh yeah. Oh, you know, I was in Starbucks today and talking to a lady and her daughter, and they were from Seattle.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're on vacation. Their daughter's in the service, and you know they have a military base about 50 miles from here.
Oh, that's cool.
Really nice people. The daughter was just a really nice daughter, nice mother. Could tell mom did a great job raising the kid.
Nice.
Yeah. And they were really having fun. They liked it here, and they couldn't believe, you know, how warm it was. And yeah, it's fun.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's good.
Oh,
Good.
yeah. Your weather's so different than ours. Yeah, they were probably loving it.
Hey, Troubles. Yeah, we had. There was a bad accident right down from that Starbucks today. A guy was telling me cut a car right in half.
Oh, God.
The guy said he drove through right after it happened, and there was a million cops going there. I don't know any more about it, but I mean, got a lot of attention. Too bad. Just a beautiful sunny day, and that's not exactly a road with a high speed limit on it. It's just an accident, you know. So weird stuff happens.
Right.
Too bad.
Yeah, last week we had a terrible hit and run. 2 people died. They're still looking for the car.
Well, what about this kook out there shooting up a bowling alley?
Oh my God, that is so sad. Oh my God.
Like 14 or 17 of those people were deaf.
I know. That was horrible.
And you see the park they found his car empty, and they're wondering if he committed suicide. I just think that's just another dirty trick to shoot some more.
Well, didn't they? Yeah, but didn't they find his car by the lake or a river, and they think he took off in a boat?
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
Now there was another little blurb I read on the internet that said they think the thing had something to do with an ex-girlfriend being in there. I wonder if it was the one female that was killed.
Well, supposedly he was supposed to meet her there.
Oh, okay.
But they didn't say anything else about they just said that supposedly she was supposed to meet him there or something.
Yeah.
But no, I mean I didn't.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tom.
Go ahead, Stephanie. Sure.
No, I was just going to say, I don't watch the news, Tom. My sister was the one that told me about it, and then I turned it on. And I mean, that's why I hate watching the news.
Same way. So, do you know anything about this Chelsea Grimms, Grimms, girl that was supposedly driving to a wedding from California and Connecticut, and like 2 weeks ago, a cop found her crying at a graveyard. She's a photographer, journalist, and they had a nice dialogue. And then the day after that, they found her car with 2 flat tires. She carries around a pet lizard with her, a bearded dragon, and the car was locked, 2 flat tires. They haven't seen her since, and of course, neither have they seen the lizard. But, I read that, and everybody's looking for her, and it's been on the news. But, I also read, just luckily, caught an article on somebody that knew something about it and said that, this girl wasn't exactly a picture of mental health, and that they got the impression that this girl's done this before, which is why there isn't a bigger manhunt for her. I don't know what to believe, but either way, she's been gone a long time.
I mean, that's really suspicious.
It is suspicious.
Like, no matter.
Actually, she was out, not far from where I was when I went out there the end of August to look at that petrified wood. She was about 80 miles west. And sure enough, they showed a picture of her car and it looked just like where I was. It's like that out there, just pretty in a way, but desert.
Right.
And the reason she drove instead of flew, I mean, let me tell you, I'm a big road driver, right? Road trips. And even,
Right.
I'd be thinking long and hard before I'd plan on getting to a wedding from San Diego to Connecticut. I mean, you're talking about 600-mile days for a whole week.
Yeah, I know it. That's a big trip.
Yeah,
But
and if it's true that the reason that she didn't want to fly is because she'd miss her pet dragon at 33 years old, now we're getting a little out of the box. A little weird.
well, the impression I get, okay, if she had 2 flat tires and her car was locked, she could have got the flat tires and set out to walk, locked her car up, and started walking, and then something happened to her.
Yeah, no, they're Detective Stephanie.
Well, yeah, I watch a lot of these shows, but that's what
Quiet,
could have
Daisy.
happened.
Yeah.
I mean, you figure a young female by herself, and
Yeah.
her tires went, and then all of a sudden she's missing too. Like, I would
And it's
definitely.
Well, yeah, right, Michelle. You have to always think too. I mean, I'm sure she had a cell phone. So if she got flat tires, I mean, she would have got on the cell phone to call somebody for help. So right there, you have to think, well, it is suspicious. Even if she got out to start walking, where was her phone? Why couldn't she have called someone?
Yeah. Now,
So that too.
Tribbles brings
Yeah.
up another interesting story, though. We talked about the pilot the other night that Michelle thought was good looking. The one that went bonkers in the Air Alaska airplane. Remember
Yeah.
Michelle?
Yes, I remember.
Well, as it turns out now, they're saying he took magic mushrooms. And now here
Really?
Tribbles came up with a story. And I've heard that about magic mushrooms. That's why they want somebody to be around you when you do it for the first time. Hey, Jeff.
Well, there were people around him, so I don't know why he freaked out so bad because
He said he was up for 40 hours and he took the magic mushrooms earlier. I never took them. I don't know. I'm planning on slipping one in Stephanie's sandwich when she visits.
Oh, geez, don't. Oh, please. I have a big fear. That's why I never took drugs that you would hallucinate. I don't want to see things that aren't there, Tom.
No, you're not. So I'll be there, babe.
No, you know what I mean, though. That's why I could never take anything that would make me hallucinate. I mean, if I start hallucinating, I'm calling 911 because there's something going on. No, I don't want to see things that aren't there.
Frisky.
So,
Frisky
hi,
knows a little bit
Frisky.
about this. Frisky, can you hear us?
I can hear it.
Okay.
There's some feedback. I
must
can't.
Do you have another window open?
I closed. Oh, again.
I mean, this hallucinating on a mushroom, I thought that's rare and nobody'd take them if that was the big fear.
Oh, I don't know too much about. I mean, I know
they
it's
take them because it's like good. It's not because you're thinking a Halloween party's real.
I might be.
Here's what I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think taking a mushroom is considered in a good way when everything works right. I don't think you're supposed to hallucinate, are you?
Oh,
I
I
have
don't.
no
I thought you
idea.
did. Yeah, I know. Well, I know you do with acid and stuff, but I don't know. Has anyone in the chat ever taken mushrooms?
Well, I'm thinking this man, right? So if that is true and that's the case,
Yeah.
he might get off of criminal charges, but there's
Yeah, but
for
his
sure.
flying days are over.
Yeah, that's over
You're
with.
exactly
That's done.
right.
Totally saying that
Right.
he's doing drugs. I mean, that's definitely
Oh,
done
yeah.
for that.
And I know this sounds crazy, but his wife, who seems like a really sweet lady, says this isn't a guy she married. I mean, this lady's about ready to have a breakdown too. Her whole life's going south. I mean, what are they going to do for money? Flying an airliner is a good paying job.
Right.
And she said there is no way in hell that he would have done that shit under his right mind. Now, you're not supposed to be taking mushrooms to begin with anywhere. So his flying career's done. Oh, Mary said, you're right then, Stephanie. Mary said it's classified as a hallucinogen.
Yep, that's what I thought, Mary. Yeah, that's what I thought. But Tom, what did this pilot do? I didn't
He
hear.
tried to, in an airplane, the way they're set up is it doesn't hardly happen anymore because, they're so sophisticated and there's so many warnings before it gets that far. But you can have a fire in an engine. And what the fire was, when you pull these two fire alarms, if you ever get a chance to look in a cockpit, if it's a twin engine airplane, you'll see two red handles that take about 3 movements to activate them because you don't want anybody bumping into one, of course. And what it does is it automatically shuts down the engine and squirts a bunch of fire retardant in the engine so it doesn't burn the wing off. I mean, it's great if you need it.
Okay.
And they say he was trying to activate those. And the two pilots in there, that's what they say. But I mean, I couldn't help but think in the back of my mind, he might have freaked out on magic mushrooms, but I'm wondering if they could have exaggerated.
So he tried to do that for no reason?
Yeah, basically no reason. He said he was.
But he didn't do it, right? Like, so he.
Well, he didn't do it because they beat him up trying to do it. That's what they say.
I wonder, did he want to kill himself? Maybe.
They said he just no. I mean, that's the thing. Well, they charged him with the number of people on the airplane, 80 passengers and 2 pilots.
Right.
Murder, which I think is a stretch. Especially
a
couple Jewish psychiatrists.
Well, they might want to make an example out of him though too, because this was so public. You got to be careful when you're one of the.
But you can't. Anybody that's in it's interfering with the duties of an airline crew. I mean, they can get you doing that, shooting a spitball in the back seat nowadays, which I'm fine with. I mean, what are you doing this shit on an airplane?
Yeah.
Right.
But he's fucked either way, whether he meant to do it or whether he didn't.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You're looking at your local dollar store.
Yep. I wonder if he had a mental break or something.
That's what he says. He had a mental breakdown. But
maybe.
that kind of goes
I don't
out the
know.
window.
No,
I mean, I can understand the mental breakdown, but he said that, and he said he had magic mushrooms, and maybe he just verbalized that as part of it,
So, well, if he did say that he was on magic mushrooms, it'll probably, and if he can bring some kind of mental illness into it, he could probably get his charges dropped. If
I agree.
But the thing is, so here's the thing. You were a pilot, right?
Yeah.
You did it for now. What would you say? Like, do they check on, did your bosses ever check on you for mental health checks or anything?
Thank God, no. But I never flew for a living. Fuck no! If they'd have checked that, man, they'd have chained that motherfucker to the airport door.
So you only flew recreationally?
Yeah, recreational. Yeah. Strippers and massage parlor workers, strictly.
Of course.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course.
ACB said they found the shooter. He's dead. Good.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. Was he underwater, ACB? Was he underwater? Did they find him? Where did they find him? Oh, ACB keeps up on this stuff. But remember that German pilot, the one that locked the door and crashed into the ground? He wasn't on anything. They said he freaked out because his eyesight was going. He knew he wouldn't be able to get gainful employment doing anything else when he was that far in a flying career.
Well, see, yeah, the problem is, if you, these people that say they have, the problem is, what the heck? What is that?
When you start talking and Frisky comes on, there's static like that. I don't know why.
Oh, okay. Let me leave
No, it's
and I'll
not
come
you.
back.
No, it's not you. It's her.
Oh, it's her.
Yeah, and she just signed out again.
Oh, she's having trouble with her connection.
What's that, Jeff? Yeah, it's weird. I'd never had it make like static on somebody else's, you know?
Well,
Right.
yeah, I always wondered
Jeff, come on
how
up and party, man.
I always wondered how they checked in on their pilots and stuff to make sure that they're doing okay, you know, because
It's like a voluntary reporting system.
oh, is that
Yeah,
okay?
unless, you know, you get a drunk driving ticket or a dope charge or
Well,
something.
yeah, I mean, duh, but I'm just saying how.
Stephanie, say something, will you?
Hello.
Frisky?
Hello?
Oh, it's working now.
Yeah,
Hi, Frisky.
I'm not practiced at this. I'm sorry. I'll get better.
That's okay.
It's all right.
What did you turn off, though, for future use?
I closed the YouTube window and I closed all the other windows that were open on my phone.
Yeah, you
so-
got to close the YouTube one.
Yeah, I closed the wrong one the first time. I'm
Oh, that's all
learning.
right. No, I've done it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. Good comment. It's not exactly the best place to take a magic mushroom. in an
No, it's
airplane.
the stupidest place ever.
Yeah, that's really true.
Set and setting. That's rule number 1.
Have you heard much of a reaction people? Does that sound extreme to you from what you know?
Yeah, it does sound extreme, but he put himself in a pretty extreme place to do that. You should lie down somewhere safe where you're not afraid to cry and be alone or with trusted friends. You should not be in an airplane cockpit, for heaven's sake.
Yeah. And do you know? I don't know too much about them. So you take one. When does it like totally gone?
4 hours.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
he's got no excuse then.
Yeah.
And in the midst of taking one, if things don't go south, are you aware? I think it's no time to get in an airplane cockpit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no idea what was. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
read that story today. I have no. That's all I know is kind of what happened. I don't know any more about it yet.
Sounds like just part of his problem.
Yeah, if he was a pilot for 22 years and he did that, something else was going on.
Yeah.
Unless
I
he
agree.
didn't know unless that was his
Right,
first
Jeff. Yeah.
time, he was just the stupidest person ever.
Yeah. He said he hadn't slept in 40 hours, but you know, I mean, I'm not exactly taking anything this guy says is like he said a bunch of stuff, and none of it made sense. So you know, we know what he did. I'm not exactly going to rely on him for a straight answer on anything, but I feel bad for the family and the wife. How would you like to be 2 kids? You're living a good life. You're in 20 years with this kook, and this happens.
Yeah.
Stephanie, we thought we had bad spouses.
I'm telling you.
I don't know their whole relationship and whatever, but I'm sure if they seemed like pretty responsible, respected people, so I'm pretty sure that there's some kind of savings or money involved, you know, with everything. And if she decides to divorce him, I mean, that's up to her, you know, her decision on what he did, you know. They seem like they were together for a while and they had
Yeah, they were.
kids, so
Well, I mean, she's just in deep now. And I'm assuming he was the breadwinner. And this is, if she's got all her marbles, this is a textbook example of people change.
Kidding.
Who's got that vibrator on tonight?
Yeah, it's me plugging in my phone.
No, I wish you quit lying about that being a phone.
Abigail.
Stephanie, does anybody out there have their phone make the sound of a vibrator when you plug it in?
I don't know, Tom.
Mine makes no sound.
What?
Mine doesn't make any sound when I plug it in.
Well, I don't know why mine makes a noise and it vibrates when I plug it in, okay? Oh,
Is that
God.
extra?
I don't know. Oh, jeez.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, either way, man, I wish him the best. But I've known of this happening before. You know, just you be in a relationship. When I was living up in West Branch, there was a couple. ran into him, didn't really know him. He was a pastor of the local church, did counseling through the church. She was a really sweetheart. They had 3 daughters, and everybody knew him. And he was the talk of the town, especially when he got caught during a counseling session letting a 15-year-old blow him.
Oops.
35 years he got. And of course, the wife divorced him as he got into prison. But last I knew, she was working part-time as a grocery store. It's not fair to the kids and the wife. And she was absolutely clueless on this weird shit.
Well, I mean, I think it's horrible. Like, if you have a family, the thing is once you have kids and, it's not just about, you anymore. You have to
Yeah.
think before you do certain things. It's not like you're just living wild, free,
It's
there's
one
like,
more reason why I didn't have any.
right. And that's fine. That's what I'm saying. I know a lot of people who never had kids. It was their choice, didn't want to have kids because they just wanted to do, they just wanted to focus on themselves and where they were going. And that's fine. That's,
Right.
if you know yourself,
Well, you
like,
don't. I mean, things change. You're not, like we said the other night, you're not the same person at 20 that you were at your
no, I'm
golden
not
wedding
saying you
anniversary.
can't, I'm not saying you can't change your mind, but these people never change. They continuously 20s, 30s, 40s
Yeah.
didn't want to have kids.
Yeah.
Well,
Strisky never had any. I never had any. Stephanie never had any.
Nope.
and that's fine. I have family members that women didn't want to have kids. Just
Yeah.
wasn't right for them.
Right. Well, you weren't exactly planning on yours either, were you?
No, that wasn't a planned. That
But
was
that's how
not.
I got here too. A lot of us are here. Stephanie, you ever think you were a byproduct of a?
Oh no, my mother, she got pregnant with me on her wedding night, Tom.
No way.
They had me 9 months after they got married.
Wow.
And I know that's true. I know. I mean, just knowing my mother, I know they didn't have sex till they were married.
Wow.
Yeah. And then my sister came right after me.
Now, would it have bothered you if you were a shotgun wedding baby like me?
Oh, not at all.
No, me either. Yeah, same here.
No, not at all.
I don't want to know. I don't really care. Like it's not.
Yeah, no.
My parents.
Especially,
Quiet, Daisy.
well, especially, my parents were together almost 60 years. So,
Oh wow.
I mean, if it was a shotgun wedding and they made it that long, good for them.
Right.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would not want to know like how I was conceived. Like I'm okay. Like my parents were
Yeah, I
married.
hate to think of your parents in those terms.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
okay with not
And
knowing.
Jeff doesn't have any kids either, and they don't want any kids. I don't know if that's true anymore about most babies aren't planned. I think baby boomers that was true, but I don't know if that's true still, is it?
I don't. I always
I don't know.
what I always thought in life, and like I had a child young, but I always thought to myself during that period, I was like, yeah, because I always planned on having children like in my early 30s, late, early mid
Yeah.
30s. And I'm like, you know what? I'm like, sometimes when you plan stuff and everything, like it doesn't work out anyways. So it's like, when is a good time to have a kid? Think about it.
Yeah.
If you know you want to have kids, right?
Yeah.
How do you know when a really good time is or not? Like,
Yeah,
and
it's
then when
true.
you
Yeah.
and then when you think it's a good time, watch, you won't be able to get pregnant,
No,
or
and that's the
you'll have a
truth. I mean, you look at some of the people that have everything, that I know couples that have spent 50 grand on fertility things and still no baby.
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, here, I know people too who planned everything, planned getting married, then like waiting a year or two and to their marriage to have kids, and then they couldn't get pregnant, had to wait like 5 to 6 more years in agony because they try to plan out their whole life. And
Yeah.
it just doesn't work. Life doesn't work that way.
No,
Like
you got
life
that
doesn't
right.
work how you want it. Like there's certain things that can work in life, like as far as like, I want to get this degree or whatever, and then you work for that. But I mean, like as far as like babies, relationships, other people, y-
You
you
know
know.
what's interesting to me though is like how, we're talking about this in a human sense. It's like, and then you compare that to animals having, offspring, to for the successive generations of the species
Mhm.
instead of recreationally, which is how half of us got here.
Mhm.
I mean, if we're all animals, why the big jump from a sole purpose and no fun to a mixed bag with supposedly the smartest living creatures on earth, fucking up the most?
Because okay, so us as humans, we are smarter than animals, but we're still human beings. It's just
Yeah,
that,
but why aren't the animals like, it's got to feel good to them too? Why aren't they doing it unrelated to producing offspring?
Well, instinct overrides intelligence, especially in our case.
Yeah, but I don't. Do you think it's instinct to have sex recreationally?
Well, the animals don't know the difference, and we certainly do. And if we're the ones worst at it, what does that say?
Well, but I mean, we have it because it feels good.
well, I'm sure it
Exactly.
feels good for the animals. We just can't
Yeah.
talk to
Well,
the
so why aren't
animals.
they doing it unrelated to like specific seasons of the year, like white-tailed deer?
Most of them do. Most of
No,
them
they don't.
have their, you know,
They're not
But
screwing outside of breeding season. Salmon, none of that shit. Deer, birds laying eggs a certain time of the year. You're not seeing two cardinals fucking in January. Why?
I don't know. I've never even looked
because
or
because animal brains and human brains are different. That's why. Like
Yeah, but
we're
I'm just
different.
wondering why we morphed off. And I mean, I'm glad we did. Don't misunderstand me. I'm just wondering why.
I asking why ruins humanity.
Yeah, I do think there's a lot to be said for not knowing stuff.
I mean, it just I think, we're just more complex than an animal, like our needs are more like we have more needs and wants and everything else. And animals are pretty by the book for the most part.
I've read a couple books on this. Super interesting. Asexual reproduction. They don't need any mating. They just create offspring with like internal fertilization. It's interesting. It's like wow. It just blows your mind.
seahorses.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Seahorses. Yeah. Did you ever have pet seahorses as a kid?
Yeah. With the little kit, was it, are you
Yeah.
talking about the little kit they used to
And they
sell?
put you in prison for that now.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Animal cruelty. Same with selling chameleons at the fair, circus.
Really?
Oh, yeah. We
Wow.
used to get them. They were like $2 and then a thing of
oh
mule.
yeah,
I would
yeah.
take care of mine though, but like, okay.
They'd be dead 3 days later. God knows why. Probably because it was, 50 degrees
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
where they trapped them. They're all over around here. We got a bunch of babies on the porch right now.
Hmm.
I took a picture, a little video one. I think it was today, maybe yesterday. They're crawling all over around here, little chameleons. Cute,
Huh.
cute.
Well, I
Seahorses.
think
Yeah,
they're
that's very
better
good.
outside than in the
Yeah, I
carnival.
think all that stuff is.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not for it.
earthworm. Yeah, used to feel it was fun to do that. I mean, it's just crazy how things have. I know a lot of places now, and I'm for this too. Uh, is like going to a fair and like throwing a ping pong ball in a round thing and winning a goldfish. I mean, you didn't
Oh yeah,
plan
I
on,
remember that. Yeah.
yeah, you didn't plan on having a fish where you got there. You don't know shit about it. Who knows when you're leaving the fair? You just won
Yeah.
this goldfish and you're carting this fucking thing around 105 degrees. It's just super animal cruelty. I don't care what I think.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was on Kmart's ass constantly. I fucked with them full time. Walmart's too, about the way they kept their fish tanks. And they finally got rid of them. I don't think it's because of me, but I bet there are other people out there doing it too.
Oh yeah, I
Dirty
mean, like,
asshole looking tanks. They'd have tropical fish, no heater in it. Just selling these things to make a profit on a living creature. Nuts.
Huh.
Yeah.
I used to give drugstores a hard time about. You remember rabbit's feet? They were supposed to be good luck.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Why are you selling these things? It wasn't good luck for the rabbit. What's
No.
wrong with you?
No, I agree. All that stuff. Yeah.
Oh,
Fighting
yeah.
fish too. Fighting fish at the fair. Yeah, same thing.
No, if I can remember, not saying that, selling rabbits' feet's a good thing by any means, but in the Bible, aren't rabbits like dirty animals?
I didn't.
I'd have to look that up. I'm pretty sure
Talking
I
like an
remember a
Orthodox Jew
couple
now.
passages about rabbits.
Aren't they all God's creatures?
Yeah, but there's some that are, well,
Yeah, they are, but like the Orthodox Jew, that's why they don't eat pork. I mean, it's an old
there's
argument, but it's
yeah, there's certain
cleanliness.
creatures that they claim they deemed like
Dirty,
dirty
living in, yeah.
animals. Not that we should like kill and like annihilate a certain creature or anything, but there are some. There's
Mary's
something
talking
there.
about bonobos, monkeys. Never
Oh
heard of
yeah.
They're
You ever heard?
supposed to have the biggest sex drive of any animal. That's all I know. I can't see the chat. I can only see the faces. So I'm
Oh,
limited.
okay. I'll repeat them to you. Where the hell are these things? There must be like 1 billion fucking babies running around.
I don't know.
Oh, I know. Well, my cousin, she works at the zoo, and she said you would be surprised at like what animals like really like mate the most, and
Mhm.
she's just like Mary, and she would always say the monkeys were like probably the most. were the
I'll tell you
biggest.
one thing: pigs are actually clean. It's the environment mankind puts them in.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Now
It's
Rebecca says rabbits are clean, which I kind of believe based on, I guess, every rabbit I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, like
I mean, they do look clean. Cats are. I can't figure that out. Anybody knowing the cat? How does one cat in a house and no
stay
other
so
cat
clean. I don't
keeps his
know
back
either,
clean and
Tom.
stuff, in the
I
back
don't
of his
know.
head? Well, maybe that is paw, but there's spots their feet can't reach. And how does it stay so clean? Like their tail? Well, their tail, I guess they could get to.
They
But
can
there's
get to a
parts
lot
on
of
plants they
areas.
can't figure it out. Do you know this, Frisky?
They're pretty limber.
So they can lick everywhere?
Pretty much, I think. Yeah,
Oh, that answers it then. Huh.
yeah. They can swivel.
Speaking of cats, you got any? Yeah, got one.
Right now, I'm watching 3.
Babysitting?
I'm still working on trapping that one out in the field. I got someone to lend me a drop trap next week, so I'm gonna go out there and try that. He's gotten too wily. He's gotten too smart for the cage.
Yeah, I've caught a bunch of them.
Yeah, well, if you know anything, because he's gotten too smart for the walk-in cage. It's supposed to set off, when he goes in there.
Yeah,
for
what'll happen though? He's probably in a place where he can get enough food. And if they're in a place where there's not much food, like in Michigan in January, they'll go in there a million fucking times if it comes into between that or starving. But it takes a while. They got to be about ready to lights out. And then they'll just go in there and say to themselves, I hope this door doesn't slam shut like it did last time.
Well, if they're wild cats too, you should trap them just to get them spayed and neutered.
Yeah, I did that. I did that in West Branch.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay,
I did it
because
about 40 of them. It was cheap though. They have some place come up. I got 40 cats spayed for like $300.
Yeah, because freaking cats reproduce like crazy,
Yeah, they do.
And then they kill a lot of cats at the shelters. Like they try not to, obviously. Like
Yeah,
that's
right.
not the main goal, but they get flooded with cats, and then nobody wants a kid,
Yeah,
or
it's true. They say 1 out of 10 wild birds' life ends from a feral cat.
really.
And that's where you fixed all those cats. You don't even like them. I think that's cool.
Well, part of it was, yeah, it's true. I don't like them, but the truth of it is, I like birds too. So it was easy. It was a no-brainer. I fed those cats too, and I didn't like them. You know, it's mankind created this problem.
Exactly. It's always
I-
the humans that are behind the
Yeah.
problem. It's never
Yeah.
the
I
animals.
think I
Not their
think a cat would be a perfect animal for you, Tom. That the cats are independent. They don't need much. Like you don't
Yeah, they
have
tear up your
to.
furniture,
That's the only that you're true because like even
which
I thought
I'm not really into either. I just don't like them that much. I mean, if I had steel wheels with a cushion on top, I still wouldn't want a cat.
Doesn't Marty have several around there?
Yeah,
Or-
they're all in Hilton Head.
Oh, okay.
are
Yeah,
they
I
like
just don't like them. They seem like just they just walk around and eat, and they're like they
see
don't even know where the hell they're at.
They're just little assholes. You just gotta
Sounds
love
like me.
Yeah. I mean, they just like Daisy. It's like she reacts to like things.
you have a little buddy, so you want a little then you're definitely a dog person because like cats are cool pets if you like I would never want to bring my cat place, like they take care of themselves. We cuddle sometimes, but like they're pretty like self-sufficient animals. Where like dogs, it's like they're like children almost, especially puppies.
Yeah,
You get a puppy, it's like, geez, you got, you have to train it and spend a whole bunch of time and money. And dogs are more expensive than cats too, as far as animals.
yeah, but cats get a lot of that. They get those like feline leukemia and
None of my cats have ever had anything major. And like my one cat I had to put down not too long ago. She was almost 20.
wow.
No issues before that. Never went to the vet. No
Did you ever
issues.
since a baby?
Yep.
All 20 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, almost 20. She was almost 20. The vet was like, wow. She was just like, you must have been really good to her. But she was a sweetheart cat. Like totally, you could pick her up whatever way you want, like would never hurt a fly. Like just happy go lucky, loved everybody. You came over my house, she would be on your lap crying, wanting you to pet her. I mean, like definitely a different personality than my other cats, for sure.
Yeah, but Mary, at most places you're not supposed to let your cat out.
Oh, I don't like
It's not
I
supposed to be outside.
I let her out, but it was because she would literally follow me. Like I did not let her out of my sight. Like she would literally, I'd take her for a walk. I'd be like, "Come on, let's go," and we would literally like walk down the street, and she'd walk right next to me, and then we would walk back to the house.
Oh, okay.
But like as far as me letting any of my cats like outside, just to like let them outside on their own, never, never, no way.
Yeah, no, that's what most people. And there's places now too. I just read. We were talking about this a month or so ago, where you'll get a ticket if your cat's outside.
Like, if you really care about your cat, I'm sorry, I know a lot of people let their cats out. I know this.
No, I
But
know what you're getting at.
if you, there's so many like horrific stories that I've heard from my friends who let their cats out. Like, oh, my cat just got in a fight and now has all these marks
Yeah,
and oh, it got sprayed by a skunk
yeah,
and now
no,
it smells.
you're right.
It's like you're just putting them out there for that. Like, but then they're like, oh, but it's natural for them to go like hunt and it's good for them and this and that. And I'm like,
That's true.
is it,
Yeah, it's
like my
natural
cat
for them
will
to hunt.
very,
Cats are about 10,000 years behind dogs as far as domestication goes.
but like some of my cats, like I would tell you, yes, you are correct. Like one of my cats, I probably should let go outside and just do his own thing. But like her, she was like totally like not a she would actually take care of every time we brought in another kitten, take care of it like it was her child. It was just weird. Like she definitely wasn't a feral type, but I do
Yeah.
have one where I'm like, yeah, maybe I should let him go outside.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're not supposed to. When I was a kid growing up, all our stuff ran around dogs, cats, bunch of damn white trash.
I just don't think
I bet I was around 25 till I figured out Whoa, so this shit's supposed to be like inside all the time. Yeah, really ignorant, man. Goddamn clampets.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like if you
Yeah,
could,
yeah, seriously, man. You get around educated people, and their cat's missing for 6 hours. They got posters all over the stores, going around. Mine was out every day. We did live on a dirt road, so that helped, but I don't think it mattered. My stupid sister had a couple dogs get run over, just letting them out, run around. What the hell?
why would you do like what?
Stupid, man. It's
Did you
crazy.
have
White
a
trash.
fence, an invisible fence or something? Like,
Oh, fuck. No, I mean, their dumbass thought that, well, if the dog got hit by a car, it should have looked both ways.
oh my God.
Really, man? Stupid. Yeah.
No, I think if you care about your cats, like you try to do
Yeah, I
what,
think you're right about that.
like my kids are actually very happy. They have a lot of toys, they have a lot of towers, they have scratching posts. I
Yeah,
play
no,
with
you're probably a
them.
good cat owner.
Yeah, like I make sure I play with them so that they get their energy out. I mean, like you just gotta like, give them what they can't get outside, right? So they want to play, they want to like, chase after whatever. So you play with them so that they can get that energy out and it works. Just like your dog. Well, just like a dog, right? So your
Yeah.
dog probably loves going for walks with you. So you
Yeah,
take it
well,
for walks.
kind of, but it's kind of like just running around here and like walking. It's not like I don't think I'd be a guy too interested in like putting a leash and a collar and walking around some yuppie park every night. She'll go out like this is like there's no worry here. You'd have a hard time getting away from Daisy. You'd never have to worry about her just like going out where she lost her way home and stuff.
That's actually a good point. Daisy's so smart. She doesn't need a leash, but
No, when I was in West Branch, I mean, there'd be times we get separated, but she didn't have to cross any roads, and I never worried about it because I knew when I got home she'd be at the front door, which she was.
The only thing that I would be concerned about in that situation is if, let's say, another dog got loose or like something attacked Daisy, especially because she's tinier.
Yeah, but Daisy can.
That would be it though.
Yeah, but
A dog.
Daisy's like, I mean, that could not too much where I was at.
Oh, okay.
Daisy is a little dog and stuff. This dog can like fight crazy and bite hard.
Oh, I bet. Like Chihuahuas. Have you ever seen Chihuahuas? They're nasty. They're nasty
Yeah, they
dogs.
are. Man, I don't know who'd have one of those damn things.
Show
Everybody that has it thinks it's cute.
But their temperament's like horrible. Like
Yeah, it is. It's horrible.
if I were to get a dog, it would be either a pug, a bulldog, or a golden retriever. If I ever go for like a bigger, I love
Dogs have
golden.
all those purebreds have health problems,
You're right. You're right.
especially the pugs. And those other one gets too much hair all over.
True. Yeah, that's the only thing I wouldn't like. The thing is my husband and we had a dog before, but like, you know how dogs are when they get wet. What
Yeah,
happens? They smell
yeah, I
so
smell.
bad.
Yeah,
So bad. Even if you give them baths and everything else, but
yeah.
they're
I
a
was
lot
like,
of
I was like petted out. I didn't even want Daisy, but I knew the situation and I knew she wasn't getting any exercise. And I took the lady to get her, and then I refused. I didn't want her when she said. And then I got thinking about it, felt guilty, and took her. I'm glad I did. But I hope, like she may outlive me. You never know. These little dogs live a long time.
Oh, you never, like I said, like with my cats, you never know. Like I didn't think my one cat was gonna live to be almost 20 years old, but she
It's
did.
crazy.
She probably would have
Well,
lived to be 20 if we didn't put her down. Like I don't
Yeah,
know.
but you didn't put her down for no reason.
No, it's not like we put her down for no way. But
But that cat could tell some stories.
oh geez, I wonder what she would say too.
Yeah,
Oh geez, she's like,
that'd be
no,
worth
she
$1
was
million.
no, she was the
Should have
best.
taped the recorder to her back the whole time.
You couldn't have asked for a better pet than that one. My other three cats, they're your basic cat, like love me or leave me alone type of
Yeah,
attitudes. But she was just love, She was almost like a dog almost. Like she loved attention from anybody.
Yep.
Just I don't know, she just loved every cat we brought in as a kitten. Took it right in. Took care of it, cleaned it. It was just weird.
That's
The
cool.
rest
Did
of
you
the
ever have
cats.
aquariums?
What's that?
Did you ever have an aquarium?
Yeah, we had an aquarium for a while, but then um
Hey,
the
Rita.
house that we lived in, it took up too much room.
Yeah,
And
they're a pain in the ass.
I always wanted an aquarium like in my wall. Have you ever seen those?
Yeah,
So
it's
that
a
it
pain
doesn't
in the
take up
ass too.
room to like
They're a lot
put
of work. You gotta, no matter what, even in this day and age, with all this great shit, these chemicals and these super duper filters and all this bullshit, you still have to do water changes,
Yeah,
which is a
well,
pain in the ass.
yes, you do, but not as frequent as you think, and it depends on
Fuck
what kind of
that.
if you get certain fish, right? Because I did my research and everything, and I would go to
Yeah,
the
like what?
aquarium place.
Catfish?
So, like the algae sucker fish, like the
Yeah.
sucker fish,
They're
that's what I
uglier than
call them.
hell.
I don't know
Lacostomus.
okay, yes. If you buy like certain fish, right? And I forgot what other ones too. They love to like eat the dirt, so you don't have to clean it as often. You still have to clean it. You
Yeah.
still have to make sure, everything's okay, but like you only have to do it like once every 3 months or so.
I don't think you should. That stuff lives a different life in an enclosure where it's not from.
Right. Well, and you got to know what type of fish to put, what fish goes with what fish too, because you
Yeah.
can't put certain fish in with certain fish or else
Yeah.
they'll
Fragile.
kill
You're
them,
right, Lucid. Yeah, that's true. I'm
you
just
know.
not doing it. I'm not doing anything. Believe me, I'd have all that shit. I'd be breeding
I think what
hyacinth
you're
macaws right now if I
you,
didn't have a conscience over it.
you know what? I think you're thinking of like saltwater fish.
No, I'm thinking of freshwater.
Freshwater? Oh,
Fucking
okay. Because I
hatchet
never had a
fish,
big. I
mollies, swordfish, angelfish. It's not the same as they should just be out where the hell they came from. No, it's not. It's doing something to them, man. They're not supposed to be just like seeing the damn TV in the background all day long. And they can't get out of the damn. You got your lights on and shit, watching TV, gawking at them, and they'd normally be in the dark sleeping. It's just a whole range of things that's happening to them in that tank that wouldn't be happening to them if you left them where they came from, unless, of
honest,
course, they were captive bred.
honestly, like fish, their eyesights are pretty poor, most of them.
Yeah, well, you're justifying it.
No, I mean I'm just saying like they can't like see their eyesight is proven it's
That doesn't
not
make it
good.
okay.
Well, I mean,
Those fish. What are those? Did you have those fish with no eyes? I had some of them. Cave fish, I
no,
think they called them.
no, I never had those.
But I just think you're not going to duplicate like a natural environment. Yeah, there are places where their environment's going away and all that kind of shit. Like I'd be all for like endangered species and stuff like that to like help bring them back. But just the notion of putting something in a tank or a cage, I'm not
So
doing it.
like, so you're not like a fan of like zoos and stuff that
No,
take
I'm not. Not in this day and age. You can learn. The old excuse was, well, this is where you can appreciate it and learn more. Well, there's enough shit on TV now. You don't need
Well,
one in a cage, particularly elephants.
well, with the zoos, I could tell you this if this makes you feel any better. A lot of animals that they put in the zoos
Mhm.
were actually like in bad shape. So it's not like they just pick like a healthy random, animal in the wild and bring it to a zoo. It's usually under certain circumstances. So I don't know if that makes you feel any better, like
Yeah, but
about it.
you're talking like they're handicapped.
Well, some of them were in bad shape. Like they had to basically bring them back from
No,
death.
no, it's not. Where'd you get this information?
My cousin, she works at the zoo
Well,
here.
find out some examples because I never heard of that.
All right.
They're
Maybe
paying up
she'll
the
come on
ass
the
for this
panel.
shit.
Maybe
Yeah,
she'll
bring
come
her
on.
on the panel
Yeah, I'll ask her if she wants to.
because
But yeah,
they're paying up the ass for this stuff.
well, you know what's funny is to work at the zoo now, where before you didn't need it much to like get a job as like a zookeeper, but now you have to have like at
Hey,
least a master's degree
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, that's true.
to work with the animals now. And
Yeah.
I know
No.
like, 20, 30 years ago, that wasn't the case. So I mean, they definitely want
No,
people
yeah,
who
it's
know
true.
what they're doing and
Yeah,
put
that
time.
still doesn't mean they should be in cages. So they
Mm.
got someone given a peanut instead of a cashew.
you got a master's degree to clean up shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm serious because
Slide a
I
fucking
literally went
can
to
of meat
apply.
under the cage.
I was so, can you imagine? I went to apply because I was like, oh, they'd be so cool to work with the animals. And then I talked to my cousin and she's like, yeah, you need like a master's degree, like in like I'm like, what? There's a degree for this?
Yeah,
I'm
but
like, oh,
part of that is, the jobs available and the supply.
right. Oh, sure. But
Yeah.
like I mean, at
Those
least
jobs don't pay that great either.
I think she makes like a decent amount. I know she's not like loaded with money, but like she makes a decent living.
Right. I think it'd be cool, but I just kinda, the more I became knowledgeable of stuff, the more and read about it, the more I thought they shouldn't have been in there. And sure enough, as I've aged, less and less stuff you can keep in cages. Can't do it. Elephants are an example. You can't have them in circuses anymore. Why? Because it's cruel. I don't give a
Horrible.
fuck if you give them all the peanuts they want. Still should be. Now, there is an argument for their habitat destruction. I think they're better off dead than being in a zoo, personally. All that shit. I thought that when I worked in a wildlife thing. That's just another excuse to exploit this shit. The one-eyed eagle, the fucking headless turtle, just goes on and on. Turns
So
into a freak
so
show.
how do you
They're all
feel?
charging admission.
So what I want to know then is how do you feel about like the dairy farms and everything, how they treat
Yeah, I
their
tell you,
animals? Like
I'm really, it's like,
it's cruel.
I'm troubled.
Yeah, like I almost threw up because I never knew before. Like I just went along life, eating whatever,
Mhm.
and this and that. Never thought about it, just oh, it's food's food. And then I went to one of these dairy farm and I'm like, I almost like threw up like
No, I
multiple
know.
times because that's how nasty it is. Like
I
that
know.
is how horrific the scene is there.
No,
Like
you
you don't
still eat meat and milk, don't you?
yeah, but like you don't like when I buy eggs and stuff,
Yeah.
I make sure they're free range. They're a
Yeah, I
little
don't
bit
know if
more
that means
expensive.
shit either. I don't know if that means a fucking thing.
Well, it
They're
means
free range up until the day you see them in a cage going down to the fucking chicken plant for McNuggets.
well, it's different. It's okay. So like
Two
I
fucking
feel
chickens out laying fucking eggs. I mean, I love them. I'm for it if I had to make a choice, but I'm not so sure this isn't anything other than just a fucking smear campaign to bullshit.
it's that. I've seen it first to
No,
me,
but I know they're
bitch.
out there fucking laying eggs. It's like, oh, you're just as chickens out there, man. Do I have it made, man? Let me drop one here. Oh, I'm just not in a cage. I don't know if they had the capacity to give a fuck.
Well, when
But
they're
that doesn't mean you cram 10,000 of them.
right. And like they're all diseased and like angry. They're
Yeah,
all
but
like
that's anything. But humans are diseased. Go down to that Kensington.
right, right.
It's
But so like
anything
but
close.
does it make it okay if like let's say me who's not diseased is like basically making it worse for them because they're diseased and whatever else? Like do you know what I mean? Like there's a certain level of cruelty, you
Yeah.
know, in life and if you can prevent it, like try to prevent it.
Yeah, but how about this? If they're eating, they're getting the medication, and I mean, I'm troubled with this. Really. I hope I see the light someday. I hope I just get like, a saucer lands or something. Two Martians come out and spell this out to me. Really, I wish for it because I've read about it and I don't feel comfortable with it. I don't
So
have a
like
clear conscience
I mean,
eating meat.
I understand like we have to eat, right? In the
Right.
circle of life. And
Right.
me and
Right.
like it's not like I'm this vegan person who doesn't eat meat and who
Mhm.
doesn't eat any of this stuff because I do and I understand that.
Yeah.
But like when I saw some of them because like when you don't think of how your food's being made, you just eat it. But then once you, like, actually, like, you're there and, like, you're witnessing this, you get a
Yeah.
totally
No,
different
I agree.
feeling from these animals,
Mhm.
which we're smarter than animals, and it's like we're just totally torturing some of these animals just so that we can get more eggs and,
Yeah, but here we are. We're talking about the sex shit and how that's different with humans generally than the other animals. And then, our form of punishment is what? Putting someone in a cage. So of all species that should be aware of this, it should be us.
right.
And when the thing that you see some of this stuff get out sometimes, and like how it reacts, and like when you take a cow that we just had this happen the other day here down I-20. Truck turnover and the cows get out, and some rich
Yeah.
guy comes along. If Marty would have been here, he'd have done it. Says, hey, I'll give you 3 times as much as you were paying for them to have them slaughtered. Bring them all over here, build them a $50,000 thing, and before you know it, a year from now, you got pictures of the kids riding them and the things nudging the kids, and it's like, geez, man, I don't know about this.
I mean, it's just what it like I there's a certain level of like
It's a living creature, and you're ending
we're
its life for you to be here.
right,
And,
which
and if
is
there was no,
right.
I'll tell you another thing I struggle with watching MMA, mixed martial arts. I read a lot about science, neurodegenerative diseases, head trauma. Look what happened with football, CTE, all this bullshit. And if there wasn't a demand, if there wasn't a market, and everybody like me quit watching it, I wouldn't need to worry about the 20-year-old guy that thinks he's tough, that's getting his brain pulverized for $1,400 on his way up to try and being a superstar.
Right. No, well that's the thing. Like if more people were just like educated on like we're just not. We just go by our daily life. We don't think, like, right? So like I wasn't raised to think about, oh, where did that egg come from? Or where did that, hamburger come from? Or where did the meat come from? Like we just ate it, right?
Mhm.
But then when you get older and you start realizing there is a difference. So when you go to the grocery store and you can ask certain things like
Mhm.
where do these animals, where are they getting raised and everything else, like there's a difference and usually it's a little bit more money, but when you look at the bigger
Okay,
picture,
but
it's
you're
like
talking about a free range chicken.
right,
You're eating the fucking egg. I mean,
right,
that ain't exactly that egg isn't going anywhere.
right,
So there's one chicken that didn't live because you ate the egg,
sure,
but
there's
you were
nothing.
worried about the one that laid the egg. I mean, you could just go fucking take a mushroom, try and take over a cockpit.
Well, what I'm saying
It'll
is
drive you fucking nuts.
no one's getting tortured though. The egg wasn't fertilized, so there was no embryo, there was no living creature in that egg, and the one that was laying it wasn't getting severely tortured to lay more eggs, wasn't getting all these like
Yeah, but
steroids and
you act
every
like they're laying eggs because the reason for laying eggs to make another chicken.
right.
You're acting like they're shit and jelly beans. No, but it wasn't fertilized. But you know why it wasn't? Because mankind kept it from happening.
Right.
They're shitting out all these eggs. I mean, you could argue it's an argument for exploitation. I don't know if it is or not. I don't know if it is or not.
I mean, to feed
But here's the thing:
yourself and to feed your
you've
family.
thought about this, obviously, and you're still eating meat and drinking milk. And
Yeah,
what's kept you from just going vegan?
because I need there it's very healthy for you. I mean, drinking milk from cows, like, is it that's what they produce milk, like
Yeah,
that's
humans
just
are the only adult species that drinks milk.
yeah, it is good for you. Like
Well, that's debatable.
there's
Cardiologists won't say that. And you can
what
get those vitamins through other sources. Actually, you
well
can get more calcium from broccoli than milk.
well I know like people who are milk drinkers. I'm not a major milk drinker,
Mhm.
but I know people who literally drink at least a glass of milk a day, at least one glass of milk. And I gotta tell you, their hair,
That's
nails
shit luck.
is maybe it's genetics. Maybe it is. I'm
Genetics.
not saying, but I'm saying compared to me, who like I might buy a gallon of milk like once a month and drink the whole thing
But you can
between my
take things that they're getting out of milk without drinking it. Try it out, and your hair will probably look just like theirs.
family.
Maybe it won't, but hair's genetic. That's another thing. God, you brought that up. I tried to the other night, then we got talking about some other shit. And that is hair, keratin, that it's dead in your head. Hair is dead by the time it grows out. It is. It's not living
It's a waste
anymore.
product, technically.
So here's the question. If that's true, why does young hair look so much better than old? If they're both dead.
Better circulation, better bodily function. I mean, it's a waste product, so it's a reflection of health.
Sorta. I mean, if you see these girls on the Prel commercial, remember those?
Yeah.
I don't think that was, they were doing something everybody else that doesn't have that hair at that age
Yeah,
did.
but you're comparing it to people who are on TV and stuff. You know what?
No, but they gotta have great hair.
Right, right. No, but what I'm saying is they have all these products and ways to style it to make it look better. Doesn't
But
necessarily
everybody
mean it's the
cannot make
natural.
every girl, woman, or guy cannot make their hair look like those Prel commercials. I don't give a shit what you put on it. Well, I can't quite grasp the genetic advantage to something that's dead in someone in their 40s. I mean, I'm at the age now. I saw a lady today in the Starbucks with just the most gorgeous hair, probably 45. And now I'm getting to the age now where I can't like say anything. If I was 20, it's like, you have beautiful hair. He said, well, thank you. I say it, and that's now. And it's like they're fucking ready to call 911. So I just keep my mouth shut. But it was like, you do see people with exceptional hair. And I can't figure out.
Well, it's also hormones too. Like I know with men, they always talk about like baldness, you know, in men and everything, and how
Yeah.
some of it's related to like your hormones
Oh,
too. So it could
well,
be,
yeah, it is at puberty.
yeah. So I think it could be something.
If you got castrated prior to puberty, you'd never lose your hair as a
Oh,
male.
okay. Really? Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Huh.
Not worth it. Yeah.
You
My
could have
dad
had
had hair. My dad had hair like George Hamilton, day he died, like Ronald Reagan hair.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Instead, I took after my queer uncles.
Well, they say that I
Could have
think
been worse.
I think they say that it runs in your mother's side of the
Yeah,
family.
well, sort of. It's recessive that you can see it skip around. The most the unscientific way of male pattern baldness, if you can, is your mother's brothers. And even
Okay.
that skips around. Look at the Bee Gees. Bee Gees. You know, when they were young. You
Inherited
got
a
two
lot
that look
worse.
like they're 50 fucking years old, and one that, you know, looks like he should be doing a Pro commercial. Same DNA.
I mean, I know women too who have issues with their hair, you know, not even that old
No,
either.
it's true. Hair is it's so weird.
Yeah.
My wife had the most gorgeous hair
Oh,
up until about 30.
really?
Yeah, and then it kind of got thin and stiff, and
Well,
yeah, I mean, a shocker, really. And then I know other women that have just like killer hair till the day they die.
My
It's
mother
just
is,
interesting to me the gamut that hair runs in men and women.
well,
You
my
see guys that they don't. It doesn't recede. It doesn't get thin. I mean,
well,
just great hair.
my mother's still, you know, she's almost 70 and she still has thick,
Yeah,
full head of hair and
Yep.
long too.
Yeah.
And here I am, never had that. I never had like
No,
the
it skips around. Yep.
thick,
How's your?
like
By the way, how's your sister's hair?
it's not thick. It's like mine. It's like
Both of them,
um
and they're both half sisters, aren't they?
no, one's half and then one's
Okay,
full.
so how about this then? Here's the $50,000 question. How's the half sister's hair look?
Hers is a little bit thicker, you know,
There
I
you
would
go.
say. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Not like my nephew, the one blew the McDonald's money in his bimbo, big fake titted, stupid Polak wife. Pretty, but super thin hair from high school. And what would you think causes that?
It's probably like, I would say like hormones, DNA,
Nutrition.
stress.
But do you think stress could actually take away a good full head of hair?
I think stress could cause, I
How'd
think,
Charles Manson have such good hair? Talk about stress, trying to
well,
fucking kill him for the last 25 years of his life.
he wasn't stressed. He was probably just living his best life.
He's a
That's his,
sociopath. Doesn't give
that
a
was
shit.
his idea of a best life.
How about the Unabomber? Looked like fucking Ringo Starr.
That was actually going to be my name if I was born a male. Was going to be Ringo. Yeah.
Paul McCartney for most of his life.
I mean, like I said, it's probably DNA, hormone related, genetics, stress though. But stress can really,
I don't think it ruins your hair permanently.
maybe not permanently, but I know people who've lost hair, like patches of hair, when they were really stressed out, but it grew back. Like even my hairdresser even told me, she said, you would be surprised at like how many people that clients that she had that she would have to do their hair and everything, and the amount of hair loss that people would have. But then she would see them, within about like a year or so, like it would just grow back. So, I mean, that's probably a different type of hair
I
loss.
mean, but it's interesting, because how it so runs all over the map. It's how the difference. Look at,
That's like,
my dad used to make a joke, park bums. It's the last time you saw a bald park bum. You see him laying drunk, fucking stone, laying on a fucking bed
yeah,
all
they're not
night.
stressed at
40.
all because they're stoned and drunk, man. They're
Yeah, you
living,
think it's some 16
they're
year old.
living the life,
Get up,
man.
the
They're not
guy's
stressed.
75 fucking years old. Take him an hour to blow dry his hair dry. It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, pay attention to that. Homeless.
I
Yeah, good,
saw
great heads of hair.
actually today when I was driving about, because we've been having warm weather here,
Uh-huh.
there were a couple of homeless people, and I literally almost had to break up a fight because one guy was upset because the other guy was like panhandling on his turf or whatever. So he was getting like irritated and yelling at the other guy, and I'm like, oh, here we go.
Did you watch
Waiting in the way.
the video I uploaded today? The guy in the Crusade for Christ. Did anybody watch that?
I didn't watch it. I watched the female that you
Oh yeah, she's
interviewed.
nice. Yeah, that's the first time I've seen her. She's been up there a while.
But
Yeah, he thinks that he came across as like making some stupid statements, which I'm going to change on the description later. He said a couple friends of his told him that it looked like the way the story went that he was hanging out behind the dollar store waiting for drugs. I didn't get that impression. Did you?
What was he doing outside the dollar store?
Waiting for him to open so he could go in and buy some shit. I mean, yeah, which is true.
Yeah, legit.
Yeah. I don't know why people would think that. You know what I mean?
Not unless he's out by the dumpster. That's a problem.
He seemed like a pretty good guy. Did you watch it, Frisky?
No, I didn't. I didn't
What
catch
you guys
that one.
doing, man? Not watching my videos? The hell?
I watched the woman. I watched her video.
What'd you think of her?
She seemed like
Did
like
she
a
seem on
decent
drugs to
woman.
you?
What's that?
Did she seem on drugs to you?
No.
Yeah, I got a
No,
bunch of
was she?
shitty. I blocked about 5 people over comments they left about her.
I mean,
Wanted to know what kind of drug she was on, which, as you know, I don't talk about anymore.
like if she was, she definitely wasn't like at that point of like being completely high. So she must have been like somewhat,
That's what I
because
thought.
I see it all the time, and like you come on, like when somebody's like on
Right.
something. I mean, we're not stupid, I mean, we've all seen somebody on some kind of drug in our life, and um, she seemed like I think that she'll do okay for herself. I feel like she'll probably like end up back on her feet again. She seemed pretty coherent.
Yeah, I liked her. I bet she seemed like a super cool person to me.
Yeah, she probably just went through a
Where
hard.
were interviews taken?
Athens and the religious guy just right down the road, Union Point.
Oh, cool. You're getting some locals.
Yeah, yep. I go up to
Really?
Athens all the time. You know, big college town. Nice.
Hey,
I like it. All these college towns are like. They are. Care where you go. Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, any of the MAC schools, anyone I've ever been to, if I blindfolded you and took off the blindfold, drove you around for 5 minutes, like, what's this? A college town. It's weird. Like the architecture, the kind of businesses. I guess that's just the way I think it's the education of the professors and the neighborhoods that are created because of them and blah, blah, blah. But they're the same.
are they all about the same age, these towns that you're comparing?
Yeah. Yep. About when universities started taking off and you got the old neighborhoods and the new ones look just like they do everywhere else. You got the liberal slant and affordable housing and, you got the professors that got in there 30 years ago and now their house is worth $3 million and they're all alike. Yeah.
I mean,
I really like them. It's nice being around like just a vibrant area, just like seeing young people. And
So how are you doing tonight?
good. How's it going?
Well, guess what happened to us today?
Getting evicted.
No.
Oh, you had sex.
No. Tell me if you agree with this or not agree with this. Where we're living, we're not allowed to cook. We can
I know
only
that.
we're only allowed to use a coffee pot and a microwave.
Right.
I got busted today, and they gave me a $150 fine.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, and I've mentioned this to you one time before. When you're on a chat, anybody's, mine, Bimbo's, anybody, you talk about this, and sometimes Debbie references doing it or what you ate an hour ago. Other than someone being able to prove it through this, unless they just smell something and take a wild guess, just quit doing that.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think you got nailed?
Well, because they found it. We're supposed to hide our stuff. We're supposed to put our stuff up.
Would they come in to put in an air filter or something?
No, we're not allowed to cook in our room.
I know that, but how the fuck did they find out about it?
Oh, because I have a closet here that I have stuff that they let me use, and I have my stuff in there, and I had it in there, and the health department was here today, and they went in my closet and they saw it.
Yeah. Well, you earned that one.
What was the health department doing? Were they in your room or your
No, it's a closet he can use.
a closet?
We live in an extended stay.
Right, but the
hotel.
closet isn't in his unit. Well, you fucked up.
Well,
Get that fucking shit out of there.
No, my thing is, if they don't want people cooking in these rooms, then they should shut these places down. Then.
No, don't say that.
Well,
That's exactly what they'll do. They'll evict you. Look, you agree to the term. It's like YouTube and like other people. You agree to the terms of service by living there. If they don't want you cooking, don't cook there. And if you want to get away with it, hide the shit and don't be putting it in a fucking closet with public access.
it's the city that doesn't want it to go on.
They don't, and I get that. I know why. I know how this thing. They get that because they don't want to turn extended stays into full-time living places because of zoning.
Right. Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but just there's all sorts of people. I mean, this isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah.
But you would have to admit that you got to be a little smarter about this.
Yeah, but people got to eat. They can't eat off a microwave.
Well, you got to eat, but you're not supposed to be cooking in there. You can eat without cooking.
Okay,
You just don't want to.
No, I have a question too.
Hey,
What
Blue.
place do you live in where you cannot cook? I mean,
Lots. He's in an extended stay, not a
Right.
motel room.
but Even
It's
like
a rule.
extended stays, they should have like a
Kitchenette.
stove, like little
Well, a lot of
tiny,
them do, but I
like,
don't know. Chris says it's an extended stay, but I don't think it's like one where you go in with a ready-made kitchenette.
Right.
oh,
They don't. Somebody.
You call yours an extended stay, but I don't think that's like a zoned extended stay.
right. I was just about to say because in order to live in a place here, you have to have certain requirements, like you have to have certain things in the house that are functioning and like so that's just
Right.
weird all
You can
around,
live here.
yeah.
You can live here weekly, or you can live here monthly. Some people pay by the month. Some people pay by the week, basically. So.
But that's a zoning issue. You're not the breakers, all that shit.
Right.
For all they're looking at the worst scenario. Someone going in there with fucking 14 fucking fry daddies plugged in every receptacle and burning the place down.
Right. That's that exactly. That's what it is.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm on your side, but
Hotel rooms are not meant to be plug in 100.
no, but I mean, I'd be doing the same fucking thing. But I mean,
Right.
now that you know this, I mean, they say education's not cheap.
Yeah.
Your shit won't be in there next time they come there.
No, it won't be.
I think you two should just like move into like a place with like even a small kitchen. Like I'm sure there's affordable housing that you can.
No, they can't.
They're lacking affordable housing here. Sucks here in Branson. It's
Well,
horrible.
then move to where like you
No,
can
it's
get, like, a-
expensive.
It's
They
expensive to freaking move anywhere. They want
2-year waiting list.
the place where they want $50 deposits. They want they want first month's rent and deposits. Then you figure
$500 deposit.
$500
Are
deposits.
you guys on Section 8 or any government assistance? or
No,
no?
I'm not on no Section 8.
Oh, okay. All right, never mind.
Do you have PayPal?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
You send me your PayPal and I'll pay the fine. I will.
Aw, that's really nice.
Send it to me and I'll pay the fine.
No.
Yeah, moving's expensive too. I mean, it's not that easy.
It's not.
First,
No,
last,
I mean, look, man,
deposit, pet
I could
deposit.
still end up in a damn situation like this. I'm on a high note.
You don't realize that there's 1,500 residents in Branson that live in subpar motels.
Oh fuck, that's nothing compared to other places.
Well, right, I know.
Go look up Athens, Georgia, and Augusta, Georgia.
I bet. I
but we
believe.
No,
have
hey.
12,000 people living here.
The state just passed a law in April or May. Some motherfucker that doesn't know what the world's really like, that cities have to crack down on people living in tents, which, of course, is the homeless. Now, why, I'm not sure, but they passed this law. And not only they pass it, they're enforcing it. So you've got these state officials driving into these places that have been cool and done their best, like Augusta and Athens, to help people in a homeless situation, and they're fucking them left and right. So what happened then? Now the cities get a hold of the law enforcement and say, hey, look, we are getting bent the fuck over this bullshit. We were trying to let shit slide and be kind. And they go out and start busting ass with the homeless, which they're doing. They trespass you, they want you on there, and then they catch you the next time and they jail you. You go down in both places now. Athens is hanging in there a little better because they've got a law school and a bunch of smart Jews that stick up for them and don't charge. Augusta doesn't have that same luxury. You go down there now. One I know that I interviewed 3 times, they just found him dead over the bridge that goes over the Savannah River into Augusta. Was it from getting hassled? Was it from not being able to panhandle? It's a fair guess. I don't know for sure. But this is a major, huge crisis.
And a lot of people that live in
go away.
And a lot of people that live in extended stays are people like that either have are felons. A lot of those people live in these type of places. Well, we're not here because we're felons, but a lot of people that are felons live in these type of situations because they can't get an apartment or they can't.
No, I got a problem with that too. As far as I'm concerned, once you've paid your debts to society and you've paid your fines and you've been incarcerated and all that shit, they need to keep that damn shit from public access.
Oh yeah.
If you got caught robbing a bank 20 years ago, take it the fuck off there, because it keeps these people from getting a job. And one way or the other, we end up paying the bill anyway. If it was
Right.
up to me, Augusta is a perfect example. You guys aren't getting away saving money by fucking with these people. And if you got a bunch of number crunchers and you got the right politicians involved, you're better off taking it in the ass and subsidizing low-income housing because they're not going away.
Right.
They're not.
And I
They're going
don't-
to get stuck with this one way or the other.
It's
Yep.
cheaper than jail.
Cheaper
and I
than
don't-
jail. That's exactly right. This is a crisis now that's hitting Michigan. Everybody
And
is
I
like,
think it's ridiculous too that places won't rent you because you have bad credit. That's come on, because
Well-
somebody has bad credit, you're not going to rent to them. I mean,
well,
that's
I
another
mean,
thing that pisses
you
me off
can't
about that.
expect someone that invests in a property. You know, this is huge.
We all have bad credit.
Huge
Nobody
in
has
Chicago.
credit.
I mean, if somebody builds a 100-person apartment unit and makes that investment, you can't blame them for wanting to get monthly rent. This is why I think the only solution is private or public assistance. Private capitalists, why would you want to fuck with, people with bad credit to just like, same thing with storage units. You got one person that you pay 40 hours a week to beg people to pay you. Fuck that. What do you
I
think
think-
about this, Michelle?
You think it's right that they don't rent to people because they have bad credit?
I think it's a smart decision if you're in it from the money, which they are. It's a business.
So if you owned a piece,
They're
of
not social services.
right.
I think you guys would be better off in like a subsidized like housing like unit where you would
Too
have.
much money for that.
I make
What?
too much money for that too. And that's
Oh,
why-
you do?
Yes, I
Oh,
do.
okay. So you're kind of like stuck in that. Okay.
No, that's it. Hey, but don't worry because the middle class is kept catching up to you.
Yeah.
Don't qualify for Medicaid and really can't afford insurance at $800 a month with a $5,000 deductible and a 20% copay.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of people just like you.
Yep.
Yeah, that sucks. That's another thing that's bullshit too. If he wasn't making as much money, which is what, a couple grand a month? Chris?
I only get $1,600 a month.
Yeah, $1,600 a month. Yeah, he's making too much money. So now he's out of the circle of
I don't even
having
get-
subsidized housing.
I don't even
Doesn't
qualify
even make
for
sense.
He'd be better off being flat broke.
Yeah,
get a
I was
decent
just
place
about
to
to
live.
say, get
It's nuts.
I don't even
Section
get food
8.
stamps. I don't even get food stamps for that matter. But Debbie does so.
Well, I get my Social Security. I'll be getting over $3,000 a month. So we're waiting.
Were you going to pay that bill, or were you just joking with me?
No, I'm going to pay it.
Well, I don't know how are you going to do that?
You send me your PayPal address, and I'll PayPal it to you tomorrow.
PayPal, and I don't understand what he means, Debbie.
You said you had PayPal.
PayPal address.
I have a PayPal account, but I don't have an address, though. What you mean?
Yeah, you do. Yes, you do.
Oh, you
There's
want
an
my address?
No, there's an email associated with your PayPal.
You want the link, the PayPal link.
Yeah,
Oh, the link.
I don't know if they show the emails anymore.
they
You'll
don't.
have-
I just
vendor
found that
you-
out yesterday. But what he can do is you can send me $1 and then I'll send you 151 back. That happened to me with Sherry, the girl that used to be a drug addicted prostitute. I gave her a wedding present because in the old days, he could give me his address too, but that's a little, he may not like, you got to find the email associated with your PayPal account. Yeah, fuck them, man. I'll pay it.
They do it.
Heaven, here I come.
So this week, about everything.
Right. Yeah, see, Mary's got it. That's if you send me your PayPal address. Debbie, you know the email link to the PayPal address, don't you?
I don't know what his PayPal is. I know all my work goes through. It's like, yeah.
Hold on.
that.
But
I'm
there's
at
a
PayPal right
specific. No, but there's a. Don't be saying it on here either. You'll have every fucking enemy of mine, the stalker in the world, sending you fucking dildos, trying to charge dildos to it.
For his, for mine, I do all my work on there. So I pay through all my companies on there.
Yeah, Conan knows how this is. Cincinnati has a big problem with it too. Excuse me for a second.
The only thing I can suggest is look up, it's called tax credit properties. Sometimes those work with like middle lower class. That's about all I know. And you don't need anything special, just the tax credit property.
Hmm.
You should be able to find it easy, but if you're not used to paying a lot of stuff, you may not, be familiar with it, I'll send you enough. There's a fee they charge too. I'll cover the fee. I don't know what it is, like 3% or some shit. Worth it. See, most people don't really understand it, but there's still a delay in a transfer of funds between accounts. So people bitch about PayPal charging. PayPal is actually giving you a short-term loan. When I decide to pay your thing, PayPal gives you the money, and then they wait to get reimbursed by the bank. So it's a worthy service.
I get paid within minutes from PayPal to my bank account.
You what?
I get paid in minutes from PayPal.
Oh, then just
What's
send
that
it
mean?
there.
I go right from my Prolific to PayPal, and it's there within a couple minutes.
Well, send it to the. Well, can you?
Yeah,
you know,
send me yours, Debbie.
Sounds like Debbie's got a handle on it.
I'm going to get rid of this Devona White too. Maddie doesn't look the same anymore. Yeah, thanks. You probably don't either. Bye-bye.
None of us do.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
well, I understand that still.
Yeah, send it to me, Debbie.
Yeah, I have all my work stuff on there, though. I don't want that to get mixed in with that,
Yeah, but I mean, it's a private PayPal, isn't it?
Right, but I gotta take that to print off for taxes. How much money I've had put in there,
Yeah, but I don't think $150 is going to mean shit, is it?
Well, yeah, because I got money that goes in all. Like I spent over $100 on food extra because I had extra $100 to spend on the after the store locker and stuff. But I do have that money pocket in there all the time. But I
Well,
don't
it's
know.
up to you, but I don't think it matters.
Chris doesn't use his.
Well, they have business accounts and then they have friends and family. And the friends and family doesn't charge a fee, Tom.
It's the same account, though. It's just how you tag it. Yeah, the friends and family, sometimes they don't, but sometimes they do.
I've never had them charge.
At 3%.
PayPal.
I think that's for business, really.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I've
for the
gotten
other-
tagged on a couple of them, and I always thought it was free. I don't mind paying the motherfuckers because it's worth it. He
Yeah,
gets
they're-
his money, and then they wait to get mine. I mean, I'm willing to pay a fee. I don't have a problem with people making money on stuff.
No, I like PayPal.
Yeah, me too. PayPal's good. I'm not fucking with any of those other ones, though. Those
Me
damn
neither.
goddamn cash apps and shit. They'll
Cash
clean your whole account out.
Venmo, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Keep it simple.
Yeah, keep it simple. Chris, did you find yours?
Yeah, I'm trying to sign in.
Yeah, they'll send you a code to your phone. Mine's always changing. Every fucking time I sign into that goddamn thing, I gotta go through that. But it's easy. I like PayPal's because you can be on your phone, right? They send you the code and you can see it without having to go to another screen. It's nice.
My bank account.
Yeah.
Debbie, just do it.
Hey, Lakota, how you doing?
He's gonna pay for it.
Oh, Chris, you can pay for it with the money that you have. You have over $600 extra after next month, so don't worry about it.
I guess I have to have a bank account. I don't think it'll work.
No, you don't anymore. You don't have to have a bank account to set one up.
Hey, Joe.
Oh, you?
No, not anymore. Give it a shot. Set up a private account, and I really don't think you need to set it up to a bank account anymore.
You don't. If you don't have a bank account, where's your check get deposited every month?
I have Direct Express.
What's that mean?
It's a card that you get that it's called Direct Express. It's a card that your Social Security check goes on every month.
Could I send it to there?
It looks like that.
Could I send it to that?
No, you can't send it.
No.
Well, you could always just put an envelope.
I can do that if you want, but if you don't have a bank account, where in the hell are you going to deposit it?
Well, you would have to just mail it to me.
I know, but you still need a place to deposit it.
Oh, no, I'm
Nobody's
gonna pay-
cashing it without an account, are they?
No, I get it in the mail and I give it to the office.
Okay, you can do
But I
that.
can't-
You know what? Hey, how about this? You ask the office if I can send them the payment directly on your behalf.
On the phone?
No, you call the office tomorrow and you say, "Hey, I got a guy that's a friend of mine. He's going to
Yeah,
pay
you
my
can.
fine."
Yeah, of course you can do that.
Okay, then you email me your last name and her last name. Don't say it on here, and their address, and I'll mail them a check tomorrow.
I'll send you I'll email you.
Send it to my email. Don't say it on here.
No, I won't. Actually, I'll do it right
I'm going
now.
to tell them I got you a new Fry Daddy and a crock pot too. Get yeah.
Hell
Hey, I'm
no.
going to tell you that I'm buying you a smoker and supplying all the lump charcoal and pecan what you'll need. That you need to start your own barbecue business, and I've already ordered the exhaust pipe for the front window. Chris, you're
Nice.
going to get evicted, buddy. I want you to go out in style.
Yeah, right.
Better start looking, buddy.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Better
Go
start
out in style. Hey,
packing
but
your
Chris,
bag.
get that shit out of that closet.
Yeah.
Can't you put it
What-
under your bed or something?
Yeah. What's your email?
It's Tom, T-O-M, Reed,
REED.
1956
Yep, there you go.
at gmail.com.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm going to send you my address.
Yeah, don't tell anybody that either. You're getting all sorts of, you'll be harassed. Cool.
All right, all right.
You want me to send you a big blow up doll too?
You drop that off with your check at the office.
Yeah.
They probably have more of them out here.
I'm going to put in the notes of the check, enjoy your new Jumbo Fry Daddy. That'd be so awesome. Yeah, $150. Yeah, I used to just like spend the rest of my life fucking with people over this shit, but I don't anymore. I was thinking today when I was eating a sandwich that the thing that from now on in this day and age, I'm just going to tell the cop, thank him for doing his job, shake his hand. I don't want any break. Just give me the fucking ticket. I'll be glad to pay it. Really, it'll slow me down. That's what he's supposed to do. All this bullshit these cops go through, this funding and this horse shit. I'm just not going to be that guy anymore.
I sent it, okay?
Okay. Yep. I'll send it to you tomorrow.
The information.
Yep. Send it to you tomorrow.
Well, you have to mail it. You have to mail it out.
I know. Tomorrow.
Are you really going to do this?
Yes.
Okay. I hope so.
Don't look at gift horse on the mouth, God damn it.
Yeah, I'm going to do it.
That's awfully generous of you to do that. I
Yeah,
appreciate
no
that.
problem. I'll fuck somebody else down the road.
You're going to heaven, Tom. You can take
Yeah,
this.
thank you.
You can
Thank
buy
you.
those tickets. Go ahead. Don't give up early.
Yeah.
Putting the note, you're gonna send me an air fryer too. No?
Yeah, do it. And yeah, it's true.
And they'll really have a good.
No, I think that I don't think that's too bad, you know. What they do, how'd they break it to you?
They put a note on my door today. I got the freaking note.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they warned us this morning the city's coming next week, Monday through Friday,
Yeah.
and then they came today.
So was the fine from the complex or the city?
I
From
think
the,
they were fined and they re-fined us after they were fined.
yeah, there it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's okay. All right. Yeah, thanks. Okay, I'll send it out. Yeah, it's like big deal, you know. Fuck. I've been lucky.
It said this notice serves as a final warning.
Yeah, this is the way the world works nowadays, though. You know, the people that can least afford it are the ones, you know, getting fined on this shit. I mean, but I kind of get it. You know, really, I mean, I see the other side better now than I used to. I mean, they've covered their ass too, insurance-wise. Like, look, the place burns down to the ground because you and Debbie fall asleep after eating a mushroom, and it was a Fry Daddy that caused it all. They're going to say, see, this is why we find people. You're not supposed to be doing this in here. So I understand their aspect too. You guys are probably responsible about how you do it and discreet.
Oh, of course
You're
we
worried
are.
about the people that aren't.
Because all it takes is one time for it to happen.
One time, that's it. Yep. That's true. That's true.
And it just happened. People start boiling oil or something, fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and this building doesn't have sprinklers. We don't even have sprinklers in this building.
Yeah, that's yeah. So that's an old building, right?
Yeah, old building, right? Exactly.
Yeah, I know how this stuff works now too. I'll give you another example. Like I talked quite a bit with this guy about it offline, and I don't know how to like explain this appropriately, but you know, I live in a very rural, broke community, and you know, these cops get over on people. And that guy that I interviewed that was religious, that cop fucked with him this morning about being around a dollar store, and he had absolutely no right to. There was no call, there was no probable cause, and he was rude to him on top of it. And the cops down here kiss our fucking ass. They think we got like tons of money, and they're always running into us and wanting to talk and asking for donations, which we're fine. We'll do it. And I'm going to talk to that sheriff tomorrow about the way this guy treated this guy, because the other side of them treating us this way is that I don't want to hear stories, if we're trying to be good guys, of you fucking with innocent people over nothing, black, white, anything. This guy was simply waiting for a dollar store to go in and buy something. You can't go up and demand ID for him. But here's a guy pulling a wagon down, homeless. He knew he could get away with it, so he did. So the other side of that relationship with these people is that we can like talk to them about this. It's like, you know, we don't mind helping you out in these money things and, you know, supporting the community, and the cops need new vests or whatever. But I don't want to hear about these fucking stories. I'm not going to keep on doing it. When you're out there just doing shit to people that your sheriffs know don't have any money to protect themselves. It's fucking bullshit. Then he accused the guy of lying. Yeah, I don't go for that.
No, that's not cool.
No, most of the places you're just fucked. You know, if I was in Chicago, I mean, I'd be fucking screwed. But it's like, okay, you don't see anything wrong with this? Well, you know, next time you guys need, you know, $5,000 for Labor Day, keep on walking. It motivates them too. And for all I know, the sheriff down here, she's pretty cool. She may be glad I told her about it, because it's just through the back door that I found out about this, about a homeless broke guy passing through with no motive to lie. Otherwise, none of us would know. Fuck that. Now you can say, well, no damage done. Well, there was some damage done. You don't have a right to go up and demand ID from a guy waiting for a dollar store to open. I don't give a fuck. You know, there wasn't a crime in the area, didn't fit the description.
The only
That's
thing
abuse
I think
of power.
The only thing that I can think of in that situation, and it's only because I've been approached before, is loitering.
You didn't come up to him for loitering.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I get that. And that's where they're busting the people on the trespassing.
I'm not saying like, oh, it's right to just, but they can, for if they suspect that somebody's loitering for whatever reason, even just sitting there, like just loitering, like just being.
Yeah, if he spent another 5 minutes there, and he saw the guy go in and buy a fucking bottle of orange juice, he'd realize he wasn't loitering.
I'm not saying that he was or wasn't, but what I'm saying
He wasn't.
is if that was the case, you know, because were you there?
No, but I mean, I
Oh,
don't
so
need to
it's
be
your
there
fault.
to
I
talk
mean,
to a guy
that's
that
the thing
had
too,
no
though.
reason to embellish a story. I'm
I'm
going
just,
with it either way.
I'm just saying, if you weren't there, you weren't there though
No,
either.
but I don't give a fuck if I was there.
Okay, well,
I'm going to
David's
tell her what he told me. Why would he exaggerate it? He wasn't even
David's
going to tell
shutting
me.
down a lot of David's shutting down a lot of Starbucks in the bigger cities because the homeless problem is getting out of control.
No, it's true. They're not doing too good around here, too.
A lot of Starbucks are shutting down because
You
of this.
Michelle, you can't just go up to people and ask them for ID because you're a cop when there's no crime and you don't fit the description of anybody. And then accuse him of lying about his birthday. Can't do it. If
I
this
mean,
guy
I
had known the
wasn't,
law, he told that cop to go piss up a fucking rope.
I wasn't there, and I'm not saying like
I don't need to be there.
right or wrong, but like I know people lie, so
Why would he lie about something like that? He wasn't even
because
going to
he
tell
doesn't
me.
want a ticket because he doesn't want to.
You can't give him a ticket. He had no right to approach him, is the point.
I got approached at an area where I wasn't doing anything wrong. I got approached by a police officer. I wasn't doing anything wrong, illegal, nothing. I was in an area. The store wasn't open. They asked me what I was doing there. I said I was waiting for the store. They're like, "Well, you can't wait here overnights. It could be considered as loitering."
You weren't overnight.
So I said, "Okay," and I left. Point blank. Like that's just what I did. So there are
Me and
laws. They
Me and
approached
Debbie had
me. I've gotten
problem.
approached. Did I like getting approached and being told that no, I can't, even though I wasn't doing absolutely nothing wrong in my case? But I left.
Yeah, well, I need to look that up. That could be a lie too.
No, it could be, but
I
I
don't
left.
think that's loitering.
It happened
That-
to me. It did.
I don't think
That
yeah,
happened
that's
to
what
me.
they said, but I don't think that's loitering.
That happened to me and Debbie when we lived in Franklin, Wisconsin. We lived next to Home Depot. And then Home Depot's in the parking lot, and Planet Fitness was in the same parking lot. We were just walking across the parking lot, and we were going over to the fitness center, and the cops stopped me and Debbie, she said, "Well, where are you guys going?" I said, "We're going to Planet Fitness."
You don't have to answer.
You don't have to answer that either.
She asked us for our ID. She asked if we had any weapons on us, and remember that, Debbie, when we went over to.
And then he had a major panic attack. She's like, "What's the matter with him now?" I said, "You just caused him to have a major panic attack. Thank you very much." She's like, "Oh, okay, then you guys can go."
Yeah, literally. In the parking lot, we were walking over to. It's like Home Depot's parking lot, and Planet Fitness was right next
You
door.
guys were walking and they just randomly approached you.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they approach them when they approached you?
We said we live right over the hill.
Yep.
Our house is right down there over the hill next to the other house.
Chris, next time that happens, Chris,
Yeah.
say get fucked.
I should have said something.
Are you offering to pay his bail, Tom?
I'll pay it. That's not a crime.
I know.
There's nothing worse than that. Just like having they can ask you anything, but you don't have to answer.
That's
Right.
true.
They can't say, "Hey, where are you going in such a hurry?" It's like none of your fucking business.
Yeah, they were questioning me and Debbie like, "What the
Just
hell?"
just because you guys were walking, that's so freaking that is.
Oh, believe me, I'd rather take the ticket. I'm taking the ticket or what the fuck ever instead of like blowing down to this bullshit.
That was like you. They got a fine because your dog was on your lap.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I see.
And then the beauty of that. See, this is called karma. Then the beauty of that is I applied through the Freedom of Information Act for the videotape on the cop and the one in his police car, and the lazy fucking donut eating fucks didn't look at the videotape they copied before they sent it to me. And guess what was on there? Driving and texting, which is illegal. Go look at my YouTube channel. I uploaded about 5 different times under different titles. The Texting Trooper.
No,
They got a hold of YouTube and tried to get him to take it down. And they
no,
said,
because you had your dog in your lap and you were driving.
yeah, it's not against the law, and it wasn't obstructing my view.
Right, exactly.
YouTube tried to get the fucking or the state troopers, the state police tried to get YouTube to take it down. They wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I got that in one of my Freedom of Information Act requests. YouTube told them no.
Yeah.
YouTube's doing
They're not all
something right.
bad. They're not all bad.
Right.
Yeah, fuck that, man. This motherfucker's texting while he's driving down the road, writing people tickets for it. I got a dog on my lap, which wasn't obstructing my view. They admitted that. I pulled over as soon as he turned the lights on.
A lot of people, you see a lot of people with driving with driving with their dog in the front seat, or you know,
It's not like this is just. I mean, it's hard to come up with anything other than race. Why he pulled me over? I've been driving that way for 35 fucking years.
Yeah.
You should be going after the meth heads and leave the rest of us alone.
Yeah, I agree. It's true.
Race, you're white. I'm confused.
Pissed me off. Pissed me off. Yeah, but he was white. He was black.
Oh, okay.
I'll never forget that one time when you were in that restaurant.
Stupid on top of it. I got all his records from when he was at Detroit. Disciplined, poor scores.
And the one time you posted that one video where you were in the restaurant, you were being confronted by the police.
Yeah, that was what do they call that? What do they call that when they do that to you?
Because somebody called in and tried to report you, and then
Swatting.
Yeah. No, what they did is they called and talked to the hostess, and she believed it.
And then you're confronted by
motherfuckers.
I can't believe that even.
Yeah, they were fuckers too, man. They came in there with like rifles out.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yep.
And you didn't even do anything. You're being
didn't do anything. Nope.
Even if you did what they were accusing you of, I'm not sure the rifles were necessary.
Oh no, they called up and said I was a escaped felon from someplace and armed and dangerous. Yeah, that's what they did. The cops told me that. Yep. Hey, the place bought my lunch. I actually felt bad for the girl because she just, she's young, like 18, 19. She doesn't know shit. And somebody calls up and says that. It's like, what are you going to do? Do nothing?
No.
Yeah, so, I mean.
That's a tough call. When you're 18, you're going to play along.
Yeah, play along, And what I'm surprised, the motherfuckers showed up, man. You can't get those Detroit cops to show up for anything anywhere. There was like 6 of them in 3 cars.
That was in Detroit? I thought that was at the Amish place.
No, that was in Detroit. The Amish one was a different stalking. They called up the fucking
right, they called.
They called the Amish place and said, I was a pedophile and shit, and I was taking pictures of like girls up their skirts and shit. They said, you mixed me up with somebody else. All I'm doing is recording blowjobs. And they got the lady at the register to believe it, and she called the cops and said, this fucking guy's out here taking pictures, which I was, but not of girls up their skirts. And the cop mentioned to them, well, do you want him trespass? She said, yeah. And as it turns out, if you go back and you look through all that stuff, there was some fucker out there in a Jeep just terrifying these girls. And even in the conversation with the dispatcher, they kind of made me part of what he was doing. And they just kind of rushed it and said, well, do you want him trespass? And she said, yes. And she wasn't sure who was doing what. I didn't give a fuck. Fuck them. Yeah. I mean, I never went back there, but I didn't do anything wrong either. But had there not been another guy, I don't think it would have went that far. No big deal. Fuck them.
Shake it off. Fuck it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shake it off.
Are you promised you're going to really do this for me?
Yeah. Why are you worried about this?
Why don't you believe him?
Well, it's awfully generous,
See, he's not comfortable and used to getting treated nice.
Probably not. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's the same thing when you get around like, prostitutes or homeless people and stuff, and you bring them these big bags of new clothes. They're just grabbing them. People criticize them over. They're just grabbing everything they can and like as much as they can. And like the people that don't understand it accuse them of being greedy. But that's a sign of somebody that hasn't had anything in a long time. And they're getting what they can.
Absolutely.
But you learn a lot of these things as you're out there, fucking around with this. I mean, $150, I'm not bragging, but it's like fucking nothing. I mean, I blow that in fucking 3 minutes in a fucking casino. I'm happy to do it. I got lucky, man. I've been on a high note here for about the last 3 years. It hasn't always been that way.
Yeah.
You know, what do I do? Like, I mean, it's like, you know, I'm building a new house and some guy that can least afford it gets nailed for eating in his thing. I mean, to me, it's just like, it's a no-brainer. I mean, big deal. It's not like I have kids or, you know, it's going to change my lifetime. I'm happy to do it.
Oh, I appreciate that. You know?
It's no problem. Really, I am. And I mean, it's like, it's so weird, you know, a lot of times, like when I'm interviewing people or something, like they just cannot think that why I would give them money for an interview. It's because they're used to being like treated like shit.
Right.
They think they're like, life is like boring and uninteresting. Stupid. Suspicious of kindness. That's exactly right. And to you, it's a lot of money.
Well, and in today's world,
Yeah, and you don't want to be, you know, you're thinking of like, you could order another 25 DVDs.
Well, there is a good.
oh, I'm just saying, $100 today is nothing today.
No, but when they're cutting into your money like that, you start, at least I do, you start thinking all the shit you could have bought with it.
Well, I also understand the suspicious of kindness because in this world, a lot of people just aren't kind just because that's their only motive is just because they just feel like being kind and generous. It's usually because there's a reason or they want something else in return.
Yeah, like they're suspicious. When you consider, and really this all makes sense, you know, if you've been around a while and you know Chris's upbringing, and now he just got a dicking by where he lives, and you know, you're on high alert, and this just doesn't make sense to him.
Right.
Why would somebody pay a fine for something he got in trouble for?
Right.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, unless you've been there, you just don't get it. You know what I mean? I learned a lot out there fucking around those goddamn streets. I kind of was like this anyway, though. Like I said, you don't know why you turn into the kind of person you do. I'm lucky I think this way. It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
You could have inherited a lot worse genes from your parents.
No, yeah, for sure. Then I look at my stack of porn, I think I have been rewarded. You know, the irony of this is you guys don't know that I do have a video up if you ever look. My best friend for 10 years, I'm not kidding you, and I talked to him just like I talked to you. That sounds crazy. Was a Catholic priest. We were like tight as Marty and I are. Then he got lung cancer and died, you know, and I got the hell out of there. But you wouldn't ever think that was possible. We were like as good of friends as you could ever ask for. I mean, hardly ever talked about religion. I went to some religious things. We were eating in a restaurant time. He was kind of foul-mouthed too. And we're squaring, and, you know, I'm a big tipper. And finally a lady came up one day, and I always paid because, you know, they don't make that much money. Lady came up and said, can I ask you guys something? It's like, sure. Yeah, so no problem. She said, what do you guys do for a living? It's like, I'm a private detective, and he's a Catholic priest. She said, yeah, right. Right.
Classic. Absolute.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I told her the truth and she didn't believe it.
That's awesome.
Frank was a great guy, man. Super good guy.
Sounds like you found the right priest.
Oh, yeah, he's a super guy. I met him right after I got there. Ran into him eating lunch one day, got talking. I told him, you know, I just got the fuck out of Florida and couldn't stand it anymore, left my wife. He said, okay, and we talked. He said, maybe we'll get together for lunch sometime. It's like, I didn't even know what he did at the time. It's like, sure. Got together for another lunch, and I remember it was like the third lunch or something. You know, I didn't know anybody. When I went to Chicago, I didn't know anybody. I just checked into a hotel. I didn't know anybody there, anything like that, which I'm fine with. I've done that a lot of places. And then, you know, I think it was like the third time. It's like, what do you do for a living? He said, I'm a Catholic priest. It's like, oh, my God, yeah. He said, I'm going to tell you right now. He said, you know, this is like a great day off. He said, you know, when you get into this life, you just don't have a chance to go back and like be a real guy in a lot of ways. And it's just refreshing to me to like live a life outside of religion. It's like, fucking A, bro.
And a great friendship was
Yeah.
born.
Yeah, he's a super good guy, man. Good guy.
You haven't caught that guy yet.
He dead. They found him dead. Which one?
The
In
one
Maine.
in Maine, they haven't caught
Yeah,
him.
they found him dead.
Oh, they did find him.
Yeah, in a recycling
Oh,
center, ACB center.
Oh, I didn't think.
ABC, whatever his name is.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
We've had the news today. They're looking for him.
No, that
Oh.
fucker's on that shit. He's always ahead of everybody on. He must like get alerts on his phone or something.
There's seal in that car.
So
Yeah.
the guy.
Yeah, I did, Mary. I did. Yeah.
Hmm.
He did too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
They said they found that nobody would be dead.
Yeah, they thought he had drowned and took off in a boat and all that shit. I wish somebody could have got a hold of him and tortured him first.
No
Which
kidding.
guy was this?
That guy that shot all those deaf people.
Oh. didn't
Yeah, I
know
did,
that.
Mary. Yeah, I sure did. Yep. Didn't change one bit.
Shot him at the bar. He shot
Yes,
him
sir.
at that bowling alley.
Yeah, what a fucking jack off.
He went to the places where he used to take his ex-fiancee.
What a fucking nut. Kill a bunch of deaf people. You know, that bothers me more than people that could have heard. Here. It's fucked up.
Yeah, but the people at the bar could hear. He killed regular, normal hearing.
I mean, I'm not trying to make a joke, but I mean, I wonder if he killed so many because they couldn't hear the gun going off.
I don't think he killed
That's
them.
fucked up thinking like that.
I'm not surprised because in 99% of these mass shootings, they always end up killing themselves.
They said he was going to do it just because that's where his ex-girlfriend, he used to take his ex-girlfriend.
The fuck does that have to do with killing people?
Exactly.
He used to go to that bowling alley and he used to go to that bar with her.
So what though?
So his sister said that she thinks he's hunting for his ex to kill her.
I feel like extra sad about this because they were deaf.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, they weren't all deaf. 3 of them were.
Well, but still.
No, like 16 of them were.
No, they weren't because the ones in the restaurant weren't. That was.
Oh, yeah,
bowling-
maybe the restaurant. Yeah, but wasn't there, how many total dead then?
Trying to think.
18, they said 18.
18 dead.
How many
but
were deaf out all of them?
I think 3 from the bowling alley because
Yeah.
the lady who worked in the bowling alley got killed. A bunch of other people who were in the bowling alley who weren't deaf were killed because they had a thing for kids to bowl also. So there were a bunch of kids
They
bowling.
killed a
also.
14-year-old too.
Yeah, he was bowling with his father.
Well, if he was bowling with his, oh, okay.
Yeah, and then there was they had a juvenile night too, a night for teens, I guess.
See, you know, everybody talks about, you know, guns and, you know, if somebody been a concealed carry, they could have took that motherfucker out.
That was my
Yeah.
first thought when you said it. I'm like,
Seems
if there's
like
a
the people
reason
with
for it to carry.
Those people are never there when they need them there. You know, I mean, they all believe in guns, but the ones who have them for self
And
defense.
Chicago's a perfect example.
Yeah,
Legal, responsible people can't have them.
look at Texas.
That place is a fucking dump.
The police didn't even go into that school with the kids, and they had weapons to go after them.
Look at it, Florida, when they had that school shooting, the fucking guy took off.
Right.
Las Vegas,
No, Florida.
and the guy in Las Vegas, and there's been so many shootings. It's like we lost
Do you remember
over
that
500.
one, where that girl broke into that place, that religious place? That girl?
We had that one in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. That was
Those fucking cops won't have balls, man. They went in there going to take her fucking out, even if it meant losing their life. That's what you sign up for.
yeah,
That's not everything.
but they don't want to do that. They want to retire with a pension.
Nightmare.
Maybe
Is there
just
any way? Is there some way I can contact you so I know that you actually sent it?
Don't worry about it, Chris.
relax.
Hey, stop.
Yeah, through that email.
All right.
Stop harassing him.
Yeah. I'll try to remember.
You'll never forget. Jesus H.
Yeah, I'll keep them up the rest of the night.
So what's your name?
I'll send half of it. The other half next week.
All right.
He goes to sleep the second his head hits the pillow.
Yeah,
What's your name? I never properly introduced myself. What's yours?
That's frisky.
Me? Frisky.
Yeah. What's your name?
Helena.
Helena. Okay. What state do you live in?
California. I live in the Bay
Oh, wow.
Area.
Very cool. Wow.
It's another
No.
place going to shit.
Shithole.
Isn't that
I
place
live-
going to shit too?
Yeah, I don't even go to the city anymore. I live in a
Okay.
wealthy bubble. I'm lucky, but I'm telling you, yeah, San Francisco 10 years ago was a place you'd take your friends
Yeah.
when they visited, and now it's the last place I'd take
So
them.
was Chicago when I lived there. It was beautiful.
San Francisco is homeless so bad there. I've seen
Yeah.
videos on YouTube. Tenderloin, especially, it's horrible.
That's crazy, man.
Oh, yes, Jerome.
Now the world is nuts.
Yeah, it is. Unreal.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it's not like it's everywhere.
Yeah.
You know? I hate to live there. And, you know, there's a lot of people, they're just in so deep that, you know, they just can't get out. Oakland, California. Who the fuck could live there?
That's
Oh
bad
my
there.
God.
It's horrible.
I mean, but
Well,
Chicago is like off the charts crazy.
It doesn't matter. You just need one crazy person with an AR-15, like in Maine, where it was the safest state, and look at what happened.
Safest place in the country to live.
Safest place in the country. Not anymore.
Yeah. You didn't know that was who that was, Rita? You didn't know Frisky? You didn't realize that was you, Frisky. Because you must
Who?
not have typed in a name on your thing.
That's it.
I see it says Frisky Minx under my thing.
Yeah, but see, I think Rita may just see like the top part. Or she didn't know that.
over there, I can't see it.
So I can see it on my end,
Oh,
but I don't know that the viewers see it because I think they just see the big part.
Yeah, and like I said, I can't read the chat this whole time.
Yeah,
I-
that's
I-
what it is. I think I just see it, but
I-
I don't think you see the name like Tribbles. You can't see the name of people, can you? Because I can
Yeah,
see them all.
you-
Frisky, M, Chris, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I can't tonight, but whatever.
Easy-
Yeah, I
it's,
already
No, they
signed out.
can't see it. That's why. Wonder why they do it that way.
Who knows?
Yeah, I can't see it either.
Because
Yeah,
it's
you're
the
right.
same, like exact everything. Why isn't the name on the bottom of the bigger one? That's the whole idea, so everybody knows who they're talking to. You know, other people have asked, "Who is that?" And I always ask why they can't you read? But I know now.
I see the comments. I see them now. I clicked on comments. I see them all.
No, but you can't see Frisky's name on her photo on her video.
I
Can
don't know
you?
what you're talking about. But I see all the other comments on here.
I'm not talking about the comments. I'm talking
Oh.
about what's. Do you see
Oh.
any names under those?
Yeah, Blue Malibu, Stephanie, Rita, Faye.
No, in the comments on the video.
Oh,
You
on
see
the
our
video.
pictures on here? Our
Oh, no,
Facebook?
no, not on the video part. I don't see
You
comments.
see, that's
Okay.
why. Yeah, not in the
Oh,
video.
okay. Okay, now I know what you're. Now I see what you're. Now I understand what you're saying.
You've
Okay.
got to caption people.
Yeah.
I have to figure out how to see the chat too next time.
I don't think you know, phone.
Yeah.
I think it's one or the other.
Okay, I'll try my computer next
Yeah.
time.
I think it is. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, but it just doesn't make sense. I would see all the names and that the other people wouldn't. I mean, that's the whole idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can have up to 10 people on. So, you know, I know like, you know, places use this for like meetings and stuff. You think, you know, under it just, you know, you got to tell everybody's name. Stupid.
Is it getting chilly
Yeah.
there?
Maybe it's just not working tonight. They're doing an update.
No,
or
I
something.
think it's always like that. Come to think of it, it's 60. I always know who everybody is anyway, so I'm not like really looking.
Right.
You know, it's 60 here. Beautiful, clear night.
Oh, sweet.
We got rain all weekend coming.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
I love it when it rains here. We just got these 2 new windows put in here. A lot more light, and plus you can hear the rain banging across the top of them.
It'll be in the 40s.
Not like
next-
crazy because they're a short window and there's a overhang of a foot, but better than nothing.
It'll be in the 40s next week, though.
I don't
The
like
40s,
that.
wow.
What's
Huh.
the due date on your house?
Oh, fuck, who knows? I don't really care that much. I don't know. I know that, like, I decided to get, you know, polishing concrete is expensive, but, you know, 2,700 square feet of that is a garage open. So the guy purposely gave a super low bid. If you go on the internet, it says polishing concrete is between $3 and $12 a square foot. Well, that's 4,000 square feet. But tile's expensive too. But we weren't going to tile the garage, of course, right? Just the house part. So I got thinking about it, and I read about polished concrete. And I want different, you know. I don't want like pictures on the walls. I don't want like a fucking house like where I'd have a wife pick out all this shit, you know. So I thought polished concrete, that sounds kind of cool. And I've never seen it new. I've just seen it like when Kmart's or Walmart did it, you know. It looks like shit. You can see where the glue was and all that stuff. And then I looked at some examples, and it's like, oh fuck, maybe I'll get this, you know. So I talked to the guy, and I said, get a bid for me. Well, the guy that bid it lives near here, and he wanted the job. And after all, 2,700 square feet is huge, and he doesn't need to go through all the bullshit. Because once you get up against the wall, you got to use this special shit. But when you're out in the middle of nowhere, it's fucking cake. You know, you're just running this whatever the hell does it. So the smaller part is my living area, right? So he quoted me a price at $3 a square foot, which is dirt cheap.
Awesome.
And that's why the whole place is getting done like that. I don't need to paint the garage floor. And I got like a cool look other than like a regular house, you know, ugly. I mean, tiles are all right, but I like this polished concrete. It's
It'll
basically
be easier
bulletproof.
to clean. You'll like it.
Yeah, clean. Yeah, I'm not that big of a
Well,
cleaner.
more
I get
than
a fucking
grout.
fire hose. Yeah, I don't have grout. That's right. I'll clean that motherfucker with a fire hose.
Just get a pressure hose in the center of your living quarters.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind like cleaning some shit, but it's not like I'm some gay fucker. You know, I got like about a year's worth of mozzarella caked to the fucking things on the oven. And, you know, I'm just a guy. I mean, it's clean, sort of. Don't worry when you visit, I'll clean. That's half the reason I invited you. Right.
Yeah. I fully intend to put on some weight while I'm there if you're.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. I don't have to do shit. Yeah, but it isn't like gay clean.
No,
Well, you have to hire me to cut your lawn.
too much.
Yeah.
I'll
I
be
got
your
the lawn
cutter.
shit down. I'm doing mine all wildflowers. I'm not
Sweet.
fucking doing that slavery to that shit. I found a great excuse though. You know, when I was at that rattlesnake thing, I was talking to some like biologists, and they said that these places where they plant trees, you know, lots of trees. And I always thought, well, that's better than condominiums. Like, not really. They're biological dead zones. Big, long, manicured lawns are like the worst fucking thing you can do for wildlife. So I didn't want to do it anyway. And then when I heard the wildlife thing, it's like, fuck, this is no brainer. I'm not cutting this shit. I'm just gonna, and I just planted or spread out a bunch of wildflower seeds. I'm just gonna let it grow natural. You know, maybe like 10 feet out from the house where Daisy can go out and lay a big turd. So she doesn't need to go through that shit and get a bunch of ticks. No, it's fucking totally wild. I don't want that green grass, all that fucking stupid shit. I want it like wild.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Plus, it's good for the butterflies and all that other shit.
How many acres are you gonna have?
Yeah, I already got it. 300. 300.
You cut your own hair? You do your hair yourself?
I wouldn't call it doing my hair. I would call it shaving my head.
You do it yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Who the fuck else you think's going to do it?
Well, some, barber, I don't know.
But it's not good enough. You know, I knew about the time I was 26, I'm getting ripped off paying for a haircut.
Oh God, what they charge today?
Oh, yeah. And I get charged like for a fucker with goddamn David Bowie hair.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't by the square inch.
I'm already losing mine already.
Yeah, but at least you look like Ron Jeremy.
That's funny.
Oh, gravel around the house? Yeah, I'm not. You know, I'm trying to figure out about that.
Debbie has a bad back.
What's that?
Debbie has a bad back.
Yeah.
Oh, she does?
Yeah.
L5S1, yeah.
L5S1 herniated disc.
Get some Flexerol.
Flexerol?
Yeah. And I'm telling you that Penetrex from Walgreens works. Hey, Skyball.
Oxycodone, it doesn't make a difference.
Oxycodone didn't help?
When it hurts, it hurts. It's just
No, I know. Yeah, I believe it. Can you get some Dilaudid from your doctor?
No, back when I had insurance, I could. And then they used to go to the emergency room and they put me on what you call it? What's that really heavy duty drug?
Fentanyl?
Now,
No,
can you get on Medicaid?
morphine. They put me on
Oh,
morphine.
morphine.
Can you get on Medicaid?
Pretty soon, I'm 64
No.
and I'll,
Not
have to-
Medicare, Medicaid.
Yeah.
I'll be able to get both once I turn 60.
No, Medicaid. No, Medicaid. You'll become what's called dual certified, and you'll
Well,
get
the problem
drugs.
with Medicaid is that I can apply for Medicaid.
No, get Medicaid's the way to go. You'll get dual certified. You'll get drugs that people with great insurance can't afford.
But the problem with Missouri is if you apply for Medicaid, you got to apply for your Social Security. At the
Yeah,
same
they've raised that to
Right.
67 for full benefits.
Well, they're making me do it now. I'm waiting till I'm 70 for the full, even more, because 24% more if you wait till you're 70.
Well, anything after 67 is a 10% raise.
You get 8% still.
8?
8% a year, 270.
Okay, 8. Okay. So yeah, all right. So you think that's how you know you're going to be alive that long?
Well, my aunt's 97 this year. My uncle's 92, so hopefully I will be.
Oh, okay.
Did
My
Medicaid get expanded out in Missouri?
They finally said people over the age of 54 can get Medicaid, but if you do, you've got also, if you're over 62, you have to apply for Social Security at the same time. For your
Okay.
retirement Social Security. And I don't want to do that because I'd be taking that 8% cut for every year I'm not.
Yeah, but it's not a cut. It's an add-on because you're
Right.
not collecting it when you would have got full benefits.
Exactly, but I'll lose it if I have to collect it now.
I think you're
How old are you now?
Medicare with Medi-Cal.
64 and
Okay.
so many months, 64 and 8 months.
Okay. What'd you say, Scott?
Oh, no, I didn't say anything other than she answered my question whether they expanded Medicaid out in Missouri, since there were some states that did. Texas, where I live, being one of them.
Medicaid's a federal program.
Yeah,
I know.
but some states didn't expand it.
And it-
Depending.
How is it up to them if it's federal?
No,
It's-
actually, every state has their own way of doing it.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
And Missouri sucks.
Yeah, it's the worst.
Oh, okay.
Texas
wondering
isn't much better when it comes to that at all. It
That's
is
the
probably
problem.
worse.
I wait for the Medicare AB and prescription.
I just signed up with
That's
Aetna. I just signed up with Aetna. Aetna's really good because that'll give you that. Plus, I'll get with Aetna. You get $180 groceries every month with that too. With that health care.
Good for
That's
you.
nice.
Yeah, Aetna's very good.
Yeah.
Good for you.
And 4,500 on his teeth and all the stuff he needs, so that's pretty good.
You get teeth too?
Yeah, next I'm hoping to pretty soon here. Yeah.
Now, what's the teeth coverage come under?
Oh God, I don't know.
Well, he needs new dentures.
I need new teeth.
I have my own teeth, so I don't need any new teeth.
But I know, but Medicaid's pretty. They have a cap on what they'll pay a year.
Yeah, it's a certain amount.
Okay.
Yeah.
They pay up to.
But this program adds another 4,500 or whatever. He's got no
Look,
office.
yeah. You can
Oh,
get some
wow.
platinum on the front.
Get a grill.
Yeah. You sure you're not collecting that out of Detroit? You can get platinum or gold front teeth, Chris.
They pay, what is it?
See, I
think
thought I don't. That's surprising to me. That because
Both of those advantage plans. You can get an advantage plan too. They change every January. You have to apply between I think September and November or something. So he
Yeah.
just applied for the new one now for next year.
Yeah.
And Aetna's got the best one for dental. So
Yeah, pretty much.
you can talk it over with one of those people. They can help you find what you need. And they show you everything everyone has to offer.
they got to
But
be
they-
sucking you on that some kind of way.
They change every January. So
Because I know in Michigan on Medicaid it was like basic care, and then extractions and dentures. That was it. You weren't getting caps and crowns and all that shit.
I'll say I know a little bit about this because I've read about it, but it's dependent on the state. Some states cover more than others.
How is that if it's a federal program?
Well,
It's not.
don't ask me completely, but I think the state does fund it to some degree.
Okay,
somehow.
they must.
And it's really down to the county for Medicaid now.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we had to vote on it in Branson.
Huh.
So
I know that I remember reading a long time ago before I even like knew anything about this, that people would move to states because of Medicaid benefits.
They still
Yeah.
do.
There's people that go to Canada to get health care because they can't get it in this country.
Yep.
And that's people do literally. They'll go to Canada.
Yeah, but
And
Canada
Me-
doesn't want
Mexico
you.
too.
But Canada doesn't want you.
They got universal health care. We
You're
don't
not
have
just moving over there and getting on their health care.
Post
No.
England all over.
You can go to Canada. If I need a tooth pulled right now, I can go to Canada right now and make an appointment. And they'll pull my tooth.
No,
out.
no, they wouldn't. No, they would not.
No, they
It'll be a
wouldn't.
lot cheaper than it probably is here. But you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
also
No,
invest-
no, it wouldn't. Depends how you do the math. Their income tax is 50%.
They have universal health care though there.
Yeah, I know, but you got to be a Canadian resident, which they're not going to give you. They're going to give you maybe after 10 years a green card.
So you're telling me you have to be a resident for them to
Yeah, fuck yeah.
People from Mexico.
You may be able to get one yanked out in Tijuana.
it's still probably going to be discounted because I had an aunt
Yeah.
that got injured, not in Canada, but over in Europe. And I guess she didn't pay for the extra health insurance when you go overseas. I don't know. But
Mhm.
she paid the bill and it was next to nothing. She broke her arm and she said it was dirt cheap. She was like, I wish I could break my arm over there. If I had to break my arm, I'd always break it over there. And I think it was Italy.
Well, if you ever go down, if you're down around Florida in the wintertime, you'll go to these airports like Tampa and Fort Lauderdale, Miami, and you'll see Learjets sitting around on the tarmac waiting to do something. You know what they are? They're medevac. You know what they're for? It's for when Canadians get injured in the United States, because the United States has found out it's cheaper to get them stabilized and get them the fuck out of here, because they're never going to get reimbursed.
Yeah,
So
they
when
usually,
you get,
they
yeah,
usually
that's
say
why.
if you're a Canadian resident or anybody that travels to the U.S. to get like travel insurance when you go. That
Yeah.
way you don't get screwed.
Did you
They
do?
had that in
Yeah, but I don't
Signal.
think travel insurance is going to pay for a
There's some type
fucking
of
massive car wreck.
well, there's some type of insurance that you can cover that's like a health insurance when you come to the U.S. that they pay. I've heard
Yeah,
about
but I
that.
don't think it.
That
But,
was on
but that,
Michael Moore's sickle. They showed that where these people are coming to
no, but
US
the
Canada.
U.S. government has no problem playing a charter outfit in a Learjet in Miami to get your Canadian ass out of here ASAP, and they'll eat the bill for the jet because they don't want you hanging around here in intensive care for a month and fucking them on a $500,000 bill.
Do you think all those immigrants that are pouring into our big cities right now, or do you think they're going to get free health care or no?
Well, I mean, this is a debate, and it depends how you look into it. Look,
Yeah.
if anybody, if your legislators decided this, if they're eligible and it's a program that's available and they can get it, well, who
Yeah.
am I to say?
Right.
Was it
And it's
intended for
illegal.
that? Probably not. It's still the best country in the world to live in, despite its problems.
Right.
Except for all of our shootings these days.
Yeah, these
Yeah,
shootings
there's
are like
something about
nuts, man.
I mean, no country is as bad as we
Yeah,
are.
like Rita said, financial stability. Yeah, you're just not going over there and getting all this shit done. And there's a fair amount of people in Canada that have that coverage, that are residents, that particularly with elective surgeries, make appointments and pay it out of their own pocket because they don't want to be dead by the time they come up for the availability of getting that procedure done in Canada. It's not all great.
No, my aunt lives in Canada and she normally just uses the healthcare. She's a dual citizen because she was born in the U.S. But sometimes she's come down to the U.S. for certain things just because it was quicker. Because she lives in the Toronto area, and it depends on like the province you live in. Some places are a hell of a lot busier than others, and where
Yeah.
she lives, it's busy as hell. So she'll just come down as needed. So
Now, one thing I'm uncertain about, I wish we had a Canadian on here. Maybe Mark would know about it. And
like
that
my
is
friend-
that one thing that I wondered about is like, you can't just like, my understanding is you can't come over here. I know people that have done this, work in Michigan for 40 years, retire in Michigan. All of a sudden you have some catastrophic thing, and for whatever reason, you don't have insurance. You can't just go back to Canada because you're a dual citizenship, because you haven't paid into that system all those years. You were living over here.
That I personally don't know. My aunt's
Yeah,
lived
I
in
don't know, and
Canada
I'd
20
just be
some odd
curi-
years, so she paid
Yeah, I'd
into
just be curious what the deal is on that.
Well, my
But I
friend,
do know that when Canadians get injured in the United States, particularly down the southern states in the winter, the U.S. government will get them stabilized on a private jet and get them the fuck out of here ASAP. Because they know every day that they're paying for this, they're never going to get reimbursed by anybody. And I'm pretty sure, and I don't know this for sure, that these private health insurance things you can get while you're traveling in the United States don't cover a lot of that shit. Like if
It's
you
like
needed an emergency bypass and that kind of thing.
my friend Dan just got married. He just bought a house a couple years ago and just got married, and now he's not working because he's having a lot of health problems, and he's not getting help here. But he said came over to see me and Debbie today, and and he's telling me he's having a hard time making his mortgage payment now. His girlfriend's the only one, his wife is the only one working right now, and he can't get no damn help. But he said he said he's so tired of this shit. He said if you were to go out right now and knock up a woman, have a whole bunch of babies, they'd give him hand over foot, free money, all this shit. But people that really, that worked in the system, worked all these years, they don't want to help you.
No.
But if you were to go out and get, it's just wrong.
But that baby money, it's not what it's cracked up to be. If you look at people that
These
are
women
doing,
get knocked up and they have all these kids.
yeah,
and
but it's not
all that
like
money.
what you're thinking. It's
Well.
it's hot dogs and beans every night if you're legal.
So, yeah, they get money, they get free money, they get
Yeah, but it's like hot dogs and beans.
Over $600 a month in food cards. She had 2 kids, so they get a lot more than you think that they get.
And then when we remember when during the pandemic when they were giving those checks out to people, those people that had kids were making a fortune off of those payments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
During the pandemic, Canada got paid more stimulus money than we did.
They got paid monthly for almost 2 years.
Yeah, monthly for almost 2 years, and what did we get? Nothing. We got a check. But, yeah.
like it was like three grand, I think, a
Yeah.
person.
Canada ended up getting more pension money than U.S. did.
They've got less money than we got. So.
How do they figure?
Yeah, but I think at least in the case of the United States, that's government's role in an example like COVID.
Yeah,
You know
now
what would
because
have happened if these people wouldn't? That's what the government's supposed to do. I'm not talking about people creating fraud.
and all that stimulus money now we're paying it back now. See now what happened?
Now they're blaming
It's got to
Biden,
come
but
from
guess
somewhere.
what?
But I don't really have a problem with the stimulus money if it was used for the right reason. That's government's function. That's their duty.
Well, there was a lot of those PPP loans that were questionable. There was a lot of fraud going on with that. And it was easy money.
Most weren't.
I'm not saying they were, but what I'm saying is there was definitely quite a bit of fraud there, and that was if they had.
There's quite a bit of fraud and everything.
Well, true, but they said basically what they said is if they had just given the money to like every adult working age person, everybody would have got like 10 grand a piece versus all the different loans and crap they put out. It's dependent on how.
Look at the savings and loan. You want to talk about fraud and banks getting bailed out?
Oh well, I agree with that. I don't think they deserve it.
What, hon? You want a treat, honey? This dog is so crazy spoiled.
Little bush kids.
It's like how big corporate businesses can file bankruptcy. But what about us when about working adults? That we file bankruptcy. You know what I mean? Why do they get away with it? You know what I mean? I don't.
People get away with it too.
Only get away with it if you file bankruptcy 5 times and still be a
bankruptcy. You just don't do it and commit fraud. It's got to be signed off by a federal judge. You act like you're not going in there with a damn IOU.
Yeah, but look at how these big corporates can file bankruptcy.
Donald Trump and not pay taxes for 18 years.
No, it's a legitimate legal procedure.
Not everybody does it.
Yeah.
No, but there's a reason for it. It's not all.
Well, he's getting caught up on some of his reasons for it now. We'll see.
How's your weather been so far this year in California? Hot?
It's been pretty temperate lately. It's been kind of nice. It hasn't been too hot or too cold yet. I think it's only rained once. So we're in that nice interim.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been quite pleasant.
No, but there's nothing wrong with bankruptcy you have to qualify for. When you do, you should be able to file it. I'm not talking about fraud.
Yeah.
And it's all signed off by a fucking federal judge that knows what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah.
It's not going in there because you spent $2 million on young pussy and don't want to pay for it. It's not like, you know, you're taking like the worst example of bankruptcy and acting like it's a day-to-day, everyday thing, and it's not.
Right.
A lot of bankruptcy is usually what, like when it comes to businesses, chapter
There's 7, 9, 11, 12, and 13.
Yeah.
13
Which-
is like for like
reconstruction or reconstructuring.
Yeah, it keeps
or
them
whatever.
from fucking making you kill yourself because of phone calls and shit in the mail.
Right.
That all comes to a stop when you file a 13.
Do you believe people that are on disability get more raises than the average person that's working?
No.
Because
Hell no.
Any.
No,
Who's getting fucking raises anywhere anyway? Fucking
My-
1.5%.
My friend said that people on
3%.
disability get more
3%.
raises than people that have.
Yeah,
working
that's
jobs.
just fucking
It's
bar. That's beer and a shot, fucking bar talk.
Yeah, exactly.
2 of the years of Obama, he didn't even get a raise because everything was going well. The income rates, everything were fine. So
Yeah.
he didn't have any Social Security for some of those years.
Like Rita says, most frauds committed by American citizens. It's true.
Eating some peanuts, Tom?
Yeah.
Walmart brand?
Dollar store, but they're planners.
Oh, those are good peanuts.
I'll tell you, I don't. That Walmart brand shit and that dollar store version, fuck it. I don't know whether those peanuts fall off the fucking truck and they find them the next time they go there for the good ones, but they're not the same.
Do you eat
Try
peanut
again
butter?
that Walmart soup. Sucks.
Well, it's like Walmart's frozen vegetables. They're terrible. They're like
Fucking
tough.
sucks. Eat that fucking salmon. It's like, what the fuck do you do? Are these the ones that like they're spawning and lay their young and die, and then
What was
you
your
go get them and make steaks out of them? They're
That's
terrible.
why I go to Aldi instead. Aldi
Sucks.
their frozen vegetables are so much better.
Oh,
than-
maybe frozen vegetables. Their meat is like, where do they get this shit?
You don't like Great
their
Value?
chicken okay.
You don't like Great Value, Tom?
I don't know too much about that, but Aldi, man, I try it.
Great,
Walmart.
great
Great
as
Value,
well.
Walmart brand. That's Walmart.
I'll
Great
bet you
Value.
money though that Aldi, they're cheap, anal, fucking shrewd Germans that own that thing. I bet that fucking Aldi chicken has like fucking bodybuilders' discarded syringes of testosterone.
I have some in my freezer right now, and it's all right.
You're gonna grow a dick.
How
Not
do those
yet.
places stay? How do those
No wonder you
places?
got 36 double D's. Same argument for the chickens.
How do those Dollar Tree stores stay in business? I don't even know how they even make it. in
They've
business.
raised it to $1.25 now. Or if you're Dollar General, then there really
But
isn't
how do
any.
they- I don't understand how
No,
I
you're
don't
right.
understand how they stay in business though.
Most of it, there's like nothing's like $1 anymore.
I love the dollar store and the Dollar General.
Oh, I
I have a
bet.
Dollar General down the street, and I never go to it because a lot of the stuff is pricier than it should
They-
be.
I
Do
like,
sell
yeah, no,
condoms
you're right. You'll get fucked on some stuff there.
They sell condoms for $1.
Yeah,
Oh, if I
you're right.
know.
My dad wore one.
Talk about rolling the dice. Oh my
Nice to
god.
meet you. Nice to meet you. Fuck, if he'd have had our name brand, we wouldn't be talking.
I'll walk in a dollar store. Hey, excuse me, ma'am. Do you know where the condom section is?
Yeah.
No.
I worked retail before, and I had many men ask me, "Do you know where to get condoms or where
I don't even
magnums
think
are?" And I'm
Dollar
like,
General- I don't even think
down
they-
the.
I don't even think they-
I
they don't
know where
even-
they are. They're there.
I don't even think they even carry them.
Dude, I bet I hardly ever wore a fucking condom.
You know that
You're
one
lucky.
pharmacy. You know that one pharmacy. They don't even carry tobacco. What's that one pharmacy?
CVS.
Yeah, they don't even carry cigarettes. Yeah.
Because they're
Yep.
No, they just filed for bankruptcy.
Oh, they did.
No,
Oh.
Rite Aid did.
Rite
not
Aid, Rite
CVS.
Aid did. Rite Aid. No,
Yeah. CVS didn't fall for
CVS
bankruptcy. They're one of
no,
the
Rite Aid,
biggest.
Rite Aid. You're right.
Yeah.
I
Is it
think
Rite Aid?
CVS is planning on shutting a bunch of stores though.
They've been shutting a bunch down.
I don't know how
They-
these fuckers stay in business anyway. With
That's
the
because
Walmart
a
in the same town.
have PBMs, or what do you call it, pharmacy benefit managers. They run a lot of the pharmacy stuff in the background, so that's how they stay in business. That's why they keep a lot of the costs up for drugs and everything else. So I would
Yeah,
always
but
say,
you know what? If you talk to somebody that's, a ma and pop single operation pharmacy can get those drugs for the same price as 10,000 Walmart locations.
they have a hard time these days right now. They've literally put most
It
of those
must have been
places
the
out of
last 10
business.
years then.
Yes,
Big
yes.
red cold water.
That's why so many don't exist anymore. It's depressing. And I always say, stay away from, I used to work in pharmacy, so I'll say this, stay away from CVS, stay away from Walgreens if you can. But if you have certain insurances, you're stuck. You have no choice.
What's your take
but to
on
go.
generic?
I have no issues with it. Some generics, certain drugs, like if it's thyroid medications, like levothyroxine or Synthroid, I would say stick with Synthroid. Or there's another one and just fell out of the top of my head. Armor Thyroid. That's another one. Certain drugs, when it comes to hormones and health, are better if it's brand name. If it's generic, most drugs, if they're generic, it's fine.
Okay. What do you think of like patent medicines, like the over the counter?
Just as far as like just generic versus, I always say generic. I always buy generic.
So,
and any pharmacist I work with too, we always bought like generic ibuprofen or naproxen or Benadryl or whatever. Who cares? Like that
well, I've
doesn't
read
matter
some
that much.
articles on that who cares is the people that are getting it. It's not effective. Like it's made in India and the quality control is different.
I'm on medication.
A lot of your drugs are actually made in India.
No, I know, but some aren't. There's certain cardiology drugs that your doctor tells you absolutely do not take a generic.
That's fine, and I'm fine with that. But I'm saying like over the counter, like when it comes to
but they say like
or some crap
my
like
doctor
that.
said that like when you get anything like let's say ibuprofen, he said for the $2 more, don't fuck with the generic.
See, we were always fine with the generics. I've worked with multiple pharmacists. They never really.
But the generics were your drugstore brand, weren't they?
Yes.
Well, that's why.
But also sometimes I'm trying to remember because it's been so many years since I've been working because I was a pharmacy tech for a while. There's so many ways that they can get by with like generics being just off a little bit from the brand.
Yeah, that's right. India shit.
Well, it's not just India shit. It's
Canadian version stuff. Canadian version too.
Yeah, it's anywhere it could be made. Any generic. It doesn't matter. They're allowed a little leeway. But for stuff that's not that important, it doesn't matter. Like I take generic birth control. It's never caused me any issues.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try some generic Viagra. It's like fuck. This thing's only half hard. There goes Skyball's argument.
I take medication every day.
Yeah, are you taking the generic?
No, I take Buspirone and citalopram.
What are those?
Well,
antidepressants.
Well, it is. It's an anti-depressant medicine, but I don't use. It's not. But I use it for anxiety and panic. Is what I use it for. I don't use it for like depression.
How come they didn't? Now, why would you use that instead of like, let's say, Xanax?
Because
sorry,
an antidepressant medicine.
No, but I'm talking about the anxiety one.
Xanax is addictive, and a lot of times doctors don't.
It's also
like to
very
prescribe
effective,
that.
and not everybody that takes it gets addictive.
I agree.
Buspirone and citalopram are what the two that I take daily.
A lot of doctors don't want to prescribe benzodiazepines these days because there's been a lot of issues with people getting addicted to them, or it's when you're on them long term, even if you're not mentally addicted, you're physically addicted. So you have to taper down, and it can be really miserable to get off of them.
That's true. Hey, but Stephanie said Stephanie, come back up here and tell us what your experience was with Xanax. You know, not that this has a damn thing to do with this conversation, but you know, the chimp that tore the face off that lady took a Xanax. Remember that?
I do.
Yeah. I mean, you know, bad example. I get it, but
chimps weren't supposed to take that.
No, you're
why.
right. You're right. I want to know why Stephanie was on it and why she's off it. And this panic attack too is really, it interests me.
Fistles were bad.
It's not at the level of like anaphylactic. The body isn't perfect.
You up?
Your body makes mistakes. Mother Nature does too. It's not perfect.
Yeah,
I
forgot
think
about it.
anaphylactic shock's a perfect example, but I
love
can't help but think that panic attack is not too far from that. It's not normal. There's no evolutionary benefit to it.
Look at that.
Well, it's the body's way of trying to tell you maybe to calm. Yeah, that's a good point. I never thought about that.
Got
And
a
it's interesting to me, though.
It's like
makes me think of
you're
like
on
fight or flight, or fawn, or
Fight or flight, yeah.
We're having cooking stuff.
You can do it. You can actually induce panic attacks on people that have never had them with an empty stomach, high stress, and a disproportionate amount of caffeine in a short period of time.
I believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Steph,
Yeah, hi guys again.
why were you on to begin with, and why don't you take them anymore?
Okay, I took Xanax for, oh my gosh, how many years? 10 years. I used to get panic attacks. I used to get them so bad I thought I was having a heart attack.
Yeah.
After going to the emergency room, I think 3 or 4 times, I finally got referred to a doctor because, of course, it wasn't heart attacks. It was panic attacks.
Yeah.
And back then, all they did, he just gave me those. I never had one after I started taking Xanax. And what happens, okay, I took it for, I took 3 a day for 10 years, 9, 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah. And I didn't know, I never had a panic attack. I never thought anything out about it. Then when all the stuff started coming about how addictive they were and all that, I thought, you know what? I'm not going to take them anymore. So I went 2 days without them and I felt awful. I mean, I was going through withdrawals, Tom, but I didn't know I was, okay?
Right.
So I went back to the doctor and he told me, he goes, oh, Jesus, he says, you can't just stop taking those. You could die. So he slowly weaned me off of them. But you can, if you stop taking those, you can literally die.
Did the panic attacks come back?
No, they never did.
What's your take on that whole thing?
Well, I don't know. See, I never had any problem with Xanax. I didn't think I was addicted, but physically, I guess you are, because he said it could have been very, very dangerous for me because I was on them for so long. Could be very dangerous for me to just stop taking them altogether.
yeah, you can
So-
end up having seizures and then die.
Yeah. So I'm glad I went to the doctor because then he just slowly weaned me off. And yeah, I never really had I would, get out of breath. I would start hyperventilating, but nothing like I had before. So
Were there triggers to those panic attacks?
no, they just came out of the blue, Tom.
Yep, exactly. I know exactly what it's like. Completely understand where she's coming from because I deal with it. I know exactly what it's like.
How
Horrible.
about
Now-
just
Yeah, but see, I was younger and I thought, if I had one now, I would really think I was having a heart attack.
Yep.
Yeah, but I must have, see, mentally, Tom, I must have been going through shit and I didn't know it because after.
But I think you would have known it. Who goes through stuff that doesn't know it?
We were supposed to go to Disney World one year, and I had a major panic attack on the plane, and they had to turn around to the hangar and let me off. And then I took my meds, and I was fine, and they wouldn't let me get back on the plane.
Oh God, I know, Chris. I had one panic attack in my car in the middle of 5 o'clock traffic.
I know, it's horrible.
Oh my God. It was horrible.
Hey, you ready for this? No bullshit. You ready for this?
I wouldn't
Yeah.
even let Debbie go to work.
You know
'cause
when
it was
I
so
had, you
bad.
know when I had a major panic attack? You ready?
When?
Flying an airplane.
Mm.
That's
Were you-
normal though. That's
Were
a
you
lot-
the
Oh, yeah.
one flying and nobody with you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's scary.
yeah,
No,
but
I
that's normal. I
absolutely
mean,
fucking totally freaked out.
but I know what panic
I
attacks.
thought I
are
was
like.
gonna die.
They're just.
Oh, yeah.
The street to the supermarket. He wouldn't let me go to work.
I mean, you could have put a newborn baby in my pilot seat. He felt better about landing.
Oh, man.
Mine were so severe that I wouldn't even let Debbie go to work. That's how bad they were. I couldn't even cross the street to even go to
Yeah.
the store. That's how bad they were.
You know, mine, I was taking a check ride, and you know, you go with this government guy to get a different rating in an airplane, and it was a cloudy, dreary day on my check ride. I had such a bad reputation where I lived because I flew for 12 years without a pilot's license, and they found out about it, that I couldn't take a check ride. Shut up. I couldn't take a check ride near me because nobody would do it. So I scheduled one about 250 miles away, and it was crappy weather, and I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm drinking coffee. Finally, after about 5 hours, I took off, and the weather was shitty on my way up there. And it's like, I'm just fucking flying. Shut up. I'm flying, and just like getting more like, a panic attack. Fuck, I didn't know what it was. It's
Oh,
like
I
I'm
know.
flying, and it's like,
Scary. It's very
thinking,
scary.
God damn, all of a sudden I was like scared I was up high.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
went downhill from there.
oh,
And I
God.
saw myself finally after about 45 minutes of like just wishing I'd like have a heart attack and die. I kind of like got out of it a little bit, and I made it to my destination. I thought, fuck this flying, man. I'm not flying anymore.
My
And-
Oh,
symptoms were
And
Start
the next
sweating
day I
hard.
got up for my check ride, and I thought, well, I felt a little better, and I thought maybe, I'm going to have a guy in the plane with me, and if I freak out, he can land it. So we
Right.
went. It wasn't bad, and I actually did fine. And even on the way home, I thought, fuck, I don't know about this flying home, and I did. And about 2 weeks later, I'm thinking about if my flying's over, and they had a full-page ad in the Detroit News for do you think, has this ever happened to you? It was a psychiatric hospital. It's out of business now. It was called Lafayette Clinic. And it was like, did you have this, that, impending fear of doom, high heart rate, thinking you were going to say, fuck yeah, I had all these, So the way they had it worked out was like you called and they did an online screening, and you got a hold of a psychiatric nurse, and I'm talking, we went through the whole thing. Anyway, bottom line on the whole thing is when we went through the whole thing, we figured out that I'd had probably about 135 ounces of coffee on an empty stomach in a stressful time. And she told me they could induce panic attacks on people under those circumstances. And I was like stressed because of the weather I was getting into. And she said, hey, look, you don't even need to. It was a study for panic attacks. And said, she
Right.
said, you don't even need to come down here. She said, knock off the coffee. I wouldn't do it when I was flying, and I did, and I never had another one again.
Were you
Mhm.
sweating?
I thought it was lights out for me for sure.
Oh,
Was your
yeah.
heart- Was your heart racing and were you sweating?
Fuck
Like?
yeah, man! I couldn't even like talk to the air traffic controllers. You know what I
Yeah,
did? You know what I
exactly.
did? I turned off the radio because I didn't want them. I wasn't in a heavily congested area, but I didn't want them realizing I was freaking out. So I just turned it off.
Right.
And when I got close to where I was like landing, I turned it back on again. Fuck, they didn't know. It wasn't like I was in instrument conditions, and I just got a hold of them, permission to land. They tell you what to do. And it's like, but I did have to answer for it later because they called the damn airport and said, hey, we're talking to this guy the whole way. And all of a sudden it was fucking nothing. I mean, is his transponder working? Did he crash? All that shit. I did talk to the FAA over that, and I said, I don't know what happened. My radios didn't work. sorry about that, Yeah.
Right.
Let me tell you my experiences. I mean, thank God I couldn't even get to the doctor to get medication. I had a doctor come to the house and prescribe me medication. It was that bad. And it was so bad to the point where I wouldn't even let Debbie go to work because I didn't want to be alone.
Wow.
I mean,
And his social worker quit the same day she started after she had to work with Chris. That was it.
yeah,
I know a guy that was a big shot in an insurance company
horrible.
going on
company thing, meeting like 12 other executives somewhere. And with
Uh-huh.
all those people on the airplane, freaked out so fucking bad, he got on the floor of the airplane. They wouldn't take it off, and security drug him off. And it was a panic attack.
Poor guy.
People don't understand panic attacks
I
unless
was
you've been.
getting on my bus, he grabbed my arm and pulled me back off the bus. I was getting on the freeway flyer to go downtown to Assurance, to work for Assurance Health. And I couldn't get to work. And I said, well, let me stay and get you one Starbucks coffee, and then we'll just talk for a little bit, and I'm going to go to work a little later. And after that, he just wouldn't let me go to work. So then I went to work the next day, and the social worker called me saying, please come home. I'm having a terrible time with Chris. I'm going to take him to the next door neighbor's house once I get him to calm down. And luckily, I had a lot of time off working there. So I took that afternoon off, went home, and she was walking him over to the next door neighbor. She was all freaked out. She gave me a big hug, and she quit her job.
Wow.
She was like, oh my God.
I think part of mine is from I have separation anxiety really bad from when I was younger, and it's
That's
still.
possible. 20 years ago, I'd have thought that's bullshit. You're just a big pussy.
People don't understand what a
But
panic
I got
attack is.
I got educated about it.
Nobody understands it unless they.
No.
Well, see, see, with me, I mean, I would just be sitting or just doing normal things, and all of a sudden it would come on. And like I
Right.
said, I went to the emergency room. They checked me out, and I found out, I wasn't having a heart attack. Then I'd be fine. And then I don't know why, few months or 6-7 months, I'd have another one. So I functioned fine. They just came on me for no reason
Yeah,
at
my
all.
mom was like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, when I-
and
when I-
so
Yep.
yeah.
When
But it never crippled me where I wouldn't leave my house or anything like that, because in my mind I knew I wasn't having a heart attack, so I felt just fine. But then after having them a few times and going to the hospital, that's when I searched for a doctor, and you say, what the hell is this? Of course, he said, well, you should go to a psychiatrist, all that bullshit. No, I just took a pill every day and I was fine. So,
when I was younger, like in my teens and 20s, I was like very aggressive and into like a lot of hassles and fights and shit like that. And it manifested itself in a way where I had a reputation as like, that guy is not afraid to fight. You better not fuck with him. Nobody hardly ever did. But when I look back at that time, it was like an okay thing to be. But looking back and learning a lot more and going through this later in life, I think 99% of my physical confrontations were panic attacks.
maybe.
When I got in that like thing and that was getting down, and it was just like it just exacerbated, and it went from like getting close and talking to where bang, man, you're just fighting.
Right.
And I think I couldn't help it.
Right.
And I think it was panic attacks.
Could have been.
And I think the people that don't get in trouble, that don't get arrested for assault and stuff, those are the people that are just mad, upset, but you can calm them down. With me, like within like 30 seconds, I thought, I'm not, I would just start thinking crazy.
Yep. I'm sorry, Tom. I don't mean to interrupt. I forgot the most important thing. At one point in my life, I stopped drinking, and that's when I started getting the panic attacks.
Interesting.
That'll do that because your GABA levels are off, and then when you take Xanax, it will help that.
Have a good night,
I quit
Tom.
drinking.
All right, good talking to you. I'll send that tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, that was the most. Bye-bye.
Check my email, Tom. Okay.
Okay, I saw it already. I'll do it.
Okay. Bye.
Yep,
Yeah.
I stopped drinking, and that's when I started having the panic attacks. I forgot about that.
And did you just when you did, and they just did you ever like experiment? Did you like ever like drink for a month in between then, and they went away?
or did you just quit and that's when the
Gosh, Tom,
panic?
yeah. Well, I quit drinking alcohol because I thought I was, partying too much.
Mm-hmm.
And then, then I started getting the panic attacks. Then I got on the Xanax and quit the Xanax. And then, I have drink once in a while now, but
Yeah.
nothing to, an extent.
Now,
But
is drinking now once in a while any different than the old days?
oh yeah, oh, if I have 2 drinks, I am smashed on my ass, Tom. I can't handle it anymore.
It's probably how it's metabolized.
Yeah, I can't. No, I can't. 1 or 2 drinks and that's it. I can't have any more than that.
I think as you get older, it doesn't metabolize. Your body doesn't
Yeah,
metabolize
right.
as well. So
You know what
Right.
I've noticed, like as I've gotten older, like I can drink or not drink, honestly. I mean, I think I'd know if I had a problem. I don't think I do. Sometimes I just don't drink for a month and that kind of thing. But I can notice, like back in the early days of the chats of the 5 years ago or so, when we were 8 years ago, when we were
Right.
doing these chats, some of the people like Faye and
Yep.
Reed have been around a long time, that I could drink and like be thinking, man, I am getting fucked up. Start talking about, all sorts of crazy shit. And I'm not like that anymore. And I think
No.
I could drink as much alcohol as I had, and I still wouldn't be like that. It doesn't
Right.
seem like, and it's unrelated to tolerance, but something's going on to where alcohol doesn't affect me like it did 5 or 8 years ago. That I
Right.
can't get to the point where I feel fucked up and I'm starting to talk stupid.
Right.
And I wonder what that is exactly. And the only thing that I can hang my hat on is metabolizing in my liver.
Yeah, because that one night I had
No, I don't-
3 drinks and I remember coming on your show and I was smashed and that was just from 3 cocktails. Yeah.
Holy Spirit, I doubt that, Heather. No, but I couldn't get fucked up if I wanted to. Like when you're like, there are times in your life where you're like me and you're all of a sudden you drink a lot and you're wanting to fuck 450-pound ugly women.
Yeah.
Those days are like impossible now. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't think I could like have fun and be drunk and go to bed and have to quit doing that anymore. It's like it's impossible for me to like get that same euphoric, stupid feeling that I got at one time in life if I had an extra beer or two. Yeah, old age, I know. That's what you
Yeah.
like. Yeah, right. I'd agree, but why? Like what has changed that?
I don't know.
Are you drinking slower now? Like not as
No,
quickly
no.
as you were?
I can remember like I'd say the most recent time was like maybe 5 years ago. I drink like 2 Dragon's Milk and start like feeling, yeah, this is fun, it's like good. And fucking talking about stupid shit. And once in a blue moon with 3, and it's like I get up the next morning, it's like, man, I'm not drinking 3 again, And now I think I could drink like 9 and be sick and have a huge hangover and never get that euphoria that I had before.
Oh, you mean the same
Yeah,
feeling?
really like this is fun, this is great.
Oh, yeah. No, I think that's because of our age, Tom.
Great.
No, I really
What's
do
next?
because yeah, we'll never get that. I mean, I drink 3 and I'm almost out of my head and I just want to go to bed.
Yeah,
I'm
it's not like
tired.
fun out of your head.
Right.
It's like go to bed out of your head.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
but I wonder what is. I'm pretty sure it would probably be metabolizing in your
Metabolism.
liver. Yeah,
Yeah.
what a fucking shame.
Get your liver
Yeah, I know.
tested. Just
No,
in
my
I
case.
liver's
know.
fine. No, my
Well,
liver's fine. But like now, other things come along with it. You can't blame it all on my liver because now I'd rather watch birds eat than strip clubs.
Right.
How sad.
Well,
birds are cuter a lot of the
How
times,
sad.
depending on the club you go to.
Well,
Well-
I mean, as far as I know, strip clubs are over.
There's,
I
I
mean,
guess,
there's probably some somewhere, but I mean,
in the major cities, but
yeah, but it's not like, I like the girl next door look.
Like if
Then-
Taylor Swift was a stripper, I'd love her.
Then you need to look at OnlyFans.
Yeah, but I don't have time. I don't have time to go through 30,000 plain Janes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, they need to categorize this stuff better.
yeah. I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
how
I guess I'm just like too old to like understand OnlyFans. But that's just
Yeah.
like fuck this. I
Is
mean,
there-
in all these places, there's some of these porn sites. I gladly pay them. Really, I mean, it's like the same reason I pay full price at Barnes and Noble. I want them to be around. I'm not trying to like get all your shit for free. I know better as an adult, and like it's just like not that great.
Now I have to go to OnlyFans.com because I didn't know if there's a way you can. Oh, the
No,
media.
OnlyFans. I don't want to look through like all that fucking bullshit.
Well, I
I
was
never
wondering if
knew.
there was
If you would have told me pre-internet days that you're going to have access to 300,000 women under 25 that you can see doing all sorts of crazy sexual shit, I'd
Well,
have thought, wow, where
what
do
I
I
was
give you my
wondering
credit card? And
if there's
it's,
an
like,
easy way
super
to-
boring. It's super boring.
Well, I was wondering if there's an easier way to like filter down like.
Yeah,
based on
what
you
is it?
like.
What is it? Because you can go on OnlyFans, you can spend a fucking week looking for a blowjob.
I just looked on it because I'm not signed up for it, but I looked on the website on my phone, and you have to log in, and then of course at the bottom it says latest featured posts, and that's it. It doesn't let you like
Yeah, it sucks.
sort. It's just, hire me,
Well,
OnlyFans. I could probably help
when-
you out there. Jeez.
Tom, I have a question about this. When was the last time you've been to a strip club?
Well, it'd been probably 15 years, but
Oh,
2 years ago,
okay.
no, 2 years ago, the manager of the Red Roof Inn, where I used
Uh-huh.
to stay to do all the interviews in Detroit,
Right.
he like kept bugging me to go, so I did go, and it was just like so fucking boring.
Well, now, Tom, do they still throw dollars, or are they throwing fives and tens
Yeah,
now?
well, I didn't. I mean, it was like to me, like it's just a personal preference. It's probably dating myself, but I'm not big on tattoos. I don't like piercings. I don't like nose rings, fucking tongue things. Before I look like I'm at a goddamn science fiction show.
Yeah, but what I mean, Tom, are they still throwing dollar bills,
Well,
or
now,
has it
all the
raised?
ones we went to that night, which was like the longest night of my life.
Uh-huh.
Like, no, it was like they were all like dead. We went to like 5 of them that used to
Oh.
be like happening. I
I've
mean,
been-
girls
Yeah,
with
but
like
I
great
mean, what-
asses,
But they still
firm
throw dollar
tits,
bills.
beautiful hair, and now it's like it's just not good. I mean, there may be somewhere. But
Yeah, but what I mean, Tom, is the cost gone up? Like,
I
do
don't
they
know,
look
because I
down
didn't
on
see
you?
anybody like back in the day. They'd be walking around with like how they slip them in their G-string and like
Right.
$1 million bills. Nobody.
Yeah.
It didn't look like anybody was giving anybody money. And
Oh.
like now the girls pay to be there, and it's just the whole thing's different. And these places have kind of morphed into a different kind of business now. Yeah,
The
I know
girls
in
have
the Detroit
always
area,
wanted to be there, though.
Detroit area, a lot of them, they've switched from coming in and seeing the girl next door to like great lamb chops and filet mignons. Like, what the fuck?
Huh.
I'll get that later, a couple days from now. Filet mignon, and like they have good food, believe it or not.
Huh.
They're just not that great. But I mean, I'm telling you, personally, my opinion, I think porn was like 1,000 times better. And if it had stayed like that, I'd probably be dead by now, died of dehydration. But the porn's worse now than it's ever been. Sucks.
Oh, it's
I'm
so
about ready to go to
stupid.
romance novels at Barnes and Noble, hoping that helps.
You're better off going to bigger cities. They still do dollar
I'm not going
bills
through
and
all that bullshit.
Well, I know
though, now.
you're not going to, but what I'm saying in general, if you're gonna be a stripper, go to the major cities. They still give dollar bills and do a lot of stuff.
Oh.
But you're gonna see a lot of tattoos.
Let me tell you a story about
piercings,
strippers. I
stuff
told
like
you.
that.
I've told you before. I knew a guy that modeled. He was on Fear Factor. He won that. Blah blah.
Not
blah.
Joe Rogan. Sorry.
No, but he,
Had to
he was
make a
like the
joke.
third guy that won Fear Factor. He's Chad Harper. We hung around like for a long time, like for 8 years. Just fucked off, did nothing, just traveled. And he liked strippers. Finally married a stripper out in Las Vegas, sweetheart. And I knew her girlfriends too. And here I'm an older guy. Last time I saw him was like 8 years ago. Went out to Las Vegas. And, Las Vegas, they have the
the 6-foot rule. It's none of this lap dance shit, even in a place like Sin City. And she made like crazy money, about $5,000 a week. Wasn't that great luck? And neither were her girlfriends. And all the money was made on the couch upstairs where you paid $300 for a bottle of $5 wine.
Oh
No
my God.
sex, no sex. And they were whispering shit in your ear like geisha girls hardly ever have sex. And she made a lot of money. And she told me it was all straight up. I mean, they were swingers and she had fucked for money while they were married. And there was no reason to lie. But she said the real money, just like geisha girls, was making a guy feel important. There's actually a higher level of satisfaction than sex. And that's where they made their money. You know where her and her girlfriends made the most money?
Champagne
Professional
room?
athletes.
Oh, sorry.
You
I
think
had to
they get
say
all the
champagne
fucking
room.
pussy they wanted? Maybe they do, but when they're in Las Vegas for something, they have no problem dropping 10 or 15 grand
I've
on
heard
the
in
couch
Vegas
with no sex.
a
No
lot of
sex.
a lot of strippers don't like working in Vegas because they have cameras like everywhere.
They
So
do
you have to
because
be really you can't there's a lot of things you just can't do and all the cameras are there. So a lot of strippers don't like it because you can't do the normal stuff you might do in the champagne
when I
room.
was young, the Michigan Liquor Control Commission, obviously provided license for strip clubs to drink, and they were on their ass fucking constantly. I mean, the old adage used to be that's the safest place you could be as a married man. It was true. You could offer a damn stripper $2,000 for a blowjob in 1975, and it wasn't happening. She made too much money as a dancer. And that whole thing, like probably in the last 15 years, is switched. You can go around there now and get a blowjob, probably half the dancers for a cheap price in the parking lot after they close. And that just was not happening back then. And it was because of the threat of losing their liquor license and linking illegal activity to sex and a liquor license.
There's a lot of clubs like look at Texas is a good example.
Right? Chris is
If
right.
if
No
if
sex in
it's
the champagne room. That's no shit.
if it's a fully nude club in Texas, you can't serve alcohol.
Same way in Michigan. I
Yep.
don't get the fully nude shit. I think that's just like fetish shit. Like, me personally, I think like beautiful body, nice tits, just sit there and I can appreciate it. Like going into an art museum. But I don't want to be in the front row with a handful of dollar bills eating a ham sandwich looking at pussy. I just don't. I probably never look at it if you weren't in the moment. Girls probably wouldn't dicks if it wasn't under the circumstances, of having like real sex you were interested in. Just like weird to me. I don't quite get it. I think it must be like feet and like weird shit, like fetish shit. I don't get not being aroused looking at totally nude women eating a ham sandwich.
Well, they used to have some
Weird.
places that would have girl on girl shows and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's so like if you're a hardcore porn addict, been to every strip club, massage parlor, escort, name it. That shit is like you're not faking eating out each other around a pervert like me. It's all like I'd rather watch cartoons.
Me too, SpongeBob.
Yeah, and the ones that are really eating each other out that are going to let you watch, I don't want to see that either. I got a problem. It's like extremes. This is like male fantasy crazy shit. And it's true. Whoever says like porn's not real, that's the problem. I know it's not real, but I still want it to be. That's my problem.
Yeah.
And anybody
I
that's
know.
like that, I'm telling you, man, anybody that's like that, even a guy like me that's been around, that's been like addicted to that shit my whole life, if any girl or woman ever approached me that sold that to me, I would run because they're fucking off. Women don't think like men. I'd be fucking sleeping with one eye open. It's just not like that. Why? I can't tell you, but it's not. So you're fucked either way. You like it, but if you try and do a real relationship, and that's how it is at the beginning, you better sleep with one eye open, motherfucker. Your credit card's going to be gone. or you're going to be on fucking forensic files. You're gonna be. Why? Can somebody explain this to me? But it fortifies your argument, and I know this already deep down, that porn's not real. It's not, and you can find out in the worst possible way by losing your life. And there's a bunch of people on there that aren't alive anymore on Forensic Files and all those other fucking shows that met strippers and escorts and all these other fucking gold diggers that had a fucking 9-inch dick boyfriend that looked like he was on GQ magazine with a fucking 3rd grade IQ. And they were fleecing your fucking ass.
Well, think about it,
on your life
Tom.
insurance policy.
Well, think about it. I mean, why are they doing it? It's for the money, Tom.
It's for the money,
only reason.
Stephanie, but there's also an argument. An old Jewish lady told me this, that when you find a 70-year-old guy and a 30-year-old woman, that in a way, and I'm not saying a good way, that that's as honest as a relationship will ever get. She's getting the money and the lifestyle, and he's knocking out the young ass. You know, guys can be shallow.
Well, of course, she doesn't love a 70. Of course, she's in it for the money.
But if she knows what she's in and he knows what he's getting, and it's spelled out, where's the issue?
Well, see, that's where the term that men are so stupid, you know. I mean,
if the guy, what guy, and they're out there, I know, thinks this is like real. If there's like a guy that's 70 that's just knocking out this young ass and he knows deep down she doesn't love him, I mean, is he getting shortchanged? I mean, are men that fucking dumb?
No, if he doesn't mind losing his money, I say he's stupid. But see,
you say losing, but how about investing? Where else is he going to knock out young pussy?
I would say lose his money if he has kids and like could do some type of generational wealth. I'd be a little irritated if.
Oh yeah, your dad doing that shit. Oh boy.
So these guys, these guys are villains.
I wouldn't say they're villains. My grandfather's done similarly, though he's with someone that's only 10 years younger than him now. But at least he doesn't like her that much right now, and he's set up his trust differently for my dad and his brother. So,
but you can find like endless examples of this happening.
I'd just be irritated, like if my father was sitting there dumping a whole bunch of money on a much younger woman that he knew that it was just her she was just there for the money.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Like I don't necessarily.
But nobody says anything about. Nobody says about much about. They don't compare that to the guy that's with a woman his age. It isn't worth a fuck in every way. It's the women like you guys, and I'm not knocking you, but this seems like the part of your genetic behavior that you think this motherfucker is like a real motherfucker because of this. And you can't just accept that in the other conversations we have, like you say, it's to produce offspring. And there's all sorts of reasons that, people try and explain away why young guys are with young women. You like seem like you're a little bit mad about this way this happens with people, And in your case, at one time, your grandfather, what's like ticking you off about this so bad? I mean, if he was home with a woman his age and they hadn't fucked in 30 years, would you be happier?
Well,
it's his life.
Right now, he's dating someone that's only 10 years younger than him, or married to someone 10 years younger than him, but she's awful and everybody hates her in the family. But he's dated people younger, and I actually like them better than her. So it's really dependent on the person they're dating. Because
is there any way possible
some of them are awful
women, anybody on this chat right now that could stomach a 70-year-old guy living with a 25-year-old pretty woman, or would you kind of have a little bit of a hard on from him from day one? You think nobody ever supports it. It's like he's getting used. He's stupid. This is about sex.
It depends on his background. Depends on the family too.
No, but it depends on it's his life, and that's a choice he made.
I mean, yes, it's his money, but
we've accepted it, Tom, because that's what men are like.
You think less of men because of this?
Oh, yeah. I hate men now, Tom.
Okay, this is an honest answer. This is great. It makes sense.
I wouldn't. Oh my God, no. Yeah, I don't. The older I've gotten, yeah, they just repulse me.
Is it because
So
you figured them out?
I think so,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, no, that's
I
definitely
mean,
logical.
look at everything that happens in the frickin' world, Tom, is because of men, okay? Come on. The majority of bad things that are happening, men are doing it.
Think of this, and I always will remember this, is they've done studies on when men get sick, women,
Oh,
their wives will always pretty much always stay beside them. But if the woman gets sick, it's more likely
yep,
the man's gonna leave and leave for somebody else.
exactly. Yep,
So
exactly.
So you guys are like really into this death do us part.
You're married to somebody a long time and you get big and fat, he leaves you after 25 years. No, yeah.
Yeah, but you're
Mm-mm.
acting like what was he supposed to do? Like fucking buy you a brand new Corvette because you're obese?
you could try to work through things, but you
Don't
don't.
work through things, but
I don't. I'm saying
you guys
here.
when you're 20 and you're buying all this sexy shit, and then when you gained 50 pounds and you can't figure out why he lived with you anymore, didn't want to live with you anymore, and then you're mad.
Well, what
But
I'm
no
saying
one
is
ever
you can
talks.
talk. You
No
can
one
talk
ever
through a lot
talks
of
about
things.
how bad the man starts looking. Come on, Tom. Why is it always the woman looking bad? The men get gross looking too. Their
Yeah,
big bellies, their saggy faces, their saggy thighs. Come on, Tom. Come
there's
on.
What do you want
there's
a
that
fucking hey? So what do
there
you
was
want a fucking trophy for staying with him?
no there was that push. What was it? A couple years ago about men having dad bods, and I'm not picky about looks,
You will
but
be.
well, I'm not old enough to be that picky yet.
Oh, yeah, you will be. I don't want some gross old man. No way.
Well, I don't need somebody that's 450
Yeah, but
pounds.
here's the weird part about the whole thing: is the difference between men and women. You said you don't want some gross old man, Stephanie.
Right.
What if a 20-year-old Chippendale wanted to come over and pour it to you?
Oh, well, yeah. My
Still?
No, not now.
See
I
what I
mean, if
mean? This is the
when
point.
I was younger, but no, not
Not
now.
even if you could now, no way.
Oh God, no, Tom. No, I'm past all that. You know that. We've talked about it.
Yeah, but
No.
I mean, really.
I would personally, I'm not your age, but I would personally be thinking, why are they after me right now?
Exactly. What do you want? My money, honey?
Yep, exactly.
See, women are smarter than that.
So
Yeah. They're
in discussing this and what you guys have said, so what's the success to the ideal relationship? What are men supposed to do?
Oh, I have no idea because I'm not in one. So I've just, everything I've said is just the way I feel and how I like to live. So I can't,
But when
I
you
can't.
close the door to like romance, even if a 20-year-old Chippendale wanted to come over and you wouldn't want him, like that's a
Oh,
whole nother argument now.
that's
Maybe.
ridiculous. I
Well, I
like
guess
to go. I liked going to their shows, which I haven't gone in maybe 12, 13 years. But
Yeah.
um, uh, no. See, I guess it comes down to it depends on the person, really. You know what I mean?
Would you agree
Um,
to this? Would you agree that at our age that a true romance is pretty much a figment of the imagination?
For me, it is. Yes, Tom. I don't know about anyone else.
Yeah.
There's lots of old people looking for someone because they don't want to be alone. I'm not one of those type people. I don't mind being alone. I get lonely. I go see the kids. I go see my family, and that satisfies me. But I love coming to my house by myself.
Got it.
I mean the same with you. We do what we want when
Yeah.
we want. We don't have to answer to anyone. I wouldn't change it. Now, if I would have found someone else after my first marriage to marry, it would have been nice to have a long-term marriage, but that never happened. So I never got remarried. So and the long-term boyfriends. I mean, when I think about it, every time I got a man in my life, there was nothing but chaos. I've never been so peaceful being by myself. There was always something going on,
But
or
do you think that was linked to the like sex angle?
no, I mean just the chaos in the way where there was always drama, and there was always he lost his job, he needs a car, just bullshit shit.
Right.
And when you're by yourself, you only have your own bullshit. That's all
Well,
I need is my own.
would you agree that when you were 19 or 20 and he gave you a good dick and that he could have strung it out a little longer?
What? I didn't
When
understand.
you were
What?
19 or 20 and sexually active and a good looking guy could have gave you a good dickin', that would have strung out your interest longer at that age. But when the sex shit headed south, it was nothing but a big giant room full of baggage.
Oh, you mean in my younger
In
years?
your younger years, you could have like found a
Well,
way to make this work if you were like super attracted to the guy. You'd have cut him a lot more slack. But when
oh,
you
if
get in your 50s or your 40s, late 40s, you look at
yeah,
guys as just one big giant gymnasium full of baggage.
yeah, exactly. Baggage.
Yeah,
there
see,
you
that's what I
go.
think too. That's what I think too. There's
Yeah,
not enough
baggage.
like hormones to offset the chaos.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that too.
I think that's it. Yeah. Of course, when you're younger, you want to be dating and have boyfriends and
Yeah, and you make up
sex
and
and
you put up with
going
bullshit.
out. Oh yeah. But yeah, the older you get, you get more where you want to be secure, and I'm secure, with myself. So,
Yeah.
um, but
What age
no.
did you really pin on throwing in the towel?
What age?
Yeah.
I think after I turned 50, Tom.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think after I turned 50.
You remind me a bit of my grandmother when I was growing up because she said she would never get remarried after divorcing my grandfather when she was like 40. She got remarried in her late 60s, something like that. But she always said she
Oh,
never wanted to be around another
nice.
man again. But then she
Well,
got
it took
married.
her. Well, yeah, it took her a while though.
Yeah, well, she always said she hated men and always said be on your own.
Oh yeah.
Belong with
No.
anybody. But no, she
Yeah.
ended up marrying her old school, high school sweetheart that they kept in contact.
How about
Oh,
this, you guys?
nice.
In the most vulgar way possible.
Of course.
I want to live up to my reputation.
Of
I know
course.
somebody that's like 30, super attractive, single, had the ups and downs everybody else has. And I joke with her all the time, and she's going through tough times now. And I tell her that pussy has a shelf life. Am I wrong?
Well, I don't think physically it does, Tom, but hormone wise it does. Okay, that's two different things, because there's nothing wrong with mine. Well, I mean, physically there's nothing wrong with it.
No,
But
how
I think
about this? How about this? I'll clarify. And that is the way it's perceived by males, whether it's healthy or whether it isn't. In other words, I say it has a shelf life in the sense to where you're holding the cards. And when does that end? The shelf life.
holding.
The shelf life. In other words, when men aren't interested in you anymore. What age does that come at?
There isn't an actual age. It's
Yeah, there is. Yeah,
it's
there's not.
it's dependent on how you look because some
No, it
people
isn't.
age
Now you're
way
talking.
better than
No,
others.
you're talking from a female perspective. I'm talking about, hey, look, I don't know how to dumb it down anymore. When you're attractive, young, female, you got a lot of options. There's a day when that stops.
I'll say, look at this.
An
Look
age.
at-
When?
there's
It's going
not
to
like,
stop for you someday, Skyball.
well, I don't necessarily care about that.
Yeah, well, you say that now because you've got a lot of options and a lot of men will be interested in you. Right,
Well,
Stephanie?
what I'm saying is, here's a good example. A woman I think is in her 50s, Brooke Burke.
Can't give it away.
Really? You
Really?
think men wouldn't want to be with her?
Most
She's in her
wouldn't.
50s and looks
No.
great.
Yeah, not the same. No, I would say men wouldn't.
Maybe not you, but I guarantee you there are quite a few.
No, yeah, but nothing like the level of when you're in that day when that stock majorly drops. You'll be there someday.
I still think it's dependent on how you age and how you take care of
No,
yourself.
it's
Because
because you're a woman. This is the whole point. This is why I'm bringing this up. It's not true.
well, what I'm getting at is like how you age, like skin wise, like how you take care of yourself.
No, it doesn't.
Some people age
Does
terribly early
No.
on.
It
Some
has nothing
don't.
to do with it's not. There are differences. I agree, but I'm talking about overall, the big picture.
Well, see, there you go again with the men's thinking.
No, it's fine. I'm not saying it's right, but I can
No,
give you like examples till the cows come home. You guys know this. It's the same reason why there are young women at topless bars and not older women. Why older guys are having affairs and leaving their wives for younger women. This is a fucking fact.
I know. It happens all the time. Yeah.
I want to know when it happens, about what time, and at least you've agreed that it does happen.
I mean, it happens for everybody, so we can all agree.
But you're
on that.
talking like you're talking through a woman's frame of mind, and that obviously there's a difference between a 50-year-old that takes care of herself and one that doesn't. But I'm talking about beyond that in general.
I'd say
50-year-olds can compare with 30-year-olds.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Well, of course not.
No, so
Just
why
like,
is the executive, just throwing all his common sense down the tubes and go and look at Mick Jagger as an example? Ron Wood, I could go on and on. Donald Trump. I mean, are these guys just all semi-retarded?
No, they have money.
They have money.
Money.
Come on,
they have
Tom,
money.
they have money.
They have money, and they're not going for the attractive 50-year-old. They're going for the attractive 30-year-old.
Because she wants his money, Tom.
But I mean, he wants something from her.
Tell me of a poor man, a poor old man that
he wants something from her. But if you talk to Skyball, it's like, why wouldn't he want it for the 50-year-old?
I'm talking about like average, on average. I'm not talking about like wealthy men like Donald Trump.
Right.
Who the hell would want to hook up with him if he didn't have money? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Ugly as sin.
You're right. But
Thank
my
you.
point here is like you're acting like that it's just keeping, care of yourself. I'm talking about the major difference in what men go for if they have the ability to do so.
Well,
if they have money, yes, they can get a young woman that wants money.
I've never. They're all stupid for not understanding the virtue of an older, attractive woman.
If you look back in the day, most women, they were married off to men with more money if their parents could. That's kind of how it sort of worked. As bad as it sounds, they were married off to somebody that could provide for them. And it could have been men that had way more money. And that's probably why we're at the state we're in now.
You show me a poor man that has a beautiful young wife. I want to see it. Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't exist. It does not exist. So, I mean, that just says it all right there.
Most people these days, they marry people that are of similar age, assuming you're of similar backgrounds. You marry similarly. You're not trying to be 80 years old and marry somebody that's 30.
Well, no, only the rich and wealthy can do that. Yeah. You don't see an average Joe with a beautiful young wife. If he doesn't have any money, she's not going after that. Yep. Come on, it's the same way with women and men.
What do you think of this? How about just the average people? And what do you think? I heard a comedian say this one time, that no matter who you're with, whatever age you are, minus money, that the people that are sitting at a table, man and wife, you need to look across to each other in each other's eyes and acknowledge that if either one of you could have done better, you would have.
Each other. Yeah. Yeah. Both ways. That goes both ways.
Do you agree with that? In other words, do you agree this kind of has a way of working itself out to what you get across from you at the dinner table is what you are capable of getting. And if you could have done better, you would have.
I'm going to say the old cliche is women, we're more emotionally involved with someone than men are.
Yeah.
Okay. And so if I was married to a man and I loved him dearly, I wouldn't divorce him because he gained 30 pounds or he got wrinkly face, or, you know, if I truly loved him, I would stay with him. So men don't have the same emotions as women do, Tom.
No, but what a coincidence. Both you and Skyball, neither one of you went for sweet, good-looking, nice, broke guys. So you're not innocent either.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Well, no, it wasn't. It's not that pure. You guys didn't exactly go for good-looking, kind, loving bums.
I did.
I was going to say I dated plenty of those.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh my God, did I ever? I like guys in rock bands, Tom. Come on.
I was never picky about looks. I never cared about money or any of that. But I also didn't date guys that were 30 or 40 years older than me.
Oh God, no. Gross.
Would you?
No.
What if you just had a great lifestyle?
No. I already
still
know.
don't think I would have. No.
I have a grandfather that's wealthy, and I've seen what's gone on when you get married to somebody wealthy.
Oh my God, May Watkins. I hope it's the real one.
Well, he's been married 5 times, and I'll tell you right now that's
Oh
saying
boy.
that what is it? You'll earn every penny when you marry someone wealthy. You literally will. He's not. I like him. I get along with him. He's my grandfather, but I wouldn't want to marry somebody like that.
Yeah. Hey, you wouldn't, Scott. Stephanie, you remember May?
Yeah.
Now,
I'll come back in a
I'll
second.
bet you
Sorry,
money
guys.
I bet you money that's not the real May. If it is, I'd love to have her up, but I doubt.
Oh yeah.
May, if that's you, come on up. I bet that's not her. If this is the real May, she would come up and just not show her face, because I know what the deal is with that, right? Transgender prostitute in New York, sweetheart, great, super witty, used to be on all the time.
Right. Yeah, I remember.
Now, if she
her.
comes
Yeah.
up, but doesn't show her face, I can handle that because I'll recognize her voice. I did send her a message. This is the real May Watkins. May, please come up. You don't have to show your face. You can.
I never show my old face to Tom.
I miss you. No, man. We have missed you. Like, I've been sending her text. COVID came. She's kind of a germaphobe. May is like a super good person, and I've been texting her. I think I started. You know how it is. May, I miss you. You know, people like to see you. How you doing? And then that was the first message. Then the second message, May, it's like people really want to see you. And it finally got to the message today, dumb cunt horror. You know, I'm starting to get mad. But I think this is the real May. She can't. She's I'm in bed. Hey, can you come up? You're not alone. I believe it. But, you know, we missed you. We wanted the best for you. And glad to know you're still alive. So you've got my messages. Have you got all of them? Have you got all my messages? Oh, okay. Do you think you could come on later this week? No, I got mad, man. You weren't responding to me, goddamn. I'm getting fucking pissed. You know what it was? It got to the point where I didn't hear from you after text and phone messages, and I thought I got fucking scammed the whole way through. Do you think you could come on like later this week or something some night? Believe me, it's thin pickings for transgender, good-looking prostitutes. We're running low. Yeah, then that's what it was. Well, this makes sense then, you guys. She's using a burner phone. Yeah, it is May, Rita. You're right. She's using a burner phone, and it's the real May. You don't know her. Skyball, you don't know her. Like, May is like great.
Oh, I would love.
Well, in Florida, super like witty and great and went that way because it provide for a longer career, like no nonsense bullshit. We miss you.
I'd
And
love
in
to
Florida
be on.
mostly.
I'd love to be on that conversation if they can.
No,
join.
she's no great. Probably definitely one of the top people that ever joined the chat. Everybody loved her and missed her. I mean, I know a lot about May. I mean, not like crazy amounts, but I mean, you know, I protected her identity, and good to see. Even if you don't come on, missed you, missed your wit and great conversation you had. Really, she was super, and it wasn't the freak factor of super beautiful, looks like Miss America. I'm not shitting you. With a 9-inch cock.
Oh
You
God.
would never know it by looking at her. See, now that could offend her, but I'm telling you, you really wouldn't. You know, I joke with guys about this now. You just don't. You don't. You know, it's hard to tell now. But even like before her time, you couldn't tell. I guess I don't know why I feel like she deserves an award over this. Not pulling the wool over guys' eyes. Maybe a blowjob here and there where they got tricked. But no, she was a super good, fun person to have on here, and we miss her. My life has been crazy. No, I be raving a short Jewish guy. Yeah, no, I get it. No, I don't doubt that a bit, man. Just super smart. Miss you so much. Yeah.
I'd love to ask some interesting questions.
No,
if
yeah,
you'd like.
no, it'd be great to have you. Hey, do you think you can? Do you think you could come up sometime next week, May? Do you think you? And you don't have to show your photo. You don't have to show your photo. Do you think is that possible? Oh, have you really used it? No, we talked about that in the past. So it must be strictly blowjobs then, right? You know the trans, you guys, you know the difference, right? Those are like super pretty female lookalikes with like augmented breasts, and like May will tell you she's got
Male to female.
yeah, she's
transgender.
got like May is very super attractive, but
Trans woman.
yeah, but I mean, she says she's dating him and they don't know, so it's got to be blowjobs only because,
Yeah.
you know, May's got about a 9-inch cock. I mean, how the fuck would they not know she was trans if it was anything other than blowjobs? Or she's dating a guy with a Jew-fro with about 10 million in the bank that just likes talking dirty. I mean, she's a fucking expert at like, she make Dr. Ruth look fucking like she had Downs.
God,
Seriously, yeah.
So she just
Kissing,
is,
that's it. There you go. Bingo.
wow.
Yeah. When May didn't like somebody,
That's impressive.
yeah. When May didn't like somebody and they were on here and causing problems, she would text me and say, "This is definitely an ass to mouth person."
God.
God.
Yeah, she had a way with words. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, my Jew has money, but I do love him. I probably have more money than him if we. This is awesome. This is so great, man. It is so awesome. Well, I'm glad you survived. I'm glad you survived the COVID thing. And you did you catch that yet? Because I know you must have been a fucking basket case. Yeah,
Didn't everybody catch it at some point?
No.
I feel like
No, I did with May. With you know how it is, you guys. You do that shit. I started out nice on the emails and texts, and then I thought, what I have to lose. Yeah, that is good. Does ass to mouth? Yeah, that's true. Hey, but hey, unless I missed it, do you think you could come up sometime next week, or is this Jew, following you around all the time? Oh, okay, that's cool. Hey, so do you still have the house next to Sis in New York? You remember May, Chris?
See, I already missed you already, Tom. See how quick that happens?
Hey, do you remember May Watkins? Do you remember her?
Who?
May Watkins. Do you remember when she used to be on, or did you come a little late after that?
I'm trying to think. I may have came late. I think.
Okay, that's okay, man. That's all right. You just want to send text.
That's how I met you on Bimbo's channel, and that's how I met Mark and everybody. So
Oh, okay, good for you, man. Cool.
Tom, I'm getting a call. I'll be back.
Right. Okay. Hey, so May, did you drop working in New York? Are you not doing that anymore? Are you not doing that anymore? North Palm Beach, yeah. Oh, good for you. Congratulations. Good. Skyball, I don't know how much you know about this, but she went into that because the career of people that do that are last a lot longer. It's much more of a niche.
Oh, that's not surprising to me. Any type of career you can go in the.
Oh, she left the business.
That's niche.
Wow. I kind of thought that because a lot of your pictures are working off that stuff. So May, are you happy? Are you happy? Yeah, you never know. That's good. Yeah.
You're right.
That's cool. Envious of May. Yeah, May's got it figured out.
She was smart. She managed to bank her money and
she's smart. Oh yeah, definitely.
Good.
And May says, we in the old days, we would talk about this sex industry and stuff. She said the smartest sex workers out there have the least amount of sex.
Oh wow, she said $5,000 an hour. Yeah, that's some good ass money.
No, yeah, she made like crazy good money.
Yep.
I'm telling you, I mean,
smart.
Like I said, I'm a man of my word. I protect May's identity, and she's like super beautiful.
You want to know?
I mean, I would never guess.
There's a lot you would never guess.
You reach down there and grab that fucking 9-inch stick.
There's a lot you'd never guess. I've seen like online, like a lot of the famous ones that out themselves as transgender, but you would never guess in person.
No, you would never guess. May will be the first person to tell you that she's had every plastic surgery and hormone procedure there is. I mean, she looks like, no, she always used to say, now I know it's the right man. I knew if I said that enough, I'd get her to bite. She said it's not 9. He got a girl pregnant in high school.
9 would be like a 0.01% of people. Like
it would. I mean, a true 9. And like Stephanie says, it's why are you all you guys 9 inches? And I know she dated online after saying that.
They lie about that online, about the size. It's usually a little bit smaller.
Let me tell you about an experience that I had in 1994. I was being stupid. I was living with my sister and brother-in-law at the time, and I guess I was being, I started calling the 800 numbers, and I was, those, you know what I mean? So long story short, I met this girl it was on a party line. I don't know if they have those anymore. I know it's big.
No.
I remember what those are, but yeah, those are gone.
Okay, so I ended up racking up a $1,500 phone bill when I was with my sister and brother-in-law.
I believe it.
They had to file bankruptcy, but they're not pissed off at me anymore. It's over. So I met this girl named Jennifer on this party line, right? And then we started talking, and it just kept talking, and she said, "Oh, I live in New Jersey." And she said, "What's your name? Where are you from?" I said, "I told you where I was from." And she said, "Well, would you like to come out and meet me sometime?" So I'm like 18 or 19 at this time. So, and it progressed on and on. And I said, "Well, yeah, I'll give it a shot." Right. So I come up with the money to go there, and my family's saying, "You're nuts. You're crazy. I mean, you're going to go all the way to New York or New Jersey to meet this broad. You don't even, you've never met her. You don't know anything about this woman." So I ended up going there and meeting this chick. And I was on the train by myself, and I was talking to people, and then I ended up meeting this nice lady on the train. And then she says to me, "Well," "where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to New Jersey, and I'm going to meet this girl named Jennifer." And she said, "Do you know this person?" I said, "No, I've never met her in my life." And so, and she said, "Well, how'd you meet this girl?" I said, "I met her on a party line, 800 number, 900 number." And then she says, "Well, where are you going to be staying?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to probably stay in a hotel. And she says, well, what kind of money do you have on you? I said, well, I only have like $500 or $600 at that time. And then she's like, there's nowhere in New Jersey or New York you're going to be able to find a place to live for a couple of days. So then she invited me into her home. This woman, this strange lady, let me stay in her home while I was out and about meeting Jennifer. And you know, the funny thing about that is when I got off the train, she was right there. The person that I actually was talking to was actually there. And here in my mind, I was thinking she was never show up. And she did.
Wow.
She literally was there, and you know, and I was surprised because I'm thinking here I'm going halfway across the country to meet this woman, and thinking in my mind, oh, is she really going to be there? Is she really going to show up? maybe she has her homies or whatever. They're going to whoop my ass when I get off the train. You know, so it wasn't like that, you know. But looking back at it now, I wouldn't do it now.
Thank God.
You know, honestly, I wouldn't do it again. If they can't, I would never do that again.
Yeah, everybody does crazy shit like that.
I like how your wife or girlfriend, whoever's in the background there, said, "Thank God."
Yeah, right. Different perspectives.
And the crazy thing about those 800, 900 numbers, you don't know who's at the other end. It could be some big fat.
No, I'll tell you who's at the other end, a fat bro.
What? It could be some big fat hog at the back of the other
It
end.
is. It is.
You don't think it's some hot chick, Tom?
No. They have nice voices.
Yeah, right.
Just have to have a high pitched baby voice or some stupid shit like this.
But
Yeah,
no,
it's a
I
really
mean,
good voice.
it was almost like it almost became like a pen pal basically at that time. And honestly, I would never do it again.
Well, it doesn't exist anymore. I guess there are still 900 numbers, and like I don't
Party
think party lines don't exist anymore. But I know
Yeah.
I think 900 numbers still exist
Yeah,
to do
maybe.
dumb shit.
Party line, so I don't know.
But
I'll tell you, could make a bunch of money with their voices. Tribbles. Tribbles could make a ton of money with her voice.
So you really don't believe that it's a nice looking girl behind
No,
you?
it's a fucking pig.
How do you know that?
Well, just stuff that I've read and like, I mean, I'm sure there are exceptions, but
And
by
then
and
it-
large,
and then it was
yeah,
getting
there's fat girls with nice voices.
there's
then it
like yeah, plenty of girls can make beautiful voices. I have a
Mm.
boring voice. I'm
He
okay
has a good
looking.
voice. Tribbles has an exceptional voice.
and then it was getting so
Tribbles
bad.
could kill it.
I was
good
getting
guy.
like 20 letters a day in the mail. I mean, this mail just kept flowing through all of these letters, all these girls, and I just kept getting them every day. There was like I was probably getting like 100 letters a week from these people, and I'm reading them and I'm going through them and all explicit. Oh, I want to have sex with you, blah blah. And then I realized that it was one person doing all this. It wasn't because if you look at the handwriting, it was all the same person with just different names that was doing it.
I wonder how much money that cost them to send all those letters out back then. That's
I mean,
a
it was
ton.
getting. I mean, it was just compiling up. I mean, you know, it just kept. It was unbelievable. You know.
I used to keep an airplane based in Ann Arbor, and they hired a new controller, and it just so worked out. I did a lot of night flying for some reason, and I would talk to her all the time. You come in, just the most nicest voice in the world. Well, there was a place in Wauseon, Ohio, where you could land in a field behind a restaurant that was like been there for a million years, and they cooked home baked pies. And I would buy them for like places around the airport, the clerk at the airport, the place where they worked on my airplanes. And I talked to her for quite a while, and I'd come in at night, and I'm not like that kind of guy, like looking for every excuse, you know, to like meet people. And finally one night she said to me, it's like, hey, I heard you're buying like pies for people. So did you bring me one sometimes? Like, yeah, fucking A, no problem. Be glad to. I mean, she asked me. So I got her a fucking apple pie and landed at night, and there were single controllers working at this small airport, and I taxied up near the control tower, and it's like, this is great, man. Flying this plane, buying this goddamn girl a pie. She's got like I jacked off listening to her voice. I get up there and I met her, and she's about like maybe 420 pounds. I'm thinking, what do they put her up there with, a fucking crane? I mean, how do these stairs? And she was nice. And, you know, the minute I got up there, I mean, I'm just being honest. I wanted to get the fuck out of there. Gave her the pie, made up some goddamn bullshit. You know, it was always nice to her after there. But it was, you know, I knew this already, but it was a lesson learned, you know, good, sexy. I mean, she had the most nicest, feminine, sexy voice.
Some people have great voices.
Yeah,
I
great
wish I
voices.
wish I did. Mine is dull and
No,
kinda
I think
flat.
your voice sounds good. May's right. May's exactly right. She sounds exactly like that. I never thought of that. Fran Drescher. Yeah. Yep. But she looks like, if you saw May, like in you, let's say you put up like 10 photos of Miss America over the years, and you put May's up there, it was like you wouldn't think, what? You know, what's going on here? It would like make sense. And
Did
I
they
didn't
have-
really know you could do that much to like, I mean, I knew like it's gotten a lot better. The old days, it was Adam's apple, that kind of shit. But it's like nowadays, even if you go on like Pornhub or any of that shit, or that transgender shit, or,
Yeah.
you know, it pops up in your, I'm not into that, but it pops up in your suggestion list. It's like, you know, you click on there. It's like, well, she looks pretty good. This guy got a fucking 9-inch cock.
Well,
I mean, they don't look at it. There's no dead giveaway anymore.
they've had some that are, what is it, like Miss World or
Get it, May?
or
May, if you
Miss-
want to get your PI license, I can get one for you, because I don't even fucking do it anymore. But I got all the bullshit down. Florida makes you take a pretty tough test now, but I don't think I'd have any problem getting passing it. They didn't have it when I was down there. I was licensed in Florida for 20 years. To save you the bullshit, and you can just use my license, but you own the business. But sorry about that. What'd you say, Skymo?
Oh, I was gonna say they've had some. Was it Miss World or some of the Miss whatever, whether it's America or some of the Miss different countries? Some of the transgender women have won it or gotten up really high.
Yeah. No, I
Now.
believe it. I wonder how May, though, is like pulling this off with a Jew that, of course, is smart. What is it, like fetish shit? You know, how you pulling this shit off, and what happens with the day of reckoning if you're considering this relationship prospering? I mean,
I would imagine.
in other
mean,
words, what happens when he finds out there's a 8-inch cock?
I would imagine they like get to know them and then eventually let them know. Like they actually get to know each other on a
Yeah, but
personal level.
I just can't imagine, like, it's one thing, you know, like I used to be divorced. I like black cock. I'm addicted to Xanax. I shop too much. You know, I got charged with fucking a 15-year-old, but an 8-inch dick springing. Oh, he knows you're trans. Oh, okay. Well, that's a game changer. Okay,
Well,
so he's into this fucking shit.
Yeah, well, there's also some that say transgender women that say
Good night,
right
Reed.
away.
Gotcha.
From what I've heard, they're honest and open right away, which is not a bad thing to do, I don't think. But I think it's up to
So-
however comfortable
But here
you are.
you've got a known, experienced, attractive sex worker, transgender. I mean, it's none of my business, and you can tell me to get lost if you want. But I mean, and he's Jewish, and I'm not sure how that fits in with his religion, if he is religious. But I mean, he's got to be hoping you're going to bury this in his ass along the way. I mean, what's going on here? I mean, what adults that, you know, have free will? It's my old Jew boy from Stanford, Sapolsky, saying there is no free will. They just bought the book. What's going on there? I mean, none of my business. I wish the best for both of you. I mean, is he just planning on you beating a big load off on that big nose, or what?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was a client of mine. He was so in love with me. Yeah, this
Oh,
makes
wow.
sense. This makes sense.
Left his
And it
wife.
just evolved. Oh, he was married, left his wife. No, okay, now we're getting somewhere. So he's seen that. He okay, good. But you said kissing so far. That's not what just went on when he knew you as a professional sex worker, is it?
Can I ask May?
No way.
Can I ask May if you're ever going to go through bottom surgery, or is it just
No.
you're fine as you are?
Fine
I
as
don't
she
know.
is. Yep.
Okay.
No. Hormones, like good tits, beautiful face. You
Okay.
did kiss him. No, but in the day when you were working as a prostitute and you said he was a client, I mean, what'd you guys do? Play fucking Scrabble? I mean, cut to the chase here. I mean, I know you said that, you know, the good people do the less sex, like geisha girl shit. Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So you have or you haven't had that Jew dick buried in your ass, or vice versa. You can't tell me this is just the kissing stage, is it? I mean, when you were working and you knew him as a client, what were you doing? Telling dirty stories? Okay, BJ's in a bone. All right, good. Thank you. Sorry to be so nosy, but it interests me. Oh, BJ's done everything. Oh, you've done everything. Okay, good. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we're happy for you. We've immediately eliminated all the Christians. Thank you. Yeah, this is good. Oh, that's great. Yeah, we're really happy for you. Great to see you, boy. You made my night. Oh, it's now everything. Good. Cool. Obviously. Have you been to the synagogue? He's not an Orthodox Jew, is he? And does this guy have any money? Golden showers. That's my girl. That's my girl. No, it's sterile.
No, it isn't technically. If you really look it up, it's not. That's
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. When
Yes,
you
it
actually
is.
look, no, it's not.
Urine is sterile.
No, it is not,
It's
because
not
it goes,
after like a pretty short time window.
well, when it goes through your urinary tract, once it hits your urinary tract, that's where it gets the bacteria that comes out.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. I
What
know
bacteria?
this. Whatever the fuck bacteria is in your urinary tract, which is plenty.
Yeah, but that's if you got like, a problem.
Well, I'm not saying you're going to die from it or something, or you're going to get sick, but I'm saying there's still bacteria there. It's not.
Yeah, but it's not bacteria that's going to make you sick. So,
Well, it's not. What we're saying is it's not actually sterile. it's not.
sterile.
It's not
I'm going
sterile,
to look
but
this up again.
I'll look it up too, because it's going to bother me, because I heard that stupid stuff
So all
for
this
years.
golden shower shit with men and women, they're all getting sick.
They don't get sick. What I'm saying is there is bacteria. Likely,
Who gives
as
a
long.
fuck if you don't get sick? I mean,
Well, okay, that's what I'm
but
saying.
that's
Like,
different than sterile.
yes, that's different than sterile. That's all I'm saying. As
Yeah,
long
May
as
just
you have
sent
a,
me a text, so it's the real May.
as long as you have a normal immune system and you're fine, you're going to be fine. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
But it's not sterile.
I'm not into golden showers.
Yeah, neither am I.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But if you had a great friend and you loved everything about them and you found out they were, would that affect your friendship?
Friendship? No, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
I've known somebody that was into that, and I just went, but whatever. Not my issue. So I don't care. I don't judge much about, unless somebody's like harming another person or animals or something. Other than that, shit
Okay.
you do on your own and with consenting adults, I don't
Right.
care.
What are you drinking,
Yeah.
Tom?
I'm having a KBS. It's called. It's supposed to be the #1 stout, but I don't think it's as good as Dragon's Milk.
Is it a beer?
Yeah, beer. Yeah, yeah.
Dark
Is
beer?
Dragon's Milk a beer?
Stout. Yeah, yeah.
I don't drink beer.
What do you drink?
Vodka usually.
Okay. See, I don't like vodka.
Oh, I
I
don't.
like.
It's just the same thing. Alcohol choices, sexual preferences. Where you go on vacations. Like, it's like everybody's different.
Or white wine. I just like lighter alcohol. But I've drank beer. I've drank everything.
No, they do, Jabo. But that's different than bacteria.
One time, me and Debbie were in a bar one night, and Debbie was drinking wine in the bar, right? And then, right when we were getting ready to leave, some of the people, right when we were walking out down the parking lot, and some girl is giving Debbie a hard time because she's drinking wine. And she's like, "Oh, you can drink wine in the bar, so it makes you better than everybody else." I'm like, fuck no! If somebody wants to drink wine in the bar, so be it. What? You know what I mean?
That's weird.
Yeah, you're right
Yes.
about that. You're right about that.
Yeah, this lady was giving Debbie a hard time in the parking lot because she was drinking wine in the bar. She was probably drunk though, but still, come on.
No, you're right about this, Gabo.
I've never thought when I go into a bar and I don't really drink out. I drink in my home most of the time, but if I was out at a bar, I don't like sit and look at what other people are drinking. I don't give a shit.
Did you know
No,
red
me either.
wine is actually, Tom? Did you know red wine is actually good for your heart?
Yeah, but
Yep.
it's very minimal.
Yep.
You're still better off not drinking it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
Yep.
not like you're taking, fucking lipid reducer.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't take any nuts shots.
it's good for
I think
insomnia.
the alcohol industry got that shit spread out. Red wine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's some. I think it's antioxidants. I'm not sure on that.
Yeah, you have to look on how many drinks that it's good for you to have per week based on your gender. Because it's dependent
drinks
on
the
that.
stuff in Debbie likes the stuff in the box.
I drink that too sometimes, so
Yeah.
can't say I hate
Marty's
that.
wife likes that.
It's good.
Sangria is good.
Yeah, I don't. I think that's really super. Like, not that great of wine, you know.
It's
If you
not
could
good
be-
for you, but
If you were would you pay $2,000 for a bottle of wine?
fuck no.
Yeah, if I had the money, I would, because I'm telling you, I know if you're not a heavy wine drinker, but I know people that are, and there's a method to the madness. If you have
Really?
that kind of palate experience, yeah.
Have you seen some of the studies they've done with people that supposedly are wealthy and they've tried to do studies and see like if they can differentiate between like really fancy wine
They're
versus cheap
frauds.
stuff?
They're frauds. It's bad
it's
examples.
yeah, it's straight up
Good to see
bullshit.
you, man. Yeah, I hope you do. Good luck with everything either way. It's nonsense. If you get a top-notch wine connoisseur, I mean, somebody that knows what's what, they're gonna know.
No wine is worth that kind of money.
Yeah,
It
is.
really is.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if it
Yes,
is.
it is.
Really?
Same with Scotch. Same with Scotch. Yeah, they found no way to chemically reproduce the top-notch alcohol. There's no way around aging it and the grapes and where it comes from, and like Napa and Italy. And it's like, those wines in Michigan aren't worth a fuck.
But they've had some of the people that go and test it and they can barely
man.
tell the difference.
Yeah, but they're fucking phonies. They're not going to do that with like world-class wine connoisseurs. Bullshit. This isn't like, you could do that with a lot of people when you get into the level and you know what's what. Even me, like I had a doctor buddy turn me on to wine about 8 years ago. And I'm not at that level, but you can blindfold me and you can give me the good wine compared to cheap wine all day long. And I will pick out the difference. Same with good Scotch. I won 2 Scotch tasting contests.
I've never
Trying to
liked Scotch.
trick my ass. I like the peaty stuff, the heavily peated stuff, smoky flavor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've never liked Scotch that much. I like whiskey more.
Yeah, see? Yeah. Well, it is whiskey,
Well, it is, but
I don't like bourbon. I don't like tequila
I like
that
bourbon.
much. I don't like I like wine a little.
I hate
Like
I like
tequila.
a good beer, a stout beer.
Unless it's a
Oh,
margarita. I'll take a frozen margarita if you're going to throw tequila in that. But tequila on its own, ugh.
Yeah, but I think it's a waste of money to get the premium tequila in a margarita.
I agree with that.
I like Southern
Which is
Comfort.
why Johnny Walker Red's the all-time selling liquor.
Like
because
Southern
it's a
Comfort.
great mix.
Southern
Nah,
Comfort. will
nah,
put you
not
on.
really. Not really.
That'll
That's
put
like
you under. Southern
that's
Comfort.
like mud bogging, fucking ripped underwear. Partying.
Southern Comfort's good. That's good.
I mean,
I
it
don't
gets
mind
you drunk,
SoCo.
but it's not.
SoCo's
The
not
more
bad.
I've found that the more you pay for it, the more smooth it is. You can get fucked up, have a good time, and not have a hangover or damage your liver.
You ever had actual moonshine? Because
No, I had a chance. Put my tongue in some, but I didn't want to drink it. I mean, fuck moonshine.
we
They
get
make moonshine in Branson here. They make it
They
here.
sell that legally now.
well,
we
they
have it
do,
all
but it's not like
It's not, but
traditional.
it's like the worst, crappiest, like
yeah,
fucking
it's not good.
alcohol ever.
But where my parents live, they live out in Tennessee, and my uncle knows
Yeah.
people who make moonshine.
But there's no sense to make it now. You can buy it legally.
Well, they make not the legal. I've had the legal crap.
Yeah, but
it's a little
even
different.
the illegal, the best illegal moonshine you can find sucks.
Well,
You can
had
buy
it-
it cheaper
had it
in
in my
the
house.
store. No,
Yeah,
the
we had
moonshine
some
bullshit
stuff
got going because of prohibition.
Oh, I
It makes
know.
no sense now to make illegal moonshine because it sucks. There's no market for it, and you can buy it legally cheaper than you can make it and not poison yourself with metals.
Well, we get it from a family member that makes it in my
I mean,
family.
a fucking retard could make it. There's no skill
Yeah,
like
Gold
fine
Slaughter.
wine.
Gold
Well, you can
Slaughter-
make any type of liquor if
Yeah,
you
but
want.
not. But the the Dumb and Dumber version is moonshine.
How about
It's no
Goldschlager?
surprise it came from down south.
I hate Goldschlager. Ugh,
There's little pieces of
gold.
golden.
Yeah. Ugh, I hate that. I hated that
Makes some
shit.
really good moonshine.
What about Ruppelmints?
No, there's no such. That's an oxymoron. There's no such thing as really good moonshine. It's not like
Our
wine.
Branson police department makes some really good moonshine. Some guy for the police force gave it to a friend of ours who's a Branson firefighter, and he's like, "It's so smooth. It's actually smooth. It doesn't hit you hard like regular moonshine, but it does afterwards. But when you're drinking it, it doesn't."
That's
Yeah,
how it
so-
is. That's the stuff my dad gets from my uncle. Out
Yeah,
in
both my
Tennessee.
It makes no sense. This is like
Both my grandpa
stealing notebook
moonshine
paper.
still.
It makes no sense.
Well,
it's just like pure.
people grow their
corn.
own weed and shit
No, it's
too.
pure.
So
That makes sense. That makes sense. But like it's the most dumbed down way of making something that you can get drunk in the world. There's no skill to it. There's no great grape. There's no great grain. It's just ripped underwear, no bass, bald tires, and a criminal record.
The police don't have that here, though.
No,
yeah, I was
but
gonna
you
say
get
nobody
people,
knows
I mean,
where
you know, like
my
if you
parents are either.
if you read about alcohol and stuff, and you know about it, and then you know about moonshine, what it entails, it's like almost like false stories
my
of like
Fathers did moonshine stills in Wisconsin years ago, back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. They did moonshine. So yeah, that was it.
right.
I,
yeah,
I wouldn't say it's something you should drink constantly. I would not, and
I would
neither
never fucking drink it.
do my parents.
You can buy it legally, cheaper, and it sucks.
Well, the legally one is different than the
Not really.
Okay.
I've had
This
the
is
legal
cheap.
one. It's different.
Well, you have less metal in it.
Maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't. You don't have as much lead and zinc in it, ruining your liver. But it's like brainless alcohol. It's not like grapes or soil or climate or you know. Let me tell you something. There's something to these damn guys that run these fucking wineries too. The ones that know what they're doing. That's the difference between people that make it and people that don't. And you got to have the soil and the grapes and the climate anyway. Like Michigan, you'll notice they always have to have a shtick. It's got to have cherries in it or apples,
Heck,
or
Wisconsin
some
just
weird
has
shit,
North
because their
Carolina.
wine can't hold a candle to legit wine from good places. This Napa Valley and this French wine and this Italian wine, it's real. You're not making wine that tastes like that in Michigan. I don't give a fuck where it comes from.
Well, you see it in even northern Arizona. They make some.
Yeah, it
There's
sucks.
some even in around Fredericksburg, Texas, where they make it. Not saying it's good. I don't know because I've never drank the wine there, but around central Texas, I wouldn't personally do it. More power to the people that can do that and have the land to make wine. That's more than I would ever want to do.
Yeah, Tribble's saying this guy in Florida. I guarantee you that wine sucked. You may pull that off, around a bunch of Florida hillbillies living in a trailer.
Wine in
Florida
Florida?
wine. I guarantee you, all wine in Florida sucks.
I would agree with that too.
I
Ugh.
don't give a fuck what you do with it.
You can make your own wine.
Yeah, it fucking sucks.
Why would you
Not
have
really.
wine in Florida? Like I've never
No,
heard
but
of
anybody that's drinking that, it's like anything. Cameras, wine, whatever. I mean, it's a difference. Like, my photography. Everybody thinks I'm a great photographer. Yeah, well, I'll tell you who wouldn't think it was great. A legitimate competition where professional photographers were grading me. I get fucking stoned. And it's the same thing with wine. These fucking people don't know what they're talking about. You get a non-wine drinker that's down in Florida on vacation, Johnny Jackoff, fucking local neighborhood wine guy wants to give you a glass, and you're fucked up, and wow, this is great. Not in the real realm of legitimate wine. It's impossible in Florida. Florida has never, ever produced a good bottle of wine in the real world.
Yeah, I've never heard that in my life.
Yeah, no way.
Ever. There's one, do you know the band Tool?
Yeah. Mary's
That-
a big fan of Tool.
Oh, well, that one, the lead singer, Maynard James Keenan, he makes his own wine out of northern Arizona. I
Sucks.
bought that. It's okay.
Okay, I would
it's-
agree with that.
It's not bad,
Right.
but it's not cheap.
And if you don't know anything about wine, you might think it's good.
Yeah, it's all right.
But
it's
if you
not,
get out there and you really develop a palate, you really know what's what. I mean, the same person that likes Florida wine would think a 67 Corvair with 800,000 miles, bald tires, and worn out shocks rode nice. They're just fucking clueless.
I didn't know at the time because when I bought that, I was probably, this has to be like 13 or 14
Yeah.
years ago. And I didn't know any better. So I bought a couple, I bought the white wine and the red wine. And
Yeah.
they were okay. I
Yeah.
wouldn't say they were terrible or anything like that, but I spent $120 for both of them at
Yeah,
least.
man.
Have you ever seen those competitions on TV once in a while? With they're called the world's strongest men.
Yep.
Yeah, they're legit. They're all roid heads.
Where they pick up like 500 pounds.
Yeah,
and
they're
they-
all roiders, big steroid
You-
users.
you believe-
I
is
used
that-
to watch that with my dad.
Are those guys really that big?
Yeah, monster strength,
Yeah.
man.
And they're on
Crazy
roids.
strength.
Mm.
But if you look at if you do the math between mass and strength, they're nowhere near a power lifter. For their weight, power lifters by weight lift way more. Look on YouTube. There's 135-pound guys bench pressing 400.
Oh, I know. I've seen stuff on video.
And
These
when
guys-
you look at a 380-pound, world's strongest man,
God,
he's not at that level. No way.
Have
And
I-
even bodybuilders, as far as mass compared to brute strength, now they're strong guys, but they're not power lifter level. No fucking way.
I have to ask a dumb question. Have any of
you
y'all
got to be married to one of those guys and having sex with one of those guys?
No, no.
God.
Have any of y'all ever seen the Delray Misfits?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lenny.
Lenny. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's something.
I feel sorry for him.
I'm surprised he's still alive.
Yeah, how's that show doing? How's that channel doing?
It isn't doing well. Lenny's doing okay, but the other guy, everybody calls him Janoy.
Yeah.
It's like a
He got taken off because his grandmother was gonna, I guess, give him money and was paying for the area he was living in,
Yeah.
and his mom told him to get the fuck off YouTube, so he hasn't been on YouTube.
Aren't they
since.
down around Fort Lauderdale?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
They're in they're Delray
Have you
Beach.
seen Lenny when he poses at shows?
Yes, and it's terrible.
No, it is. He was a hospital orderly for a while.
Yes, he was. He worked. I think he also worked in the lunchroom too, or something
Yeah.
like that.
No,
Yeah.
he's like what would you call it? Borderline autistic.
Maybe he still streams live recently. You should go and talk
still
to him
alive.
sometime. Yeah, he's still alive, and he actually still streams occasionally,
You know how he talks about kicking guys' ass and shit?
like he would.
Yeah,
He
I know.
couldn't.
I know. No, it's sad, really.
What's weird is he's always goes on and on about how he's this big, tough guy, manly man, but
Yeah.
he's all into transgender women.
Yeah, he is. He is. Yeah.
Black transgender women is what he likes.
Hey, were you a Rich Piana fan?
No, but I know who you're talking about.
Cool guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he passed away.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yep.
Well, then there was another guy that Lenny was close to. Was it Jay or
Yeah.
one of them? Yeah, he just passed away.
He wasn't that old.
No, he was.
From
He's
what?
young. He was younger than me. Like I think 31 or something.
How about
I-
that super cute older woman that worked the desk
I don't know
at the
that
health
one.
club?
Talking about
I don't-
Lenny from Motorhead.
Cute. No, this is a bodybuilder guy.
No, it's bodybuilder.
He's
but
dead too, Motorhead guy.
yeah. Oh, Motorhead Lenny. Yeah, he's dead. He's been
That's what
dead
I
for a
thought
few years.
That's what I think.
Different guy.
But some of these bodybuilders, guys, they show their veins. I mean, they're so. I mean, that's gross. I can't imagine. Oh,
Yeah, it's big though.
Well-
and
well,
that's what
this-
you're looking for.
This
Yeah.
Lenny isn't just showing the veins; it's his gut. It's due to
That's
like
some steroid use.
steroid use and HGH and
Yeah,
all sorts of
HGH. Yeah,
crazy crap he's been doing. It's
Oh.
he's
HGH is what
Human
gives you
growth.
that big square block forehead.
yep, and it also helps give you a big.
You know what
lumped up
HGH is? You know
stomach.
that's what like a guy my age. It's the difference between having a lot of energy and 3 girlfriends and watching birds. That's what creates your energy, and that's where you see older men start to like watch birds. It's basically human growth hormone.
Well, I usually would say some of it's like testosterone replacement.
Yeah, but
therapy
it's
when you get to your
mainly
age.
it's mainly human growth hormone. It is. Yep. It's not testosterone. You'll find all sorts of guys watching birds with normal testosterone levels.
Well, I need to talk to my dad because he sends me text messages about watching the birds.
That's what it is. No, his HGH is low. I mean, if you went and he took the Sylvester Stallone route, he'd be wanting to fuck titty dancers again.
Well, he was taking testosterone, then he stopped doing that. 'cause
Yeah,
he-
well, that's different. But it's the HGH that get him into wanting to bang young chicks again.
he has a reality show. He
Not
has
the testosterone like you think. And that's why older men start to look older, because you're not producing much, and there goes your muscle growth. And you see some of these freaks on YouTube that are 70 that look good. They're just jacked with fucking testosterone.
he has
I'll let my dad know that next time I talk to him.
Yeah.
Get some
Testosterone
HGH.
will work good if you're lifting. It'll allow you to build muscle as you're older. But I would never like do it. But that's the difference between. That's why old men start to look old. But the energy issue isn't testosterone; it's human growth hormone. Yeah,
he has
you'll give old dad a Christmas present of a bunch of human growth hormone. He'll be fucking sheep.
Next time I'll ask to talk to him and see what he thinks.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. But who knows what the consequences of that shit are?
Well, he didn't like the testosterone because he took it for years because he got
But
injured.
did he take it when he didn't need it?
Well, he took it because he got injured. And he was on a lot of pain medications, and pain medications fuck up your hormones.
Yeah, they do.
So then he was on the testosterone, and then he decided to come off of that because he didn't feel like messing around with the pain management clinics. He was sick of all the bullshit that's going on right now, and just decided, let me see if I can do this shit on my own. So
Now, how old is he?
he's your age, 68. Well, you're 67, right? He's 68.
Not for long. Okay.
But he got injured when he was 52 and then 53.
Now he is married or he's not?
Yes, he's still married to my mom,
Oh, okay.
but he's been majorly injured since he was 52, and then it happened at 53 again. So
I guess I don't understand. So he's taking the testosterone because of what the pain medications have done.
he did that, and he stopped all of it. He got sick of
Now,
injecting.
so he's my age. How's he doing now?
Not great, but that's because he decided he was sick of all being on all the medications.
Yeah.
So he got off of all of them outside of, I think, maybe some like blood pressure medications.
Yeah.
Because he has heart arrhythmia issues.
Yeah.
Like his dad does.
Does he have an ablation?
No, but my grandfather actually just did.
Oh, good. Okay.
Is-
And how long ago?
Literally a month ago, or
How's he doing?
I'll say this. He had his knee replacement because I guess in the state of Florida or in the area where they were doing it, my grandfather used to pay to do stem cell treatments to your knees. And I guess the federal government stopped that. So you can't do that anymore. So
Why?
you got to look up federal government stem cell treatments, because I didn't realize it happened, and I googled it. You'd have to look it up and see. They're saying
Probably because the good stem cells come from aborted fetuses.
well, there's probably some of that, and also I think there were some questionable doctors doing stuff with stem cell treatments maybe they shouldn't have been doing, and it wasn't like FDA approved. My grandfather paid for it out of pocket,
Mm-hmm.
so it's a little bit different than insurance covering it. But I don't know the exact reason. But he used to constantly pay to go and get stem cell treatments into his knees, but they blocked
I
that
know
in
they
the
do it
U.S.
for all sorts of other shit.
Yeah, well, they've apparently blocked it to some degree.
Huh.
But either way, he got knee replacement in one knee, and then he did ablation in his heart for heart arrhythmia. And then
Yeah, if it
I
doesn't
talk-
work, tell them to go to Cleveland Clinic.
I'll remember that because
Seriously.
my dad said he thought it was weird that he had just got the heart ablation stuff done, and then it wasn't even like 2 or 3 weeks they wanted to do the second knee replacement, and they did that, and then he had major issues, and my dad and my uncle had to go down to see my grandfather because he had to be taken by ambulance to the hospital and all of that because he wasn't eating and stuff. He's old. He's almost 90 years old. So
Wow. I hope I
but
don't live that long.
he's fine now, but
Yeah.
I think it was just too much at one time.
Yeah.
But how does the ablation stuff work? But they had told my grandfather they wanted him to do a pacemaker, and
Yeah.
he
Well, I mean,
opted not
that
to
can
do
work
that.
sometimes. I mean, it depends. I mean, different places do it different ways.
Messages all the way back from 2000.
Like, at least from what I can tell, and I've had one. I volunteered for the TokaStar study, which was an LED on a catheter that
2015 on you.
determined how hard you pressed when you burned the scar tissue around the pulmonary veins, which there are 4 of. Prior to like guys like me, they either push too hard or not hard enough, and if you did, well, you'd still have arrhythmia. So they really weren't sure why. And then sometimes it get better, sometimes it get worse,
Or Tony.
related to the scar tissue you got. All the people in my study, none of us ever had arrhythmia, so I guess it worked. They knew how to burn pulmonary veins just right to disrupt that electrical circuit. But everybody I know that got, ablations other places had to get subsequent ones and still have it from time to time, which is crazy. You'd think that they'd use this. The guy that I used was Bruce Lindsay at the Cleveland Clinic, and I think he's retired. But when you look at Cleveland Clinic's website, it doesn't look like he did, so I don't really know. But just by the data they have, by being the top cardiology hospital in the world, it's worth it. And if he's not there anymore, they replaced him with somebody that I'm sure he either mentored or they did it that way. And just by virtue of as many as they do, they've learned things, and being the world premier hospital for years has helped. It's worth it. I'm not saying that it's a guarantee.
Yeah.
But just by the numbers alone and their experience and their expertise. And me, I haven't had arrhythmia since.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, because it's a fucking pain in the ass when you've got arrhythmia.
Yeah.
You're wearing these Holter monitors and these fucking vent monitors, and you're on these fucking beta blockers and Pradaxa and all this bullshit. It's a fucking hassle. And I couldn't. They refer to it as in and out of sinus rhythm. I could never tell if I was in or out. Other people like Ken, I couldn't. I'd have to put a monitor on. It's like, fuck, look at my heart rate. What's going on here?
Yeah, my dad has heart arrhythmia too, and I recommended him to a doctor years ago after he got injured, and he had no clue. He had no clue he had heart arrhythmia. It was just a doctor I knew that was a good internist.
And they'll fucking, if you go in there with that, they'll take you right to the emergency because they don't want to get sued for you having a stroke.
Well, yeah, but the guy I went to help out told my dad to go to was an internist. My dad never knew, and he'd been care-flighted and all sorts of crazy shit. Nobody ever knew he had heart arrhythmia except that one doctor. And that doctor told him, make sure to check this out. So he's kept on top of it, and I'm glad I always took him to that. But luckily his heart arrhythmia, they said, is not that big of a deal. So it's not a big problem, not like his father's, or my grandmother has it too, but she has a pacemaker. So
you feel good for your age, Tom?
What?
You feel good for your age?
I guess I do. I mean, I don't have anything to compare it against. Hey, I want to say to Lakota, look up the National Library of Medicine And there's a published study on the ethics and policy in embryonic stem cell research, and it'll spell out to you the advantage of aborted fetuses, stem cells, and their medicinal purposes and medical.
I'll be back in a second. I have to get up.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a myth at all. But, you know, of course, it's a big hot potato politically and religiously. So, you know, it's a fucking problem. But those are the gold standard of stem cells, aborted fetuses.
Did you really get my email?
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
That's why it was funny when Nancy Reagan decided to support the Democrats at the end because they were for stem cell research. She said that would have been something that would have helped Ronald Reagan back when he was alive. So she switched over from the Bush camp over to the Democratic camp. And that was
Yeah,
kind
I
of
mean, you know, this political bullshit's when you're like, it's supposed to be political, right? And the separation of church and state. But it's a religion that's causing these fucking problems.
Exactly.
It's the same perception of Palestine in Israel. And it's not the legal it's not the legal reasons. It's when religion gets brought into it.
That's why we've lost abortions and all these other things that made sense because it's supposed to be state, not the church. The church is supposed to keep out of that.
You got to put in a piece of paper and you got to and fold it under the paper. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Stop bugging him.
What are you talking about?
How to mail it. I'm trying to explain to you how to mail that. So
I know how to mail it.
I can't cash a check though.
I'm sending it to the fucking apartment.
Right. You're gonna send it to I'll receive the mail. It'll come to me.
No, but it's going to be written to them.
No, you write it. You make it out to Chris LeClaire, and when I get my mail,
No, you can't deposit it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
I'm going to make it out to them, and you take it over to them. They don't give a fuck who wrote it as long as it clears.
Yeah, they would be able to cash it. And yeah, that was
right.
Yeah, that's true. Think about that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
I'm
You just got a party.
Tired of all this religious bullshit in this country.
Well, they should never put that in politics. That's not okay. Right now, that's what they're.
Yeah, they did though, because you're never going to get. In our lifetimes, no one other than a Christian's ever going to be the president of the United States.
So you're getting all
That's
those
why.
subjects.
Yeah, no way. Even a perverted fucking kook like Trump knew better.
You know, the other day he walked out of court and then he gave him a ticket.
He's an
Yeah.
idiot. Sorry.
I mean, I've always been like this. I say I'm independent now because, you know, he wiped out me. He wiped out me identifying as a conservative.
Biden's Catholic, but he supports women's rights to an abortion, which is what he should do. He's president. That's separating state from church. That's what you should do. No matter who's the president.
Who do you think is responsible for the cost of everything going up so much?
It's inflation. It's what I think it is I think it's, you know, you caught the tail end of the good times in the United States until all the other countries caught up.
Do you think
Everybody's
the president
making everything now? Here you got a guy a rich guy making cars that aren't worth a fuck, that are overpriced, that are run by electric, that's putting a damper in the small two. It's not the big three anymore. Elon Musk. He's making cars as a hobby. He just lost his fucking ass financially.
What do you think about electric cars? Do you think electric
It's a
cars
fucking fantasy? Fantasy.
You don't think it'll ever work?
No, I don't.
50 years from now it will, but they'll have better whatever.
No, they've been stuck for 35 years at the efficacy of cars operated by batteries. They've tried. The only thing that'll work on a battery is a fucking vibrator.
You know, and the thing is that you know, the other problem about electric cars, we'll lose all of our car plants in the United States. We'll all go overseas.
Yeah, they're already nothing. It's a small two. It's not the big three.
Yep.
Everybody in the world's making cars.
Tesla.
I mean, I like Elon Musk, but Tesla is a political endeavor.
3 plants just got off. Were on strike for like 4 weeks. 3 car plants were on strike.
No, they're making chump change compared to the old days, but it's
they
because
want
other
pay.
people are making a lot of competition now.
You think they should get paid more money?
You know, I don't know enough about it.
Well, they're
Yeah.
making a lot of
Unskilled
money.
labor. It's unskilled
CEOs
labor.
make.
Probably not.
Yeah.
They want to make what the CEOs make. That's never going to happen. Just like when Lee Iacocca was that big head, he had lots of money. His employees didn't make the same, and they're not gonna. Nobody
Yeah.
made jobs made over it.
I'm just glad that I'll be dead in about 15 years.
Why?
I know, me too. 15, 20, 25.
Why you say that for?
You'll be alive
because-
longer.
No, because I caught the tail end of the good days, and they're over.
Are you content with life right now?
Yeah, I got it fucking made, but I'm lucky to be that way.
So you're
It wasn't
content.
like being smart or a great
Yeah.
investor or any of that shit fucking luck. Musical chairs, the fucking music stopped, and there was a chair.
So pretty much you're content right now with your life.
Yeah, I mean, I think as good as it's going to get.
Okay, if there was one thing that you would like to change, what would it be?
I'd like to be fucking two twin, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, big-titted Scandinavian twins tonight.
If you had 3 wishes, what would they be?
Seriously, Chris.
Yeah.
Hey, when you do an interview next time, that's what you should ask them. What are your 3 wishes?
That's a good idea. I'll do that.
Next time you do an interview with someone, ask them what their 3 wishes would be,
Yeah, I'll do that.
and see what they say.
I'll ask them.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm curious. You just posted one recently. I have to check it out. Some guy, right?
Check it out. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's
Okay.
a crusade for Christ.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I don't mind Tribbles. Yeah, he's a good guy. I mean, this is what he believes. They overuse the word judging.
Yeah.
It's not my fucking business. Good for him if he believes that. There were a couple things. I don't think he really understood Jews for Jesus, but when I do an interview,
Yeah.
really, I'm just like this. I'm not saying there's any mantra to it or end game. I just I'm not there to like make somebody embarrassed or feel bad or.
Yeah.
You'll notice when I'm asking questions and if somebody gets emotional, I switch the fucking topics in a half second. I want it to be like, just like I said it was going to be. $10 for 5 minutes, not a ball buster.
Right.
And I'm not calling people out on camera where there's no rebuttal.
And if you honestly are doing this, me and Debbie greatly appreciate you doing this.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank
Honestly, we
you.
really,
I try and just asking questions.
You're really going to send me that check. I greatly appreciate that.
Would you stop bugging them about the check
Poor
already?
Debbie.
Good
Can I
Lord,
deal with Debbie on the check from now on?
You're
Yes.
driving me nuts. Stop. Just stop.
I came back. Sorry.
Chris, you are so lucky to have Debbie.
I know.
Yeah, but I hear him arguing in his sleep with somebody, so I don't know about me.
Chris is nuts. Can't help it.
I have a hard time sleeping as it is. It's like, oh, geez, Chris. Like, where are you
Quit arguing, Chris.
now?
Get Chris some fucking Xanax.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Don't take Ambien. It sucks.
Well, I ruined a laptop on Ambien.
Ambien did nothing for me. I'm weird. Like I've known
It's
people
body
like that-
chemistry.
Yeah, I've known people that have literally gone and drove and like
Yeah.
got into trouble or cut down trees in their
I ruined a
backyard.
laptop. Got up, pissed all over it.
Shit. I
Got
sold.
up the next morning, thought the battery leaked, took it to a Best Buy. They wouldn't work on it, said it was a biological hazard, and then the light bulb came on.
I sold a laptop a couple of years ago, and I ended up, and I had police knocking down my door, wanting to arrest me.
these were.
Oh, was that Apple with the tracker?
No, I sold a laptop on a Facebook Market a couple of years back, and then what happened was that I sold it and I forgot to wipe it. So then here I am, then the police are knocking on my door looking for me and saying, "Where's that child molester guy?" This guy hacked into my Facebook page, and he said I was a child molester and I hang out with young 11-year-old girls and boys. And I'm like, what the hell? All I did was sell a laptop.
Oh God.
Oh.
Oh my Lord, I was scared to hell. I mean, I was scared to death, man. Honestly.
My Ambien, I went through a long period of like fucking major mental problems, like no sleep and fucking going crazy.
And, along the way, I got Ambien. And sometimes when guys would like take time off work, I'd have to do surveillance, which I fucking hated because you have to get up too early. So I was on the road doing surveillance, and I checked in a hotel, and there were some Mexicans partying across the hall, and it was loud, and it wasn't that big a deal. But I took the pillows from my bed and I placed them under that, half-inch space you have under a hotel door so it would cut down on the noise. And the next morning I got up, took Ambien, got up. It's shitty sleep too. It affects your REM. It's not restorative sleep.
Yep.
I got up and I turned on my computer and it came on. It like went off, came on. I noticed there was like wet shit all around the keys. And it's like, what the fuck is this, man? I couldn't get the motherfucker to come on. And I had a bunch of shit on there I needed to do. Plus I had to write my reports when I was on the road. So I went down to Best Buy, dropped it off, came back about eight hours later, like they said, and said, what's wrong with it? The guy's like a real fucking dick. And it's like, what's wrong with the motherfucker? It's like, we can't tell you, there's no charge, just take it. It's like, well, go get the manager then. We get the manager, and he's like, it's like, what's wrong with this thing? He said, well, it's a biological hazard. He said, it's like, what? He said, what that fluid is. I thought it leaked a battery. He said, what that fluid is urine. I knew right then, So I got up in the middle of the night, opened the top up, pissed all over the keys, went back to bed and didn't even realize it. And the only reason that I didn't think somebody came into my room like with a master key, you start thinking this shit, is because those pillows were against the door. There's no fucking way you came into my room and those pillows would have still been there. So I realized, fucking Ambien, goddamn it. I ruined a $2,300 laptop, and I didn't even know that I did it. And it just really scared me.
I had a boyfriend. Both of us were prescribed Ambien at the same time, but he was prescribed regular Ambien. I was prescribed the extended release one. Ambien never bothered me. It never did anything for me, really. Then it never let me go to sleep. So I guess I'm lucky there. But my boyfriend at the time, he took his Ambien, he went to sleep, and then and I heard this from multiple other people that have done this. He literally went and got into his car, drove down to the gas station, and tried to, I guess, fill up his tank. I don't know what he was trying to do, but he went into the gas station, and the guy looked at him, and I'll always remember this. He went to go try to buy cigarettes or something like that, and the guy gave him a lighter that said Lady Luck on it. And he told me that afterwards. He managed to drive home and he was fine, but he realized how fucked up that was because he didn't realize until he was driving home that what had happened.
No, there's some major fucking stories on Ambien, people getting off criminal charges. And one guy got out of buying a Corvette.
Well, I knew a woman that she was on Ambien and she had like a nice pool and these fancy trees, like palm trees in their backyard. She cut one down and then she went to go cook cookies in her kitchen afterwards. She had no idea until she woke up from the Ambien.
Yeah.
I was like, thank God this never happened to me. This shit doesn't work for me, period. So good for me.
But unless you fucking been there, and you haven't went for like years with sleep deprivation. I mean, when you're that far down the shitter, I mean, even though I did that fucked up shit, I still wasn't sleeping. And it's like, it wasn't like I automatically ruled them out. I mean, you're so fucking desperate. I mean, what I recommend to people a lot is trazodone.
I hate
I'll tell you what, trazodone, I got fucking locked up a couple times in psychiatric hospitals, and the second time it was like it's just a big drugged up thing, and I didn't remember much, didn't learn anything, didn't get any better. The second time, which was 2 weeks later, they made a mistake and put me on like a massive fucking dose of trazodone. And in Michigan, you have to go in front of a psychiatrist like within the first 48 hours, and you have like this like meeting. And I like the guy. He's a great guy, actually. He really helped me out a lot. And he said, well, how you doing? It's like, well, I think I'm a lot better, actually. I slept, man. It was great. He said, but there any problems? Like, yeah, it feels like somebody took a big syringe. And I'm not a druggy guy,
felt like somebody stuck a syringe in my brain and shot my brain with Novocaine. It's like, and he looked at the thing. He said, "God damn," he said, "you know, you're on a way higher dose of trazodone than you should be." And they cut it back. And I kept taking trazodone. And I still recommend that. No trazodone half-life. It's not like a benzodiazepine, Xanax,
No,
any of that. Checking it. But let me tell you, man. I
it's
mean,
an SNRI or SSRI. It's similar to those.
but it was no. I thought trazodone's cheap too. You can get a whole fucking bottle of it for
Yep.
$4.
I hate it. My boyfriend likes to take it to sleep. I can't handle it because
Really?
the dry mouth kills
I'll
me.
tell you this. Like I did it last night. Like, you know, I still have a little bit of sleep problems, not a lot. Like I'm a late night fucking guy. I mean,
So
I
am I.
gotta do crazy shit to go to bed before 3. And sometimes, like putting in this windows, I gotta get the fuck out of here by 10. Well, that's not enough sleep. So I gotta try to get to sleep as soon as I can because I know I gotta get up early. And I take that fucking liquid Benadryl. And man, I'll tell you, I took some last night, and I just, man, even when I take a half dose, now this is body chemistry, I cannot get the fuck out of bed.
I
Like-
take Benadryl nightly, and I know it's not good for you, and
No,
it's
it's
not good.
not.
It's not good for you after you get past a certain age. I
Yeah,
want to
it's
say
right.
it's 65
Yeah,
or 67.
I did it last night, and like I got 7 hours, I got 6 hours sleep, and I knew when I got up, it's like this isn't enough sleep.
Mhm.
So it's so weird. Like my sleep's way better than it used to be, and I'll get up. It's like, wow, I feel good, but I know I'm not going to feel good in a couple of hours. I don't have shit to do. So I'll be like wide awake. You could say I'll give you $1 million. You could fall asleep, and I couldn't do it, but I do. And today I was on that fucking liquid Benadryl. You get up and you're like groggy as a motherfucker, like a half dose.
Well, trazodone makes you feel so groggy too. It's made
Not
me
see
feel.
with me, not that bad. I
Huh.
could deal with it. But today it's like I had 6.5 hours sleep, and it's like, man, I cannot get the fuck out of bed. So I just laid in bed and I got the windows open. You know, it's nice weather down here this time of year, and it's just like, fuck. And if you'd have said, did you fall back asleep? I'd have told you no. But I did, because when my eyes are open, it's like, I got to get the fuck out of bed. I look at the thing, it's 10 to 12. It's that fucking Benadryl.
See,
Yeah.
trazodone actually makes me feel worse than Benadryl does, but they
Really?
both
Body
suck.
chemistry. Have you taken the gene site test?
No, I
You
don't
might
know
want to
what
consider
is that.
Well, you can get it done for about $200. They do it through your blood, and they tell you what medicine works best for you under a variety of conditions, sleep, depression, whatever. And it tells you, and basically the efficacy of medications comes down to how it metabolizes in your liver, which sounds crazy if you've got a problem with depression.
Yeah.
But the gene site test, if you can get it paid by your insurance, great. If you can't, it's worth $200, because like when I first went into the second stay in a psychiatric hospital, they wanted to let me out. It's like, fuck that. I don't want to get out.
The
You know, I
best
want
the best thing that ever worked for me,
shit,
and
because
I
when
don't
you're
want to
there,
be.
they can keep changing things up. And if you're on the outside world going to different psychiatrists, it's like, see you in June, see you in December. It's like,
Yeah.
fuck, man, I got a life to live.
I will
Where
say
when you're in a psychiatric hospital, you can go through 2 years of different medications in 2 weeks.
the best thing that ever worked for me, and I don't want to be back on it just because it's just not good to be on it long term, was Klonopin. I was
Yeah, see,
prescribed that for a while.
no, when I was suicidal, I took 20 Klonopin.
That's not enough to kill yourself.
No, but it was enough to run into 4 cars and not realize it.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely.
And when the cop pulled me over and asked me what I was doing, I thought I got a bad Cinnabon.
You're so lucky everything worked out the way it did.
It did. I did. I am.
I will
I did
say,
get charged with operating under the influence, but here's the crazy ass fucking thing, man. You ready for this? So at the time, I'm really good friends with the prosecutor, and she knows I get in all this trouble, and she's a prosecutor, and she knows these people. Big fat broad, liked me more than I liked her. I'll tell you the truth on this now. So I go over there, I decide I want to commit suicide, and I just didn't have the balls to do it. So I take like 20 Klonopin. And what happened is, I had a shotgun. I chipped my tooth, actually. And I'd already wanted to do this before. And about a half hour into taking these 20 Klonopin, friends called me. They knew there was an issue and wanted me to take me out to dinner. Well, you're fucked up on this Klonopin. I didn't realize it would do that, and I didn't plan on leaving. So I agreed to this shit and was going to meet him for dinner. So this big fat broad that, you know, I was friends with, but not romantically involved in, she like really liked me a lot. And this is how the mind works. I was thinking of this girl when I was like up there fucked up planning on blowing my head off. And I get in my car and for some reason, I wanted to go to this lighthouse and get her a t-shirt. This is fucking nuts, I know. And as crazy as it seems, and as fucked up as I was, I can remember having a hard time finding a XXX t-shirt to fit her. But I looked, and I remember it. Crazy. I finally found a XXX t-shirt. I get it. I go, and I run into a car in the parking lot, sideswipe 2 on the road, and run into another one trying to parallel park to go see if there are any swans laying eggs. I get back on the road. Of course, the cops have been called a million times. They run me off the road. The cop pulls me over, and I got out of the thing. You know, they tried to stay in the car, and he said, "What is wrong with you?" And I told him I got a bad Cinnabon. I mean, it's usually you're fucked up on this shit, right? So they give me a sobriety test. And I remember like early in, you know, same shit you like dread. You know, you're home on YouTube, you're watching this shit, and they're telling you to say your ABCs backwards, numb one foot. And, you know, you're thinking, oh, this is funny. Yeah, it ain't so fucking funny when it's you. And I knew that I was flunking the fuck out of this goddamn thing.
I hate the backwards ABC thing though,
Yeah,
because
no, yeah.
even normally like just
Yeah.
sober, I have to think
Yeah.
a little bit.
So I'm flunking the fuck out of this goddamn. The cop was a cool guy, actually. I said, "Hey, man, let's just cut the fucking bullshit here. How am I doing?" He said, "You're not doing very good." And he kind of laughed. He said, "What's going on with you, man?" And he gives me the breathalyzer. Of course, no alcohol. And I give myself credit for this. In the heat of the moment, I said, "I think I'm having a stroke." So they call him thing. I get locked up in an emergency room. I guess I got in arguments with him, and then off to a 2-week stay in a psychiatric hospital full time. Well, in the meantime, I get fucking charged with operating under the influence. And it's like, I'm like fucking worried like hell about this shit. You know, I knew what I took, you know, and the state police labs are like way behind on this shit. So I call this fat girl prosecutor. It's like, "Hey, I'm really fucked." She said, "Well, just, you know, hang in there, you know." So I'm fucked up on this shit. I get in there, I'm worried. So it's like I do that in June, and I know I'm going to get fucking charged on this shit. In the meantime, the state takes away my driver's license because I said I had a stroke, and even though I'm not a doctor, neither is the cop. Under those circumstances, this is automatic 6-month revocation. So they take away my driver's license. Finally, in June, I get the blood test back from the state police. You ready for this?
Nothing.
You know what the blood test said?
0.
Almost a trace of Valium. I never even took a fucking Valium. So I'm representing myself, and I'm going through it, and they're playing hardball. It's like, you know, we want to protect the fucking, you know, citizens. Like, yeah, I get that. I paid everybody on my own before it was court ordered restitution on the damage to their cars. If they had to get a hotel, like some of them were from out of state, they were up there on vacation. I paid, didn't mean a fucking thing. And these motherfuckers want to hang their hat on that I had a trace of Valium. So they want to go to trial on operating under the influence on Valium, even though it was just a trace, not even a therapeutic level. But I couldn't produce a prescription for Valium. I don't know where the fuck they got that. So here I am getting ready to trial. I'm about ready to just get an attorney, right?
Yep.
So I tell this fat broad, I hate to tell you this, but she's given me rides to my court appearances, and she's the head prosecutor of the county. And she didn't want to show her hand. You know how this goes. But I go back out to the car. She said, "What they say?" I said, "Well, I got to go to trial." She said, "That is fucking bullshit." She said, "That is absolute nonsense, man. They don't have anything on you." I mean, this is a head of prosecutor for 30 years in the county. She said, "You want me to go in there and straighten this out?" I said, "No, I'll fucking end up eating her pussy till the day I died." It's like, "No, I don't, man. I'll never hear the fucking end of it." She said, "I'm going in there." I said, "Don't. She said, no, I'm tired of giving you rides over here. It was 100 miles one way. I said, well, fucking don't give them that. You know, I'm not kissing your fucking ass over this shit. And I'll never hear the end of it. She said, no, I'm going in there. We go into the fucking thing. They've been total fucking assholes to me. We go up there. I'm with her. The prosecutor, she said, can I speak to so-and-so, the head prosecutor? He comes out. He said, hey, how are you? What are you doing here? She said, can I talk to you in private? I said, yeah. She goes back in the office. They come out 10 minutes later. Said, would you agree to a civil infraction? It's like, fucking A. Bingo. I signed a civil infraction it was reckless driving, but it's not criminal. It's no different than a speeding ticket. I got out of all that bullshit because of her. And they told her I was a drug addict. She said, no, he's not. I've known this motherfucker for 8 years. He's no goddamn drug addict. And he never took fucking Valium, man. But here's the thing. Why I signed the deal for that is because when they take your blood for driving under the influence, they take 2 vials. And when they're looking for drugs, here's the weird thing. When they're looking for drugs, they're looking for specific drugs that people get busted driving on all the time.
Yeah.
Klonopin or lorazepam is one of the top 10 drugs that people are on when they get in car wrecks.
Yep.
So they would have screened for that in theory. But what happens is when it comes back on a Valium and it didn't show high amounts, they want to test that second vial of blood. And I knew that if they tested that second vial and whether they didn't mix it up with somebody else's or whatever, I was fucked. So I was more than willing to agree to a civil infraction, a non-criminal charge.
Shit, I've done the same.
I got out all that fucking shit.
I have a question.
That's exactly what happened.
I have a question for you. Do you
Yeah.
ever feel like somehow you're
What's that?
I have a weird question. Sorry, but do you ever feel
Have a
like
great night,
there's something like?
All right, see you, Chris.
Oh,
Sorry.
bye.
Say it again.
I'll keep an eye out for the mailman. Okay.
It's coming. Yep.
Okay. Bye.
I was gonna ask, do you have this feeling? I have the same feeling with me. I've gone through some dumb shit in my life, and I feel like I luck out somehow. Like I always feel like somehow I'm okay in the long run. That no matter what, I'm gonna manage and be fine. Not like I'm gonna be fancier, wealthier, whatever, but like everything will be okay. I don't understand it, but I have that feeling, and it's always worked out in my life. I wonder if you have that feeling too.
Yeah, I don't know about that. You know, prior to that happening, well, actually, right after that happened, you know, I'm in there. I know I fucked up my driver's license. I haven't got these drug things back. I'm depressed. My problem with considering suicide was I didn't want to get better. I didn't. I knew what having money was like. I knew what having a good-looking wife was like. You know, I knew what.
I'm going to be rude, but if you're going to commit suicide, look up how to do it properly.
Well, I did look how to do it. But the first time,
the Klonopin, that's not enough.
It's not, but I didn't think I was going to kill myself for Klonopin. I thought
okay.
Klonopin would relax me enough to blow my head off.
Oh, okay.
Well, and then the second time I thought, well, I fucked up my driver's license. By then I didn't know that I was going to get this, whatever it was that didn't show the true amount of drugs in my blood.
Yeah.
So I thought, man, I remember even though I was fucked up on a lot of medication for the first stay in a psychiatric hospital, I thought I'm going to fucking finish myself off now. And this is not uncommon for people that have suicide ideation. You don't want to live anymore. I mean, it wasn't about pussy, money, nothing. I just tired. I knew that even if I got better, it'd be back to the same old bullshit. Like I had reached a stage in my life where there was no carrot anymore.
I've had multiple people.
I thought when I get out of here, I'm going to fucking finish myself off for good.
I've had multiple people that went out similarly, but actually,
and I thought I'm going to do it this time. So I get out 2 weeks later. I go buy a shotgun, no problem. It's not a pistol. And I fucking, this time, no drugs. It's like, I'm not doing this. I hope I got enough fucking balls. So long story short, I go about 90 miles away. I walk around all night long with this shotgun. Just cannot get myself to like fucking kill myself. So I think, well, I call my wife, who, you know, I've been estranged with for a long time. And it just so happened I go on this fucking website of this bed and breakfast that I had. And by this time, the property's worth a lot of money. I call her up. It's like, hey, you fucking cunt. You know, you're part of the reason that I'm here out in the goddamn woods thinking of this, down there living with that other guy. You know, it's fucking bullshit. We get in an argument. I said, I'm going to kill myself, and you're going to be partly to blame. Not all, but don't you ever let this fucking, you know, this kind of conversation.
That's such a horrid conversation,
Yeah.
though. You're
Last
reminding
about-
me of stuff my dad used
Yeah.
to pull.
Lasts about like 20 minutes. Hangs up. It's fine with me. I didn't give a fuck. I, you know, said how I really felt. And before you know it, I can hear them. My thinking was at the time was, I hope they do fucking show up, because I thought that if they did, I would have enough. I had this weird thing about it. Like, I didn't want to shoot myself and have people find me. You know, I wanted to like do it. And I thought, well, they'll find me. These cops are going to come up to me and they're going to want me to like put down the gun. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to shoot myself, and they're going to be there, and they're going to, this was my thinking. So I do that. Before you know it, cops are calling me. Where are you? You know, there's help available. And there's a cop from my town, because they didn't know where I was at the time. Well, I happened to be in a very rural area where the pinging didn't really work that great. So here I'm getting ready to shoot myself, and nobody ever shows up. Before you know it, it's 3:00. I got like a regular shirt on, even though it was early June. It was cold. I got hungry. Well, I knew two people that killed themselves up where that Edmund Fitzgerald sunk, Whitefish Point. And I just was having a hard time like doing this. So I thought maybe if I, you know, drive all night and get up there before sunrise, I can do it. So I got my shotgun in the back, and I get on the road, and as I'm going up there, I'm hungry. And there was a 24-hour McDonald's in Gaylord, and I pulled in and got a Happy Meal. And as I was pulling out, a SWAT team ran me off the road and cornered me in the front of me. I have a YouTube video. I uploaded the whole thing on YouTube. You can look it up. The title of it is "I Fought the Law and the Law Won."
I should ask you a dumb question. What toy did they give you when you make a dumb joke out of a bad situation?
Yeah, well,
what toy did they give you when you got your Happy Meal?
I never got to eat any of it. They ran me
Aw.
off. So at the beginning, they're real fucking jerks. If you look at the video,
Oh,
I thought
yeah.
I was going to get shot.
Absolutely.
And then as time went on and we got to the hospital, and they're there the whole time, the doctor's there, because they don't know what's what. They started like, I know what changed the whole thing. They looked at my wallet and saw an active PI license and a pilot's license, and they just changed their attitude. And it's like, I figured they'd tow my vehicle, and they said, well, we're not going to get it towed. You know, you seem like a good guy just going through a tough time. The whole attitude changed. So it's like, oh, that's fucking great. They're not going to tow my car. Off to a psychiatric hospital. I went about 200 miles away in the UP. So I thought everything was cool, and everything was like good. And about 5 months later, I had that cop that was a good guy call me up and said, hey, I just wanted to give you the courtesy of telling you a warrant was issued for your arrest. It's like, for what? He said, for transporting an unsecured firearm. I had the shotgun in a blanket instead of a gun case.
Yeah.
And he said, we didn't want you embarrassed and like being outside and getting pulled over. So we're calling. Well, that was a lie, because the warrant had actually been issued 2 months earlier than he called. And so I could have got pulled over and arrested anytime. I didn't fucking know, you know, and he was lying. So it's like, I get charged with this fucking bullshit. And it's like, I represented myself through the whole damn thing and ended up beating that too. But it wasn't because of any favors they did for me. I just outpapered them really with just driving them nuts with motions and that kind of thing. And I pled to some kind of fucking bullshit, like civil infraction, non-criminal. It's almost like something that didn't even have anything to do with what happened. Like, it was almost like
jaywalking.
It helps to have money and being able
I didn't
to,
have any money. I mean, I
Oh.
did have some, but I didn't want to be paying some lawyer 10 grand.
well, that's what I'm saying. You were doing it on your own, but you were
Yeah,
able
and
to
I
at
had to
least-
pay to like get rides up there because that was about like 90 miles away. So all those 2 incidents in that time, I ended up getting out of all of them. But a lot of it was luck, and a lot of it was like, and it's like, motherfucker, man.
That's
think
why I
this
say,
last June was my like 6-year anniversary.
That's why I say, do you ever think? I always feel like there's somebody or something watching out for me because I've
No,
done
I
some
don't
dumb
think-
shit and I've
No, I don't think that at all.
made out well.
I don't think that at all. And I think that I wouldn't count on it. And I think it
Oh,
could,
I wouldn't either.
it
But
could run off at any time.
oh no shit. Yeah. But in general, it's like no matter what, I feel like there's always, I don't know, my grandmother always says there's somebody watching out for you. And I think there's some
There's just
truth
too many
to it.
examples of good people getting bent over.
I've been fucked over to some degree, but what I'm saying in general is things could have been way worse. Like not
Oh yeah,
Not-
things
not-
could have been way worse. You know?
that's what I'm getting at. Like
Yeah,
yeah,
like it's like, and then my license got suspended for 6 months. Riding a bike everywhere.
in
I
Michigan.
was actually kind of, believe it or not, I didn't give a fuck, man. I actually bought a bike and rode it to Walmart and stuff. It was as crazy as it sounds. I actually looked forward to it. Actually, I bought a winter bike because, I got my driver's license suspense. It went into winter. And believe it or not, it was actually kind of a weird, fucked up good experience that it kind of reduced me down to like one of these people I thought I'd never be. And I had a backpack and I rode to Walmart and it was kind of healthy in a healthy way, very humbling.
You're lucky you never got hit by a car like my dad.
No,
did.
it wasn't. No, where I was, it had like this bike trail that went next to the highway.
Well, I mentioned earlier my dad got injured, but that's how he got injured, by getting hit by a car
Oh yeah,
on
I
a
know a lot
bicycle.
of people. Yeah, I know a lot of people fucked up on a bike.
He's alive, just grumpy
There's
and
no way I'd ride
angry as
a
hell.
bike. Yeah.
I have some of his bikes. I have one that's like 10 grand sitting in the
No,
garage.
yeah, no.
It's a fancy ass bike, but
Yeah.
I don't ride it. I need to fix it, but I'm not
No.
touching it.
You get what you pay for it. When you're doing those long, like cross country things, it basically comes down to weight and quality of materials.
Oh, he spent
No, I know,
his favorite bike was probably 10 or 15 grand, but
No, I know.
he got
I
hit
know.
by a van riding in a what would you call it? It was a time trial event, and
Yeah.
he got hit at 5:30 in the morning.
No, I believe it.
And
No, I
broke
think
his-
people are crazy for riding bikes on a highway.
I agree too. And he used to say he was stupid. Now he agrees. He used to say it was kind of dumb to do that and don't do it, but he kept doing it. He did it one other time and somebody clipped him that he was riding with and he broke his neck. So, yeah, don't
No,
do it.
I can remember living in Ann Arbor, and there was a girl. She was just visiting her residency, a neurosurgeon. So top of the top,
Yep.
got taken out by a bike.
Well, he had a good friend that he still keeps in touch with, and she got hit on they were all like a big group riding together, and a truck hit her and she broke her leg. And that was right before he got hit by a van and broke
Yeah, I
his
would
back.
never do it, man.
But my dad's an idiot. The neurosurgeon that helped keep him alive the first time told him, don't ever get the fuck back on a bike because you're a fucking idiot if you do so. He did, and he broke his neck.
Yeah, I believe it. I had 2 buddies in high school get killed on motorcycles. And I
My
had a
dad-
bunch,
My dad kept doing motorcycles and still
Yeah.
has them.
I had a bunch of motorcycles. And then I drove an ambulance for a while, for about a year. And I thought, it's calculated risk. And I thought, fuck this, man. I'm not riding these goddamn things anymore. And I never rode one since, and I'm glad I haven't. I'm still alive.
I think,
But in this day and age, and that wasn't even like during texting and all this shit,
yeah.
you're asking for it on a motorcycle.
Well, my dad's given up pretty much all of his motorcycles. Now he has an ugly ass trike, and I always make fun of him because he said
Yeah,
he
that's a
said he
little
never
better.
he said he never owned one because they're ugly, and I think they're ugly. so I agree. But
I'd
he
love a
has it.
motorcycle, believe me, but I know better. It's
He's-
calculated risk. You know, skydiving is like not unsafe compared to riding a motorcycle. Neither is
Well,
flying
that's-
an airplane.
He wanted to do skydiving until he
It's
got.
safe compared to riding motorcycles.
He wanted to do it until he got majorly injured again, because he was in the military and he did do some skydiving, or the whatever
Yeah.
you call that type of skydiving, jump diving.
Yeah, I did
whatever it
that.
is.
I did skydive for like 9 years and got sick of that.
My dad used to want to fly planes, but his neck is fucked up, so he can't do that. Only
Yeah,
his
but
father.
I don't know why he couldn't fly planes with a broke up and fucked up neck.
He can't move his neck around, and he just says he doesn't feel that comfortable doing it
Yeah.
because his neck doesn't. He can kind of sit, like look forward, basically.
Yeah.
Anytime you're in the car with him, and though he has like a vehicle with the what do you call it, the camera where you can see
Yeah.
out back so you don't have to turn your head around, but he still makes you, if you're with him, look around because he just doesn't trust. He just he would love to fly planes, but it's
You don't really need to look around that much flying a plane.
well, we'll see. To be fair, his father also has his neck fused and he flew planes. So he doesn't anymore because he's too old, but
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you think, you know. It's like, I mean, there are places like where there's congested airspace, like down in Florida.
yeah.
You know, most mid-air collisions occur on clear blue sky days.
I wouldn't be
You know, there's an
surprised by that.
obstructed view, and I mean, in other words, I don't think like moving your neck great is like going to keep that from happening. It's like not like you're thinking. You know,
Isn't
when you're in like misty or it's foggy or you're scud running and there's a lot of like the visibility's down, you're looking like a motherfucker. You know, you're looking like it's like goddamn. But crystal clear blue sky days, it's like you're just thinking you're going to see things like fantastic, and it's not really that way. You got the wings, you know, if you got, depends on what kind of air. Like I had a Cherokee 6, had a big long nose, and sure enough, that big crash they had with a helicopter and an airplane over the Hudson River. Well, guess what it was? Cherokee 6, no shit. He was climbing, they're hard to see out of. The other guy was in a helicopter, clear blue, had a bunch of tourists showing them the Hudson River and ran into each other. It's not uncommon. Obstructed views. Some airplanes you can see out of great. Some of them you can't see out worth a fuck. And when you're climbing in uncontrolled airspace, I mean, that's, as they proved, doesn't always work out.
Usually, is it only like around 10 grand or so to get your private
I think
license?
it used to be, man. That fucking shit's crazy now.
I'm sure
You
it's
know,
more
when
now.
I started flying, if you didn't solo or 7, 8 hours, you'd be the laughing stock of the fucking airport. And now I see them, and it takes 40 hours to get your license. Now I know of Marty's partner. Just took him like 100 hours to get his license. Like I said, this guy must be fucking retarded. So I have a buddy of mine that's got the Orville Flight Award. The FAA gives, got like 80,000 hours, like top 747, second in seniority, retired from Delta. This guy's got ratings and everything. I called him. It's like, he's still a designated examiner, which means you take private flying lessons and then you take your check ride with him. Like he's a private party working for the feds. And I said, hey, you know, I keep in touch with him. It's like we talk about flying, but not like you'd think. It's like I used to fly a lot with him. It's like, hey, I know this fucker's got 100 hours, man. He hasn't got his private pilot's license. He said, hey, that's the way it is now. It's like, what about fucking soloing? This fucker didn't even solo till he got like 40 fucking hours. You're supposed to have your license now. He said, things have changed. It's not that way anymore. It's nothing for somebody to have 100 hours. So if that's true, your private pilot's license, 10 grand's not possible anymore.
What are you
I don't know
looking
what the
at then?
fuck, why. I don't get this shit. I mean, I'd have never got my license if it was like that. I couldn't fucking wait. I thought it was like so stupid it was taking that long.
How much do you think it costs now then?
God, I don't want to just like pull shit out of my ass.
You can. I mean, I'm not going to take
I don't know.
it
I would
seriously.
I would think though that it would have to cost about $25,000
Oof.
with the rental, the instructor.
before you got your license. And then like check rides are a lot now too. You know, when you take your check ride with a guy like my friend, fuck, when I took them, they were like 300, but seemed like another like 800. And they're flunking a lot of people. They're flunking a lot of people on their first check ride.
Ain't ever gonna happen for me then. But I never really wanted to fly, so I'm good.
No, you got to be flying is one of those. It's a fucking pain in the ass. Yeah, for all the reasons. First of all, you got the worst people in the world instructing you. Guys that don't come from money and have to build time through instructing. They're the worst teachers in the world. They'll tell you that. But that's the only job there is when you don't come from money is to teach. So they're fucking terrible at it. They're not motivated. Then you got the availability of the plane. And then you got the fucking weather if you're in a place like Michigan. That's why after I like did it and went through a bunch of this shit, it's like, I can't take any more of these fucking lessons, man. You know, and I just went out and bought an airplane, flew that fucker for 12 years without a license. But after a while, you know, it kind of caught up with me and I had to get it. And when I got it, I thought, man, this shit is so fucking easy. Why did I do this? Why did I like, you know, but it's like anything. It's like taking an adult like me and like taking me to driver's ed and an exam to get my license. I probably flunked the motherfucker, even though I've been driving without an accident since I was 16. Because, you know, it's all this weird shit that you don't know about, new laws.
Yep.
It's not like just being safe and having common sense. And after a while, it's just like just kept flying and flying. And, you know, what happened is I got an airplane and I would fly up north a lot where I lived last, but I didn't live out there at the time. And I didn't want my radios to get stolen. So I had an insurance policy. And then finally the guy where I got insurance, there's only about 4 companies that write airplane insurance. And he finally kept saying, I need a copy of your license. And I didn't have him. Finally, I guess he found out some way and said, you don't have a license, do you? It's like, I don't know. And he said, well, you have to get one. We're going to cancel you. Well, you know, that weird shit motivated me. I didn't give a fuck, you know, going to Timbuktu without one. But when it came to worrying about getting all my shit stolen, that motivated me to get my license. And I met some guy that later got convicted in like a child of pornography. Randy Traeger was his name. Fucking kook. And I just told him, it's like, here's the deal. He didn't give a fuck. Everybody else, like, man, no way. They didn't want to touch me because they thought I'd flunk. And I didn't want to do all that shit to go back. He said, if you can fly, we'll go for an hour. And if you can fly, I'll sign you off. And if you can't, well, we'll just do some more instruction. Fuck, we were in the air about like 35 minutes. I had a ton of time, a lot of experience, but that doesn't always translate into passing a check ride, you know, as crazy as it sounds. So we went up for about 35 minutes. He said, yeah, no problem, man. He signed me off. I scheduled my check ride and fucking piece of cake. Got my license. I thought, man, I should have done this sooner. It's so easy.
I should ask my grandfather how he got his license and how it worked off.
No, it seemed like, I mean, I went up with this guy, this federal guy, check ride guy. And this almost seemed like fucking romper room. I kept waiting for it to like get like challenging. But, you know, I had a lot of experience and, you know, I didn't want to flunk. And it's like, I was surprised it was that easy.
Yeah, I should ask my grandfather how easy it was to get his license.
No, it's easy.
Both of my grandfathers were pilots, but one was he made enough money to buy his own airplanes. The other one was in the military. But when my other grandfather, who's now passed away, died, I don't know how this works, but he went with somebody in Florida and he got to fly planes and do all sorts of crazy shit, even though he didn't have a license at the time because he hadn't flown in forever. So they let him do all sorts of crazy shit before he died. So that was
I'll tell you what a small world it is. So I'd sold my airplanes, hadn't been flying for a while, and I moved down to Florida. And I didn't really give a fuck about flying. I had done so much of it for so long, and it was starting to get expensive. And
it's very expensive.
Yeah, it was expensive. It's always been an expensive hobby. So the guy that used to own the FBO that worked on my planes, he said, hey, can I come down and visit you? It's like, yeah. It's like, come on down. So he comes down. Before he comes down, he said, let's rent a plane and go down to Key West. It's like, yeah, that sounds good. So I go to this local fucking flying thing. Now, God knows what it'd be like. And I go in there, and it's like I want to like rent a 172. It's like, okay, you got to go up to the instructor, this fucking kid. You know, it's like, okay. And I thought they're going to make me go through like bullshit up the fucking ass. So I show my logbooks. I got all my medical shit. I go up to this guy for about an hour. He said, yeah, sign you off. No problem. So, okay. So right away, I'm eligible to rent a 172. So I rent one. So a lot of them are lease backs. Like people buy them and then they lease them back to flight schools. So I rent this 172. We go down to Key West, fuck around, get drunk for like 3 days. Fucking great time. And on the way back, that guy owned a 172. Well, I hadn't flown 172s that much. I mean, I knew about all this bullshit, but like not like you would if you own one. So we're coming back. I said, you know, we ought to get some fucking fuel. And he said, no, we're fine. Long story short, there's 2 tanks, one on the left, and the gauges are like fucking rudimentary. They're really, that's not how you decide how much gas you have. That's kind of like a second, you know, safety mechanism. Like you look up, it's like at half full. At least you know there's something in there, but that's not how you decide. That's not how you plan your fuel burn when you go somewhere. So we're like over Boca Raton. The fucking engine starts to quit, sputters.
Oh God.
I switched to the other tank and I said, this fucking thing's running out of gas. I didn't declare an emergency because that's a fucking nightmare. So we're going into like Boca Raton. There's some fucking Learjet on a final. And I said, would you mind if I went first? I'm thinking this thing's going to run out of fucking fuel. I'm in the left seat. We're going to crash in a neighborhood in fucking Boca Raton. I'm going to get blamed for this shit. He said, well, I'd really rather not. It's like, please, man, this is like a big deal. He said, are you declaring an emergency? It's not. He said, I'll go. This guy in the Learjet, like, says, go ahead. He goes around, probably costs $1,500 in fuel. I land at Boca Raton. There was like no fuel in the fucker. How it lasted me that long. I chew this guy's ass. It actually cost me a friendship because here I'm the pilot in command and I'm asking a guy that owns one of these that I think knows what he's talking about and he doesn't, which is why we ran out of fuel. We were like circling around looking at stingrays and shit on the way back and just burned more fuel. And I goddamn near ran out of gas and crashed because of that motherfucker. And he owned a 172. If anybody should have known fuel burn, it should have been him. And, you know, I filled the motherfucker up, you know, and we made it back to the place, but it kind of cost me a friendship because it was never the same after that. You know, it scared me. And I learned a good lesson. When you're the pilot in command, act like it. Fucking take charge, calculate your fuel burn, and whether a motherfucker owns one or not shouldn't matter. Lucky I escaped it out of it.
Was the 172, do you mean the Cessna?
Yeah,
Or-
Cessna 172. But here's the funny thing. So we make it back to the airport where I rented it, right? And on the way back, we're buzzing shit. We're down fucking low. I mean, this was like 92. Circling around. You can see these stingrays and shit swimming. It was cool. We're circling around those. We're fucking down around Marathon, just fucking flying like 100 feet over places, fucking around, you know, just having a good time. Now, you know, they'd fucking hang you by your balls for that now. But back then it like wasn't crazy. So we get back to the place where I rented it out of West Palm Beach. I land, we go in, I'm getting ready to pay the bill, and the guy comes out. He said, hey, you guys have a good time? It's like, yeah, sure did. He said, hey, I guess you like flying low, huh? It's like, yeah, I do. You know, I'm not going to like, you know, admit to this shit. Really, he said, I'm talking about really low. And I'm thinking, how does this motherfucker know this, man? I mean, we're a long ways away from Key West. You ready for this? It shows you how you can get in shit. The guy that leased back the 172 to the place that I rented the plane had a fucking condo on the water in Marathon.
Oh God.
And they were all out in the back fucking barbecuing.
Oh
And
God.
They said they heard this fucking plane coming and it was super low and it flew right over the fucking condo, right above the water. And it was his tail number, the plane he owned, that he was leasing back to the place in West Palm Beach. He said, well, the owner that leased back the plane that you were flying, he has a condo. And I knew right then what happened. I mean, they thought it was funny and cool and laughed, but it shows you how no matter how far you are away from shit, the trouble that you can get in.
I think this is why my grandfather always flew his own planes.
Yeah. Yep.
He always had
That's right.
Cessnas.
Yeah, they would fucking like right now, like, God, man, I would like buzz everybody I knew.
I would take people out and we go out in the Detroit River and buzz freighters. They'd get out and wave. And it was like the good old days. There was a picnic or a party or an old girlfriend's house or something. Everybody knew who it was. It was fun. Not anymore.
My grandfather used to do crazy shit like flips and all
Hey, Hank.
sorts of different things all around on the water. Like,
Yeah, no, not
but
with
it was his phone. It was his plane though. So
with cell phones and cameras and everybody with fucking like Ring doorbell cameras and all that shit. Nah, man, the fun days are like gone.
that's depressing.
It
I
is.
was in his planes when I was really young, but I barely remember it because it's been so many years. Because
No, I had a good time doing it, but I don't even miss aviation, to tell you the truth. It's crazy fucking expensive.
it's
I just don't. If I can't fly low and fuck around, I don't want to do it. It's just this idea of like getting, even back then when I had a Cherokee 6, the notion of flying that back and forth from Ann Arbor to fucking West Palm Beach was stupid. It'd take me about like 8 hours, right? And I could get in it back then, you had the airline wars going on. I could
well,
get
our
a 727 for $75 round trip and drink beer and,
our big
sleep.
deal was my grandfather would be with one of his either girlfriends or wives, and if something happened to him when he was flying across the country, who the fuck knows? I mean, landing is the main part.
Yeah.
So if something happened, then it's not going to be good. So we talked him out of that finally to give up all. He had a bunch of different Cessnas that he refurbished and redid and took care of, but it became a pain in the ass and being like, if you're going to take your girlfriends or your wives or whatever up there, I hope somebody can land it in case
Oh, yeah.
you get ill or something
Yeah, I
happens.
did that with my wife. There's a thing I think they call it, like, it was a famous lady. I want to say like the 49ers or something, where you would take your girlfriend to your wife. It'd be a 3-day class.
Mm-hmm.
And in case you were incapacitated, they could like at least live.
I wish my grandfather had done that, but his current wife was not smart enough to do that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
guys think that, if you've got a plane, a license, that you're going to have all these girls. It doesn't work that way. Most women like get sick and they don't have an interest in it. If you're flying anything less than a Learjet, they think you're a big pussy anyway. It's not like the chick magnet that young guys think it's going to be. Hey, Chris.
Well, like my grandfather's wife liked being up with him, but good luck if you could ever dream of her landing a plane. She's not particularly bright. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not that. I mean, people like.
I
just
don't hate her,
yeah.
but just saying.
People get like, it's not that bad, really. It depends what you're in. If you're in a little Cessna or something, I mean, you can get away with the murder and those things. If you're in a Cirrus, not so easy.
Well, he usually had a bunch of different Cessnas he would refurbish, resell, redo, stuff like that. He always liked flying out to different areas in his Cessnas and then refurbishing them and all that.
Yeah, I hate working on stuff.
Well, he didn't work on it. He had somebody else do it.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't him. I promise you that.
Yeah, general aviation is like crazy expensive now.
Oh yeah. Well, just even parking a plane just somewhere,
Yep.
it's absurd.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why he's into, what do you call it? Provost, those buses or whatever.
Yeah.
He's into those and
Yeah, I don't like
refurbishes
that.
them.
That doesn't interest me at all.
He refurbishes them. He doesn't do it himself. He takes it to other people. He sold it to music businesses in Miami. So like any big label out in Miami, he sold out stuff to. But he does that kind of thing. It's not my thing, but he has somebody else to fix everything up.
Yeah.
He doesn't do it on his own.
Yeah.
He's too old. He's about to be 90. So,
No, that's crazy.
well, he's one of those types that the second he'll stop working is probably the second he'll die. So,
Yeah. I'm not sure that work keeps you alive.
Well, he had the ablation thing. That's the one I just talked to you about. So
Yeah, if he has another one, go to Cleveland Clinic.
I'll let him
I
know
mean,
and
you
let
know,
my
you
dad
can,
know.
they can fuck up too, but I mean, like I
Yeah.
say about everything, you just line up the ducks as good as you can.
He's supposedly fine heart wise. It's just been he has some gastrointestinal issues
Yeah.
after having his knees redone, but he
Yeah.
didn't let everybody know that that was going on, which that's his fault. So that's his problem for saying that.
Yeah.
But he's almost 90 and it's okay.
Crazy.
He has enough money and he'll be all right. His wife might not take care of him, but
Right.
my uncle and my dad will come by. As bad as that sounds.
Crazy. Well, good for him. Lucky.
Well, hey, it sounds like you've got a decent enough amount of money. That's how he is. He's
Yeah, I got
comfy.
lucky, man. I don't know, I probably couldn't do it if I was your age. Unless you're
Lord
some, like,
knows I don't have the money.
unless you're
so-
like super genius or some shit and come up with some new like
No,
even-
I am not.
I just don't see like it's easy for like a regular person to like do well.
I don't think so. What I'm looking at right now is doing like the comp TIA like networking stuff that's a few $100s and you have to test for it.
Yeah. Like a certification.
Yeah, certification. That's the word I'm looking for. Can't think of it.
Yeah, that's
It's
what
too
I,
late. It's too late right now.
What's that boyfriend do?
He works for a museum company.
Okay. What do they do?
They work and make museum installations for different places all over, mostly Texas, but it
Like
can
any
be.
kind of museum?
Yep, any kind of museum. Doesn't matter the type.
Okay.
But it can be also all in the United States.
And they keep busy.
They're doing okay right now.
Good for them.
To be fair, most of it's usually like
Grants?
on grants. Yep.
Yeah. How'd you
Just
meet
sounds-
him?
Met him through work actually, years ago.
Oh, good for you.
There's proof. You can meet people if you work.
That's
like how,
true.
I know there's some people that say you can never find anybody, but
But I think there's that changes along the way, and I'm not sure what age that happens. You know, when you're like 20s and shit, there's like you're meeting people up the ass. Seems like it's never going to end.
I met him when I was 21,
Yeah.
and I'm 34 now.
Yeah.
But we dated for a while and we didn't, and then we got back together.
Yeah, but when you get past like a certain age, I'm not sure what that is. It's not like that.
Well, I wonder now.
You're just
so
running
much.
into a bunch of baggage.
Well, I wonder so much now is it's just a lot of people. It's mostly like online jobs these days. A lot of them
Yeah,
are online
fuck yeah,
jobs.
man. I mean,
You're
the
not in
social life
person.
and shit. I mean, even like when things were good, like to me, it seems like high school, college, early jobs, and then you're fucked.
Well, we actually went to the same high school, but I never met him. He would have been in senior high school, senior year, and I was freshman, but
Yeah,
never met him. And maybe I did, but I didn't remember him. But
right. But I mean, I think there's like a period there where like it just seems that way to me. Maybe it's not valid, but like to meet the stuff that you're really like stand the possibility of making it with, it's like before you're 30. And once you get past that, it's like there's fucking millions of people that are like, you know, one fucking dead end to another. But when you're young and you're in those areas, it's like the sky's the limit.
sometimes I think it's better to meet like in person, which is now getting like that's disappearing now. Like a lot of times, I've never met anybody that I've dated online, period. Never. And I'm 34. I'll be 35 soon. Never have. But I've always thought it's better to meet people in person and know them a little bit.
Yeah,
And
but
then,
you didn't hit the late 90s. It was like fucking awesome.
Well, I mean, you would meet anybody in person in the late 90s, yes.
Yeah, but no, but I met him online and then in person. It was like great.
Well, okay. I don't know about the. You can still meet plenty of people online, but sometimes I
Yeah,
think
but
it's
it's
better
let
to
me
meet
tell
in
you, man,
person.
it's like, the difference between young and actively dating and like this age is like the difference between a fucking turtle and a Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is like not the same.
Well, when you think of like Gen Z or what is considered Gen 8 now, it's not even my
No, it's
generation.
fuck.
They're all going to be, I guess, meeting
Oh, thanks,
online or
Phil.
meeting on
Yes, I did.
like um meeting online, which is weird to me because I've never met anybody online that I didn't already know.
Yeah, I mean, it was like so great for like 5 years. It was unbelievable. I mean, I look back and I think I was just, talking like an old guy. But the young people I talk to realize the difference too. So why you used to think like people that were old to me when I was your age, and it's now like I'm one of those people, but I still think it's majorly different. Like if your boyfriend like canned you tomorrow, you got your work cut out for you, dating wise.
I guess.
Yeah, it's just because it seems like it's changed so much.
I
Like
always
it's
like
not
to
like
meet
it
people
used
in
to be.
person, but I guess I'm old.
That's not that easy to do.
I know.
And it's
But
weird. I mean, you can meet people and like, I've known people like you meet them, it's like humdrum and like it's like you don't really have anything in interest, and like a year and a half later you meet them at a party and fuck like rabbits for 3 days. It's so weird. I can't really explain it. It's like I don't know whether it's fences you put up or the circumstances you're in your life. It's an odd, weird amalgam of circumstances that like I was talking to somebody about this today. I'm always interested to like meet people's spouses. It's because I'm just like, how did this end in marriage? I know you had better sex. I know you had more money. I know you had thicker heads of hair, bigger houses, but yet you married this guy. Why? It's interesting to me.
well, these days I feel like everybody does meet each other online, which is strange because back in the day it was always you meet people you just through work or through friendship or
Yeah, work,
whatever.
like most places, it's a big no-no now.
Well, that's how I met my boyfriend. Whoops.
But you know what I mean? It's like now it's like there's policies on that.
Oh, I know. That's how my parents actually met too.
No, I
Years
believe it.
ago.
Yeah, but things are like different now because neither, the company your parents worked at wasn't worried about getting sued,
Yeah.
for sexual harassment. Now, when you're in my age era, if you wanted to date somebody and they didn't like you, that was the end of it. You didn't date and just didn't work. Now there's a fucking lawsuit.
Yeah, I don't like that if somebody just happens to say they're interested in you. And I've worked in retail and have people say they're interested in me, and I just said, "Oh no, that's fine." And I'm not rude or anything, but I never was like,
No,
"Let's
right.
go to let's go to HR and be nasty." Like,
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I mean, you can spin it like a million ways, but now it's just like everybody's on eggshells.
yeah, that's the part I hate. Which isn't necessarily right. I get some to some degree because some people are beyond gross, but
Right.
if it's just kind of normal, hey, would you like to go and do something, whatever. That's
I
not that
want
big
to
of a
set
deal.
up like a guy. It's going to be experimental, of course, because otherwise you get locked up. But I want to start like a dating thing for all ages. And the first like half of it is like sex. What do you like? What are you good at? What would you like your partner to like? And then we'll get to the other bullshit, like museums and beach walks and having children and loving pets and travel and where you like to eat. I guarantee it's going to be more successful than this other horse shit.
Just make sure they've gotten their uh
papillomavirus?
Well,
Shot.
that or any.
If you, let's say you were just starting dating brand new tomorrow and you met a guy, would you want to have him produce some kind of medical record that he didn't have herpes? Or would you just wing it?
I'd probably like to have that because I don't have herpes, so I don't want to try to get it.
You would admit that there's at this stage of the game, it's not like 19.
Yeah.
Okay. And you think you'd have enough balls to bring that up?
To me, I feel like I need to know the person a little bit more, only because after working in pharmacy and all that stuff, herpes isn't that big of a deal, but I
Right.
wouldn't really want it.
Right. You
So
think your sexual history prior to a new relationship is none of a new guy's business?
it's worth them knowing.
Do you think they're entitled to that information? Your sexual history?
If they're interested in being with me.
Not
certainly.
necessarily a negative herpes test, but just in general. Like if the guy in a tactful, polite way wanted to know how much dick you'd had, do you think it's reasonable that you tell him?
That's fine as long as they're interested in being with me.
See,
Yeah.
I don't think it's like people's business.
It's like what I said is if they're actually interested in me, sure. Not like maybe right away, like, hey,
Would you be interested in how many girls he'd piped?
I don't care, honestly. It doesn't bother me.
And that doesn't trigger any interest into why you would be not offended if he asked you?
I'll just assume he's jealous, but that's what I'll assume.
But you'd tell him?
I can tell him that, but in general, I don't
see any
care.
good that comes out of anybody divulging their past sexual history.
That's why I don't really care unless you have like.
No, but I'm not you care that what he did, but he asks about yours.
I wouldn't care as long as somebody
Would you tell him?
doesn't have HIV or some shit
But
like
no,
that.
but if he asked you about your sexual history, would you be willing to go into detail
Sure.
of your old past lovers?
Yeah.
You would.
Yeah.
See, I just like not say anything about it. Say it's not your business.
I'm boring.
Start a fucking
so
argument right out of the fucking chute.
I'm
I mean, as
boring.
consenting adults, I mean, it's just like, there's two arguments in admitting affairs. One is to relieve your own guilt, and the other one, selfishness because of that. That
Well, I
no
don't
good
care
comes out of it.
I don't care because I'm boring. Like I don't have anything to be concerned about. So,
I mean, you're still relatively young.
well, I don't got HIV or anything to be scared about.
But if your boyfriend, you guys been living together for a while,
Yes.
if he went out and had an affair, would that be a deal breaker?
Depends, I guess.
On what?
What does he bring back with him?
What if he brought nothing back?
I don't know. That I don't know. I don't know. Be angry, but that's about it.
Okay. People are full of shit. You don't always get but I'm sure there are plenty of people out there that are not. I mean, I know couples that have great relationships that never had any of that happen on either side. It's like dating teenagers and they're in their 50s and 60s. Who knows?
Everybody's different. That's what I said.
That's exactly right. Yep. Yeah. 57 here. That's not bad. Clear. Excuse me, man. I'll tell you that whatever the fuck it is that I'm like sensitive to, man. Like today, I woke up with a stuffy nose. I should shut the windows and turn on the air conditioning, but I like leaving the windows open so much. Not your business. That's exactly right, Triples. You have different relationships with different people too. It's weird.
Might be allergic to something out there too.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm sure I am. I don't think it's like crazy. It's not a lot of like nose blowing, sneezing here and there, but like itchy eyes, kind of run down feeling. It's something.
Take some Zyrtec
Yeah, I should. I've tried it. Didn't seem to do much.
or
You know,
Claritin.
that shit fucks up your jacking off too. Did you know that?
I had no idea.
Yeah, I bet you didn't. It's because you're a female.
I
Whatever
had no idea.
mechanism they use for not reacting to a allergen, it fucks that up on a guy.
You could always do like Flonase or something too,
I do that.
Oh.
See, maybe it helps. If it does, it's
or Nasonex.
not like crazy. I can't live without it. It's like, is this really helping? You know, a lot of medications are like that. It's like, fuck, I don't know. I mean, the only ones that like, you know, I know for sure, like blood pressure. Your blood pressure's high. You take these pills. It's where it should be. But this fucking allergy shit, man. Nah, it's not. Fuck, I don't know. You know.
I take Benadryl every night, and I don't like
Yeah,
that.
you know,
but I
there's
do.
some pretty good studies out there on long-term usage with
I
dementia.
know it's not good, especially not
You
good.
really
when
need
you're
that to sleep?
Yeah, I usually take 1 to 2 pills, so it's 25 to 50
Is your mouth
milligrams.
dry when you get up in the morning?
Hell yes.
Yeah, I know you're taking it now. Right?
I hate it, but it helps me.
Have you tried like time-release melatonin?
Yeah, I take melatonin too.
You can take crazy amounts of that, you know.
Oh, I know. I only take 3 to 6 milligrams of melatonin a night. I don't take too high of a dosage.
And you just can't tolerate trazodone.
No, that stuff, it gives me, if you think Benadryl gives you terrible dry mouth, trazodone is the
No,
fucking
it does.
worst.
You know what dry mouth leads to though? More cavities.
Yep, it destroys your teeth. Yep.
You can take a
Well,
thing like to help that. Keep
yeah,
your
there's a particular type of mouthwash you can take that's kind of more expensive. I can't think. It comes in like a blue or a green
yeah,
bottle.
no, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I can't think of what it's called. But
Yeah.
it's good. I also use a fancier type of toothpaste, but not that mouthwash right now. I need to use that.
Now this guy's older than you. Was he ever married before or anything?
No.
Oh,
He's my boyfriend?
yeah.
No, he's only 3 years older than me.
Oh, okay. But that's old enough to be married.
No, he wasn't.
Okay. Well, that's good. I don't know that matters really.
It's just me, my boyfriend, and my cat.
Oh, good for you. Well, so far so good. And you guys been together how long?
6 years. And then living together for over 2 years.
Oh, congratulations.
And then we've had our cat for about 2 years. So
All right.
she's sitting there staring at me right now. So
Oh, that's okay. Good for you.
I love having a good little pet. So
Yeah, I got a good pet, Daisy, dog.
I'd love to have a dog, but our cat would not like it. She doesn't like that high pitched sound that dogs can make.
Yeah,
She
right,
freaks
yeah.
out. She freaks out and will run. So
Oh, okay.
she'll be her only cat.
Oh,
And she
all
doesn't
right.
like being around other cats either. So she'll
No,
just be
okay.
her only little kitty. Oh well.
Hey, have you tried some of that like sleepy tea?
What's in the sleepy tea?
There's like
Melatonin?
you can get it at the store. It's like extra sleep and like heavy sleep. What do they call that, Triples? I know I've tried a couple of them. It does help.
But
Can
is
help.
it like thiamine or something like
No
that?
caffeine?
Well, no, not caffeine, but thiamine, something
I don't
like
know what
that.
it is. Yeah, I forget. I used to know. Yeah, they call it sleepy time though, but there's a extra and there's a regular one. It
Yeah,
does help.
L-theanine. Yeah, that's what I thought. It has melatonin. Looks like.
Oh, okay. Is that
So
what's in it?
that's what Tribbles was saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no thank.
Oh,
Yeah,
triples
I already take melatonin, so I'm not gonna. I've taken the L-theanine or however you pronounce it before, but
Oh, okay.
I'll just take a little bit of melatonin and Benadryl.
No,
And then I take my B vitamins and take
good
some
for you.
magnesium too. For some reason, magnesium is helpful for me to sleep, so I take that as well.
Yeah, magnesium salicylate is good for back pain.
Yeah, it helps. I take
Dones.
magnesium.
It's in Dones.
I take magnesium citrate, but it helps with sleeping. It can't help with
Oh,
sleep
good.
and help with pain or whatever else.
What do you think your sleep issues are from, or that you just don't know?
Genetic, because or not my mom, my grandmother's the same way. My dad is the same way.
Oh,
They
okay.
they all have issues sleeping.
All right.
A lot of times when I want to talk to my grandmother, I'll call her later at night because she never sleeps. So
Oh,
I'll call her because I know she's awake.
okay.
But a lot of times it's just it's genetics. I think
Yeah,
my
probably.
boyfriend's similar. It's just genetics.
What's he do while you're talking on the internet up late?
He's sitting in the office right now.
Oh, good for him. So he's up too?
Yes,
Oh, cool.
he knows who you are.
Oh, good.
You're no secret.
Yeah, thanks. No threat either. Yeah, good. Well, I think I'm going to go to bed, bye.
Yeah, I need to go to bed too. So
It was good talking to you. Thanks for coming on.
you're welcome. Good talking to you too.
You have a good night, Triples. You nighty night. Triples is a trooper. She stayed out all night, and all these stalkers that have been blocked from commenting. Good night to you, clowns too.
Good night to everyone. Good
All
night to
right,
Troubles.
take it
Good night
easy.
to you.
Have a
Sleep
good
well.
day. Have a good day tomorrow.
You too. Bye bye.
Yeah, Triples. You nighty night, Triples. Good night, Hank. Chris, if you're out there, I'll send this check. Don't worry. Don't go crazy. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I think I'm going to go out and change the batteries in my GoPros. All right, guys. Take care. Party on.